Chapter 4083. A golden light flickered in his eyes again. Spirit Turtle Master? Humph, he sneered. Spirit Turtle Master's attainments in formations were strong, but it was still impossible for him to crack the things inside. According to his speculation, Spirit Turtle Master could only crack the first layer of the formation at most. He would have to rely on him for the rest. He would only have an opportunity when those sacred venerables were in despair. He had to make some preparations in advance. As soon as he followed the information on the map, Lin Xian began to appear in the surroundings. There was a huge formation in the entire Dawnfall Peak. He didn't know what grade it was, but just by looking at the description and the things needed to crack it, he knew that this formation had surpassed the sacred venerables. It might have been set up by the sacred king. Moreover, the entire formation affected a wide area. Not only Dawnfall Peak, but there were formations buried in the ground around Dawnfall Peak. Ordinary people couldn't tell at all. Spirit Turtle Master couldn't tell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to crack Dawnfall Peak's formation. But he knew. He had the map, so he knew the situation here like the back of his hand. Lin Xian stopped in a mountain range. This place was one of the formations. He didn't crack it. Instead, he directly controlled it according to the information on the map. He could come and go as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Everyone was waiting patiently. Such a formation couldn't be cracked in a short period of time. On the 5th day, in the formation, a red light streaked across the sky and flew outside. Those sacred venerables were also shocked. They looked carefully, but then they retracted their gazes. They could see that it was a weapon, but a broken weapon. Its grade might have been very high in the past, but now it was broken. Therefore, they didn't have to make a move. What they had to do was to completely open up the entire Dawnfall Peak. When the time came, they could take the treasures inside. They didn't move, but the people behind were indeed excited, because they could see that it was very likely to be a treasure. Whoosh, buzz, the light flashed and disappeared into the mountain range below. Go! Many people in the surroundings rose into the air and began to search. But what was that red light? It was so strange that they couldn't lock onto it with their souls. They could only search one by one. 10 meters in front of Lin Xian, a beam of red light suddenly descended and pierced into the ground, continuously trembling. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the red light disappeared. A smile appeared on his face. It was a long spear. Only the spearhead was left, and it was covered with cracks. There was even dark red blood on it. Clearly, it was a broken saint artifact. However, the great Tao intertwined on it could be used to comprehend it. On the other side, Zhang Xiongfei had also joined the search party. He was very excited. He was not only an expert swordsman. Moreover, he had also cultivated an eye technique, which was the divine eagle eye. Now, he began to use the divine eagle's eye to lock onto the location of the light. He turned into a stream of light and quickly flew over. It didn't attract anyone's attention, which was great. He landed in the mountain range below and saw that there was indeed a broken spearhead in front of him. Great, he wanted to snatch it, but suddenly he was stunned. That was because he discovered that there was another person standing in front of him. It was a man wearing a Taoist robe. It was very mysterious. Who are you? Hurry up and get lost, this is mine. I'm from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Zhang Xiongfei instantly revealed his identity. There were not many people here who dared to go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Lin Xian had a strange expression. Zhang Xiongfei? He didn't expect to meet him here again. Moreover, he saw that the other party was injured. It was obvious that he had been hunted down. You're seriously injured, and you still dare to be arrogant here? Hurry up and get lost. You're not worthy of my attack, Lin Xian said indifferently. He waved his hand and grabbed the broken spearhead. You're courting death. When Zhang Xiongfei saw this, he pulled out his long sword with his left hand and slashed it down. Boundless waves accompanied by sword chi fell together, and part of it slashed toward the big hand. The other group attacked Lin Xian in a pincer attack from the left and right. Clang! The sword slashed the big hand, and there was a deafening sound. Then, the sword was bounced away. Not only that, the sword chi that attacked from both sides was also kicked away by Lin Xian. How is that possible? How can you block my sword chi? Who are you? Zhang Xiongfei was stunned. He was an intermediate minor saint, and also a disciple of the previous generation of 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Who exactly was this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Get lost! Lin Xian waved his hand and slapped Zhang Xiongfei away again. Ah! Zhang Xiongfei screamed. Half of his face was shattered. His body flew out, passing through numerous mountain ranges. He fell below the sunset peak. With a loud bang, countless dust clouds were stirred up. This scene naturally alarmed many people. Who is it? They looked over. At the next moment, they were stunned. Zhang Xiongfei. He was slapped in the face, and his face was shattered. Who did it? Isn't this slapping the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's face? Sure enough, the sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had an ugly expression. Wan Jinny's face was also cold. Damn trash, he's embarrassing me again. I want to know what's going on. 2 sword saints went down. One of them supported Zhang Xiongfei, helped him recover from his injuries, and fed him a pill. The other person asked, "Senior brother, what's going on?" Zhang Xiongfei hated being slapped in the face in public. He couldn't wait to find a place to hide. However, he couldn't take it lying down. He said, "I was chasing a treasure and found a mysterious Taoist. He actually attacked me. Junior brothers, follow me to take revenge." What? A reckless Taoist? These people instantly soared into the sky. 20 sword saints followed Zhang Xiongfei and charged back. The other experts and geniuses were also interested when they saw this scene. Let's go back and take a look. Some of them preferred to watch the show. Moreover, the formation had not been broken yet. It was boring to stay here. So many people followed. In the distant mountain range, 20 sword saints instantly landed. The surrounding people also landed in all directions and looked at them curiously. Sure enough, there was a Taoist. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Which sect is he from? I don't know. His strength is so strong that he can send Zhang Xiongfei flying with a slap. He should be a powerful minor saint. No matter how powerful he is, what's the use? He has offended the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. His ending will be very miserable. Indeed, 20 sword saints attacked together. Even a minor saint's scalp went numb. Boy, are you the one who injured our senior brother Zhang? Who did it manually? Quickly cut it off yourself. Kneel down and kowtow to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and apologize. The 20 sword saints' voices were biting cold and murderous. However, Lin Xian only said one word, "Get lost." So what if there are 20 sword saints? In this Azure Mountain realm, he controlled countless formations. He was not afraid of 200 sword saints. Boy, you're the first one who dares to provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Brothers, why are you talking nonsense with them? Kill. The 20 sword saints pulled out the holy swords in their hands and attacked with terrifying sword techniques. Chapter 4084. It's over. Many people who were watching the show closed their eyes. They could imagine the other party's fate. Boom, boom, ah. Miserable cries rang out, but soon those people felt that something was wrong. Damn, it can't be. Those people widened their eyes. The others also opened their eyes and looked forward. What's going on? They were dumbfounded. 20 sword saints fell to the ground and wailed. Everyone was injured. Some people's arms and hands were chopped off. It was a miserable sight. Zhang Yunfei was slapped away again. Half of his face was smashed. He wanted to die. What's going on? What happened? Those people who closed their eyes earlier were stunned. They thought that the Taoist priest would be killed. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. Is he a sacred venerable? As soon as those words were said, the others felt their hair stand on end. However, some of the older generation figures shook their heads. No, he's not a sacred venerable. His aura isn't right. That was indeed the case. The others also nodded. Another old man said, "The one who went up just now is a formation expert." Many people gasped when they heard this. Was he a master of formations? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he's also here for Dawnfall Peak? But why isn't he going to break the formation? Who exactly are you? Why did you reveal your name? Those sword saints gritted their teeth and asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Trash like you don't have the right to know. Puffed. Those sword saints were so angry that they vomited blood. At that moment, Wan Jinni spoke. Get back here and stop embarrassing yourself. The sword saints of the 20 pavilions had no choice but to return angrily. Most of the people in the surroundings also returned. A small number of them stopped and looked at the Taoist priest curiously. However, after looking for a long time, they didn't see anything. In the end, they also left. In the next few days, Dawnfall Peak once again erupted with dazzling light. This time, 3 rays of light flew out and danced in the sky. Then, they landed in the mountain range below. Another treasure has appeared. Many people were delighted. They moved out again. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. The 3 rays of light landed at the place where the Taoist priest was. What good luck! Lin Xian laughed. He waved his hand and collected the 3 weapon fragments. Damn it! Damn it! The eyes of those who had rushed over were all red. The other party had stood there without doing anything, yet he had already collected 4 treasures. This made them go crazy with jealousy. I want to see who exactly you are. The people of Thunder God City have moved out, and the people of Demon City have also moved out. The surrounding people also made their moves. With so many of them attacking together, the other party should have admitted defeat, right? Boom. However, he didn't. A huge array appeared beneath Lin Xian's feet. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The saints who had attacked were all sent flying. Among them were many little saints. How could this be? These people were all crazy. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before, reaching nearly 50 people. However, he was still unable to injure the other party. Instead, the other party had easily injured them. Formation. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful array formation. That strike just now had mobilized the laws and power of the entire Green Mountain world. How did he do it? Just how high were his attainments in formations? Some of the older generation experts exclaimed. The other array masters were also alarmed. Could this be a hidden old monster? These people didn't know. It was just that the other party's array formation was so powerful that they didn't dare to act rashly. Next, many rays of light flew to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian kept them all. The others didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. On this day, a beam of light streaked across the sky. It was a fiery red light and shadow, moving unhindered in the sky. That was a pill. Many people's eyes instantly turned red. Even Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and Wan Jinni had taken action. They didn't make a move on the previous sacred artifact fragment. But now, the appearance of this pill made them extremely excited. The pill from Luoxia Mountain must have been from tens of thousands of years ago. It might be a divine pill. If they ate it, then their cultivation wouldn't improve by leaps and bounds. Especially Yu Quan, he was still injured in his foundation. So, he was eager to get the divine pill, to heal the injuries on his body. This time, quite a number of people rushed over. The ones leading the charge were these super experts. Look, it was Yu Quan and Mo Xiu. They were all people on the pilgrimage list. Exclamations sounded one after another. However, Some people said that Yu Quan was no longer on the pilgrimage list. He was trampled down by Lin Wudi. Oh, I almost forgot. Those people around me were talking about it. When Yu Quan heard this, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, he had completely become a joke now. Therefore, this stimulated him even more, making him even more eager to get this pill. In an instant, these people came nearby. Yu Quan stared ahead and gritted his teeth. Little Taoist, hand over the pill. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. That's right, hand it over. Mo Xiu also said coldly. Jenny's expression was even colder. Qin Xiener and the others had all come. They all attached great importance to this pill. Lin Xian was playing with a pill in his hand, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. He didn't expect that there really was a treasure. This pill was extraordinary. Moreover, it was a soul-type pill which was even rarer. How could he give it to these people? Immediately, he turned his palm and put it away. Everyone, what's the matter here? He said indifferently. Damn it, how dare you? Yu Quan roared. Hand it over quickly. Mo Xiu also went crazy and screamed. Jenny didn't say anything, but the murderous aura emitted from his body became even colder. Qin Sienna laughed. Her charming eyes were like silk, and her body exuded infinite charm as she slowly walked forward. Little Taoist, give the pill to me. I can make you very happy. As she said that, her eyes sparkled. The surrounding sages swallowed their saliva crazily. Many of them even spat out blood. If it were them, they would definitely hand over the pill. If they could have something to do with Qin Xiener, their lives would be worth it. Lin Xian smiled. Qin Xiener's charming technique was very powerful. However, he was always vigilant. The great dragon sword soul in his body had long been activated. It destroyed all the illusions, charms, and techniques. Beauty, I advise you not to come any closer. Otherwise, if you enter my array, I'm afraid you will be turned into ashes. Hearing this, Qin Sienna also stopped. She also knew that the other party's array was indeed terrifying. Therefore, she didn't go forward. Instead, she put on a resentful expression. You silly Taoist, you're too unromantic. I'm afraid you still don't know what a man is. Chapter 4085. However, no matter what Qin Sienna said, or what kind of charm she cast, Lin Xian had no reaction at all. Qin Sienna couldn't believe it. In the end, she was so angry that her teeth itched. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Qin Sienna's charm was so terrifying that even a late minor saint wouldn't dare to fight against it. They could only run away. However, the little Taoist in front of them didn't have any reaction at all. Everyone couldn't believe it. In fact, the blood vessels of the sages who were watching from the side all exploded. They all ran away, not daring to watch. If this continued, they would definitely explode and die. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Just attack. Yu Quan roared and took the lead. He couldn't wait any longer. The power of desolation spread out, turning him into an emperor of war god. Lin Xian sneered. Yu Quan wasn't a match for him even when he was at his peak, let alone now when he was still injured. He stomped his foot, and the formation under his feet surged rapidly. 2 giant stone hands flew out and slapped at Yu Quan. This formation wasn't set up by him. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. He was just controlling it now. Therefore, the power of the formation was far beyond their imagination. Yu Quan was sent flying in an instant, spurting out mouthfuls of blood. There were even cracks on his body. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Although Yu Quan was defeated by Lin Wudi and fell out of the pilgrim list, his strength was still there. He was still an existence that countless people looked up to. But at this moment, he was injured in an instant. It was unbelievable. What kind of formation was this? Mo Xiu shouted coldly. The yellow spring picture was cast out. Endless yellow spring water gushed out, turning into an army of yellow spring, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian stood in the formation and waved his hand. The formation was activated again. Two giant stone hands kept attacking, sweeping in all directions. The yellow spring picture was also sent flying. Mo Xiu's blood and qi were boiling. His face was filled with anger. Although he was surprised that Yu Quan was sent flying, he wasn't afraid because it was already considered good if Yu Quan could exert half of his strength. But what about him? He was at his peak. However, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. It was unbelievable. Wang. At this moment, Wan Jiani made his move. With a single slash, Zhao Yao reached the 9 heavens. It was Wan Jiani. He had made his move. That Taoist priest would definitely not be able to block it. This was what everyone thought. Even Yu Quan and Mo Xiu had the same thought. The gap between the two of them and Wan Jiani was huge. Wang. Within the array formation, 2 large stone palms slapped towards the huge sword. Then he grabbed the sword qi. What? He blocked it. He actually withstood Wan Jiani's attack. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Even Wan Jiani's expression changed. Who was this person? He looked so young. Could it be that he was a junior? But among the younger generation, was there anyone who could block his sword? If he wasn't, then he must be an old monster. He could accept an old monster, but if it was really a young man, he would never accept it even if he was beaten to death. He was such a proud man. Previously, he had fought Ancient Wind, a space element sage, to a standstill. This was enough to show how powerful he was. The surrounding people were screaming crazily. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Especially Qin Xianer, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others. They had fought Wan Jiani before. Naturally, they knew how terrifying he was. Wang. At this moment, within the array formation, the void suddenly split open. A figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Gu Feng. Heavens! He had actually used his space element mystique to come close to the opponent. This was great. No matter how strong the opponent was, he wouldn't be able to block a space element expert. Countless screams rang out. Even Wan Jiani and the others narrowed their eyes. They had to admit that the space element mystique was too powerful. He could directly kill his way in. Lin Xian was also shocked. Gu Feng? He didn't expect him to make a move. Moreover, he had come to his side. Gu Feng's expression was cold. All right, it was all over. He grabbed Lin Xian's head with one of his palms. Moreover, the surrounding void was instantly sealed. It was impossible for the opponent to escape. He couldn't even move his fingers. In this way, the opponent wouldn't be able to use this array formation. Just when everyone thought that Gu Feng would be able to capture the opponent, something strange happened again. At the critical moment, Lin Xian activated the void escape and disappeared instantly. Therefore, Gu Feng had grabbed nothing this time. Gu Feng was also stunned. Someone had actually managed to escape from his void imprisonment. This was the first time this had happened. Moreover, the way the opponent disappeared was too strange. It was as if the space had moved. You also know space element mystique? Gu Feng asked coldly. At this moment, many spatial cracks appeared on his body. It seemed that he was completely shocked and angry. When the surrounding people heard this, they screamed even more. Space element mystique. Could it be that this little Taoist was also a space element sage? Heavens, isn't this too unbelievable? Space element mystique was very rare. They didn't expect that other than Gu Feng, there would be another one here. Wang. Lin Xian appeared on the other side of the array formation. At this moment, several spatial cracks slashed towards him. At the same time, even more terrifying space element mystique descended. He could only activate the void escape to dodge. However, this time, Gu Feng screamed again. The void escape is my Gu clan's mystique. Who are you? Why did you return my Gu clan's mystique? He was really too shocked. Could it be that this person was from the Gu clan? That shouldn't be. He had never heard of it. Then, This person must have stolen the Gu clan's mystique. He absolutely wouldn't allow the Gu clan's mystique to be leaked. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. This Gufeng was very powerful. He had only used it twice and the other party had recognized it. He knew that he couldn't lose it anymore. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Who are you? Gufeng walked forward. The other few people also came forward to press on. Qin Xiener, Wan Jianyi, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and Gufeng. The 5 experts on the pilgrimage list had all come, aside from Chao Tiansheng, who was still watching the battle. These people were all going to attack. The surrounding people spat. With so many experts attacking together, even if the other party was a holy venerate, he probably wouldn't have an advantage. Immeasurable, heavenly venerate. Lin Xian pretended to be unfathomable and recited a Taoist name. In the next moment, he activated the array formation with all his strength. Boom! The space where the array formation was suddenly opened. Endless energy shattered the entire void. He did this to prevent these people from joining hands. Moreover, he did this to prevent Gufeng. This was because Gufeng's space element mystique was stronger than his. It was the purest monarch clan mystique. Only by completely shattering the void could he prevent the other party from approaching. Boom, boom. Wan Jianyi, Qin Xiener, and the other 3 were all blasted away by the array formation's energy. Gufeng used his space element mystique to get closer. However, he also retreated, his expression cold. Chapter 4086. He blocked it. The other party alone had actually blocked the attacks of 5 top-notch experts. It was unbelievable. Is he really a Saint Venerable? Or could it be that the other party's attainments in formations had already reached such a terrifying level? Damn it! Let's join hands. Mo Xiu roared. Wan Jianyi too. His expression was cold. I don't believe that you can withstand our attacks. Next, they were going to use their true trump card. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Stop. Wan Jianyi, Gufeng, and the others stopped and turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. The surrounding people also turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw Grandmaster Spirit Turtle and 3 minor saints walking towards them. What's going on? Why are these people here? Didn't they break the seal of the Dawnfall Peak? The surrounding people were puzzled. Wan Jianyi and the others also frowned. Yu Quan smiled and said, Elder, it's great that you're here. Help me take him down. I must get that divine pill. Lin Xian's face turned cold. The others' eyelids twitched. With a Saint Venerable here, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get it. However, the Saint Venerable of Great Desolate Mansion frowned and said, Yu Quan, calm down. Don't be rude to Grandmaster. What? Yu Quan was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. A Saint Venerable was calling a young man Grandmaster. This scene was really too strange. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he smiled. He knew what the other party was planning. It seemed like the other party had taken the bait. The Saint Venerable of Great Desolate Mansion was called Saint Venerable Huang Ming. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian put on a cold expression and nodded slightly. Saint Venerable Huang Ming was a little unhappy. The other party's attitude was too arrogant, but he didn't say anything, because this was a critical period. They needed a Grandmaster to help them break the seal of the Dawnfall Peak. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle also walked up and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? Which sect are you from? Immeasurable Heavenly Venerable. Lin Xian called out his Taoist name again. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle was confused. Which holy city was this Taoist name from? Why didn't he know? Lin Xian said, You wouldn't know where I came from even if I told you. Why don't you tell me what your goal is? What an arrogant person. The great Master Spirit Turtle was displeased as well. However, they really did need his help right now. So he could only swallow his anger and wait until he deciphered the Dawnfall Peak before settling the score with Chen Shi and letting Chen Shi know what reverence was. Fellow Taoist, are you here for the Dawnfall Peak? If that's the case, we can work together. You might be skilled in formations, but the Dawnfall Peak is very mysterious and difficult to conquer. It would take a very long time for one person to break the formation. If we join forces, we can break the formation in the shortest time possible. That's right. Fellow Taoist, let's work together. Don't you want to go in? Holy Sovereign Huang Ming also advised from the side. All right, I can work together with everyone. Lin Xian felt that it was about time and nodded. Really? This is great. Master Spirit Turtle, Sacred Highness Huang Ming, and the others smiled. Master, this way please. They respectfully invited Lin Xian away. Gu Feng, Wan Jiani, and the others wore cold expressions. Their elders and sacred highnesses had personally gone on a blind date. They could no longer do anything, let alone take revenge. Therefore, they could only endure it under the invitation of Master Spirit Turtle and the three sacred highnesses. Lin Xian came to the Dawnfall Peak. During this period, he had been recalling the information about the Dawnfall Peak's formation on the map. Soon, his lips curled into a smile. He believed that with his strength, he should be able to control it. What do you think, Master? Do you have any ideas? Sacred Highness Huang Ming asked. Lin Xian took a closer look. He already knew what to do, but he had to pretend to be very serious. After a while, he said, I do have an idea. Please tell us. These people were excited. Following this, Lin Xian told them his plan, as if he was giving advice. Of course, he didn't say what he was hiding. He was waiting to dig a hole for these people to jump into. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the crowd became extremely excited. The reason for that was because what Lin Xian said was true. Even Master Spirit Turtle kept praising him. There was such a way to crack the formation. God, why didn't he think of it before? He looked at Lin Xian and was more and more shocked. This person's attainments in formations were above his. Next, these people began to crack the formation. According to Lin Xian's plan, after about 3 days, the formation was cracked a little. These people became even more excited. After half a month, more and more of the formation was cracked. Finally, the first layer of the formation was cracked. That's great. When the formation was cracked, the surrounding people all cheered. Master Spirit Turtle and the three sacred highnesses also had smiles on their faces. In less than a month, they had cracked the first layer of the formation. This was much faster than they had imagined, because according to their original plan, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to crack the first layer. Now, the time had been shortened by too much. Next, it was time to crack the second layer. In other words, Lin Xian really began to dig a hole. Sure enough, after 3 days, these people frowned. In the next moment, they let out a scream. No, Master Spirit Turtle was the first to be alert and wanted to escape. However, he was still entangled by the formation. In an instant, he was pulled into the formation. The other three sacred highnesses were the same. They were trapped by the formation. Lin Xian naturally had no problem, but he also had to pretend to be trapped, because back then, there were 9 sacred highnesses in the first palace. Now, only 3 had come. There were still 6 who hadn't appeared. He didn't know if these people would come. Therefore, he had to pretend first to lure out the hidden sacred highnesses. Then, he would break into the formation. Damn it, how could it be like this? Sacred Highness Huang Ming roared crazily. Master Spirit Turtle's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lin Xian was setting them up. However, when he saw Lin Xian also enter the formation, he breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, "What's going on?" Lin Xian said, "I don't know. My deciphering should be correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to crack the first layer. Presumably, the second layer of the formation had many layers of traps. Don't panic. Let me crack it." The others didn't suspect anything. After all, the level of formation that Lin Xian had shown before had already shocked them. Therefore, they all pinned their hopes on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to crack the formation at all. Instead, he secretly activated the formation. Not long after, the three great sage highnesses screamed. They discovered that cracks had appeared on their bodies. Their blood flowed into the formation. Not good. This thing is sucking blood. Chapter 4087. Lin Xian also pretended to be pale. No, my blood is being sucked too. Damn it. These people struggled madly, but it was useless. They were firmly trapped. Elder. Below, the people of the holy city saw this scene and rushed up. Wan Jinni, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others frowned. Elder, what's going on? Are you all right? They were too worried. The saint quasi being trapped was a serious blow to them. Don't come over. This formation is too strange. You'll be trapped if you come over. Those holy venerables roared crazily. Wait, with our means, we should be able to break it. Buzz, buzz. Wan Jinni, Mo Xiu, and the others retreated and waited anxiously. They could only pin their hopes on the other party now. However, 2 days later, more powerful figures appeared in the void. They were holy venerables, other holy venerables. That's right, other holy venerables appeared one after another. Great, you're here. Hurry up and save us. White holy venerables exclaimed. The others also said quickly, hurry up and save us. For holy venerables came from the sky. They were shocked when they saw this scene. Are the holy venerables trapped? They didn't act rashly. Instead, they lingered nearby. They studied carefully. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save us. Huang Ming of the great desolate mansion roared. Why are you panicking? A holy venerables of the Thunder God City said, it's such a dangerous formation. We have to check it carefully. Damn it. These people understood that the other party didn't want to save them. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle and the three holy venerables looked gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that these holy venerables had their own schemes. Moreover, only 4 of them came. He didn't know if the other 2 were here. It seemed that he had to think of a way to attract them. He secretly tore open a part of the formation, allowing the thing inside to be released. Sure enough, when the aura and light came out of the formation, the 4 holy venerables were completely stunned. This aura? It must be something left by the Holy King. I must get it. In fact, even the last 2 sacred venerates who had been hiding had appeared. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed like everyone was here. Great Master Spirit Turtle and the others now had hope. With such a treasure, these people would definitely be able to crack the formation. Once the formation was broken, they would be rescued. Sure enough, after the 6 holy venerables discussed, they joined hands and said, everyone, please calm down. We will break the formation now. The 6 of them joined forces and attacked nonstop. Although these sacred venerates were not specialized array masters, they had lived for thousands of years. Furthermore, he was knowledgeable and had a certain level of attainment in formations. Moreover, their strength was great. Part of them relied on formations to break through, while the other part relied on brute force to break through. Their might was truly terrifying. However, they still underestimated this formation. When they approached the array formation and were about to completely break it, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The 6 holy venerates were also pulled into the formation and screamed crazily. What's going on? In the distance, Wan Jinni, Qin Xianer, and the others also turned pale when they saw this scene. There was no need to even mention the saints around him. This array formation was too strange. They all distanced themselves from it. After the 6 holy venerates entered, they struggled crazily and roared, trying to break free. However, they were suppressed by a force. Otherwise, They felt cracks appear on their bodies. The holy blood in their bodies was being sucked out and absorbed into the array formation. Damn it, the array formation can suck blood. Damn it, could this be the 3,000 blood soul array? Finally, Great Master Spirit Turtle screamed in horror. He had been very suspicious before, but now that he saw this scene, he was once again certain. The other holy venerates also screamed crazily when they heard this. The 3,000 blood soul array. Then won't we be sucked dry? They were all crazy. Great Master, quickly think of a way. They all looked at Great Master Spirit Turtle. Great Master Spirit Turtle shook his head. I don't know how to break this array formation. What? Those holy venerates were in despair. However, at this moment, Great Master Spirit Turtle looked at Lin Xian. Fellow Taoist, you must have a way. Holy Venerate 100, Holy Venerate Huangming, and the others also came over. You must help us. The others instantly understood that Lin Xian was an expert in formations. So they immediately said, as long as Great Master can save us, I will definitely get whatever you want. Yes, I will give Great Master a Sun Class holy artifact. You only have one, but I will give you two. Great Master, please help us. Great Master, if you can break the array formation, I will give you half of the things inside. Those holy venerates gritted their teeth. They had started to give him all kinds of benefits. As long as he could break the array formation, they would no longer need him. Therefore, the benefits that they were giving now were all fake. After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled. It's not that I can't, but why should I help you? Because of these things? Sorry, I'm not interested. What's going on? Those holy venerates were stunned. Great Master Spirit Turtle also said, Fellow Taoist, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if you don't like these things, you have to break the array formation. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Lin Xian laughed out loud when he heard this. My life is in danger? Are you retarded? Who told you that my life is in danger? As he spoke, he stepped out of the formation with a single step. His originally pale complexion also became rosy. How is that possible? The 9 holy venerables were all stunned. The other party was actually completely fine. Furthermore, the other party had actually left the formation in an instant. Great Master, save me. Those people screamed crazily. Great Master Spirit Turtle's pupils constricted. Damn it, this is your trap. You want to trick us? He finally found the key to the problem. Previously, the other party's face was pale, and he was trapped in fear. It was obvious that he was lying to them. That's right. It seems that you are not that stupid. He looked at the 9 holy venerates again and said, As for you, don't expect us to save you. The formation required an extremely strong amount of blood energy to be broken. Your sacred blood is very suitable. What? Was this person targeting them from the very beginning? The expressions of the 9 sacred venerates turned extremely ugly. The other party's target was them. No matter what benefits they promised him, it was useless. Damn brat, who exactly are you? Why did you set us up? Those holy venerates gritted their teeth and asked. Lin Xian smiled. Who am I? I'm afraid you won't be able to figure it out in your lifetime. As for why I set you up, it's very simple. It's because I don't like you. Are you satisfied with this reason? Brat, don't let us out or we'll tear you to pieces. Yes, I'll skin you alive and pull out your bones so that you can never be reincarnated. Holy Venerate Huang Ming roared crazily. Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Xian strolled leisurely in the array formation. He came in front of Holy Venerate Huang Ming. Were you threatening me just now? After saying that, he kicked Holy Venerate Huang Ming's face. Bang! A low sound was heard. That kick was very painful. Holy Venerate Huang Ming and Holy Venerate Huang Ming's heads kept shaking from the kick. The surrounding people were stunned. What is he doing? He's stepping on another holy venerate's face. Chapter 4088. All of them were stunned. This was unimaginable. Holy Sovereign Huang Ming was stunned as well, but he quickly regained his senses and screamed crazily, "Damn brat! How dare you touch me? So what? Yours truly will kick you to death." Lin Xian snorted and kicked out again. Bam, 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 bam. Huang Ming's head shook like a rattle drum. His face was full of shoe prints. These attacks couldn't hurt him. He was a saint sovereign, and his defense was super strong. However, these attacks were driving him crazy. This wasn't just slapping his face. This was trampling on his face. He was a saint sovereign. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Damn brat, I'm going to... Before he could finish his words, another kick came flying at him. Lin Xian pressed down hard on the man's face a few times and stuffed his mouth shut. "What can you do to me? You're a prisoner now. You'd better say something nice. Beg yours truly or I'll kill you." The surrounding holy venerables were also stunned. Heavens, what kind of person is this? He's too arrogant. Is he not afraid of them coming out to seek revenge? However, no one dared to threaten him anymore. After all, they didn't want their faces to be trampled on. "Damn it, Yu Quan, come and kill him for me." The saint sovereign of the great desolate mansion roared. Yu Quan rushed over when he saw this. He wasn't the only one. Wan Jianni, Mo Xiao, and the others flew over as well. "Elder, you want to save me? Do you want to come over?" Lin Xian turned around and sneered. "If you don't want to be trapped in the array, come over." The moment these words came out, all of them stopped. Their faces turned ugly. That's right. This array could trap even saint sovereigns, let alone them. "Old man, do you think it's possible to ask for help?" Lin Xian slapped Holy Venerable Huang Ming across the face, causing his face to turn red. With a bang, the lower half of his body exploded. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Don't worry, this is just the beginning." Lin Xian secretly controlled the formation to absorb all the sacred blood. He stepped on Saint Huang Ming's head with one foot and looked at the surrounding saint sovereigns. "Tell me, what do you plan to use to please me?" Hearing that, the other holy venerates nearly went crazy. Holy Sage Huang Ming was even more furious. Was this guy treating him like a block of wood? Damn it! He gritted his teeth and wanted to roar, but Lin Xian kicked him in the face and shut him up. At the same time, he sat down on the other party's head. "You can be a stool for now." Then he looked to these people. "If you all do not wish to end up like him, obediently hand over the treasures on your body. Also, I want each of you to recite your cultivation experiences to me, especially your comprehension of the great Tao. If there was even a little bit less or a little bit more wrong, I can guarantee that your end would be even worse than his." The 8 holy venerates nearly went crazy. Was this robbing them? No one had ever dared to do such a thing. Not only did the other party have designs on their treasures, they even wanted their comprehension of the great Tao. It was something that they had comprehended after thousands of years of experience and countless battles. It was extremely precious. They could not even bear to give such precious comprehension to their own disciples. But now they wanted to give it to this detestable little Taoist in front of them. "What? You're not willing?" Lin Xian slapped the face of the holy venerate beside him. The holy venerate beside him was Holy Venerate White. His face turned red from the slap, and the imprint of 5 palms appeared on his face. Holy Venerate White spat out a mouthful of blood. "Arg, I'll fight it out with you." He wanted to channel his strength and attack crazily. However, the formation had locked them down firmly. Not to mention counterattacking, they were also bleeding, so there was no way they could fight back. Lin Xian stepped on the other party's face. "Old thing, it seems like you're doubting yours truly's words. Since that's the case, I'll let you enjoy this treatment." Lin Xian hated the holy venerate of the great desolate mansion the most now. The other party had already been tortured to the point of exploding. Next was Holy Venerate White. He wanted to take advantage of his seniority to attack Lin Xian with his powerful strength. If Lin Xian did not take out the unparalleled token and summon the unparalleled Sage King's Phantom, Lin Xian would be in danger. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, how could he show mercy? Lin Xian used his hands and feet to slap the other party's face. Soon, blood flowed everywhere. It was a miserable sight. Next was the Holy Venerate of the Thunder God City and the Thousand Demon City. In short, the elders of the Holy City who had chased after Lin Xian were all tortured. It was worse than killing them. Outside the formation, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu Wanjiani, and the others were about to go crazy. This was a high and mighty Holy Venerate who was revered by tens of thousands of people. Now he was being tortured to a pulp. Of course, such attacks could not cause any physical harm to these Holy Venerates. However, their faces were damaged, and their souls were damaged. That was a critical hit. For such a big shot, such torture was worse than death. "I'll talk." "Don't do it." The remaining few Holy Venerates said hurriedly, "We're willing to hand over all our treasures, and we're willing to share our insights. Please stop. Don't torture us." "Very good. It seems that the attack from before was very effective. Listen carefully." Lin Xian sat on Holy Venerate Huang Ming's head again and began to listen. Those Holy Venerates had no choice but to share their comprehensions of the Great Tao. Lin Xian listened carefully, not letting go of any detail. This kind of thing was too precious. It was comprehended through countless battles. If he could obtain it, it would allow him to take fewer detours in his comprehension of the Great Tao. After listening to the Great Tao comprehensions of the three Holy Venerates, Lin Xian took a deep breath. Some of the things that he did not understand in the past were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the Great Tao could be walked in this way. As expected of a Holy Venerate, his understanding of the Great Tao was much stronger than theirs. "All right, you guys." Lin Xian looked at Holy Venerate by the Holy Venerates of the Thousand Sword Pavilion and the others. Those Holy Venerates gritted their teeth. At first, they wanted to fish in troubled waters or make up some nonsense. However, they underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Lin Xian's comprehension of the Great Tao was very deep to begin with. In addition, he had listened to a few Holy Venerates before, so he quickly realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he gave them another round of slaps. These people felt like dying. After that, they did not dare to be rash anymore. "All right, Great Master Spirit Turtle, it's your turn. Tell me about your array formation." Great Master Spirit Turtle's attainments in array formations were indeed very strong, so he wanted to hear about it. The Spirit Turtle Master had no choice but to share his understanding of formations with Lin Xian. Lin Xian then compared his understanding of formations with his own. He silently increased the strength of the array formation. After a round, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged to absorb and digest the knowledge. However, the bodies of those Holy Venerates kept trembling. During this period, they felt that a portion of their holy blood was being sucked away. They had all become weak. If this continued, they would be sucked dry. However, no one dared to say anything. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes again. "Very good. Are you done with your Great Tao comprehensions? Start handing over the treasures." Chapter 4089. They were all sacred venerables. They had treasures on them. Now that there was a chance, how could Lin Xian let it go? However, he did not want the sacred artifact. These sacred venerables had powerful souls, and the sacred artifact had been with them for thousands of years. It was much more difficult to erase the soul imprint on it. He did not have the time now. Therefore, his target was all kinds of heavenly treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous cultivation techniques. There was no other way. These sacred venerables were meat on the chopping block. they had even handed over their great Tao comprehension, so it was impossible for them to resist. Therefore, Lin Xian plundered a lot of good things from them. These sacred venerables were in so much pain that tears flowed out. In the distance, one, Jinny, Mo Xiu, and the others saw this scene, and their eyes almost popped out. Compared to the sacred venerables, their wealth was still a little lacking. Now, the other party had robbed the 9th great sage's treasure. This was a shocking amount of wealth. However, they could only be jealous and did not dare to make a move. With this formation, the other party was simply an invincible existence. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Where did he come from? Why had they never heard of him before? These people's eyes flickered as they began to think. Even the sacred venerables were gnashing their teeth. Among them, great master spirit Turtle thought of a person. Could it be that kid? What shocked him in terms of formations was that he had met a person before, and that was Lin Xian. However, it was impossible. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not be that strong. He dared to rob the 9th great sage. He shook his head and suppressed this thought because he really could not accept it. Lin Xian had obtained a heart from the 1,000 demon city's sacred venerables. It was a powerful heart with vigorous vitality. Lin Xian guessed that it should be the heart of a sacred venerate. It contained powerful energy. If he continued to absorb it, he could increase his vitality and strengthen his physique, although it was surrounded by demonic qi. And he might not be able to use it. He could leave it for the dark red divine dragon or the north demon. Thinking of this, he put it away with satisfaction. Then he received another treasure from the sacred venerate in the Thunder God city. It was a bronze cauldron with some liquid inside. It was lightning spirit liquid. It was a very precious lightning Tao treasure. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. When it was the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's turn, he was so happy that he almost jumped up in excitement. That was because he had obtained the cultivation method of the 10,000 swords returned to origin from this holy venerate. No, I can't give this to you. One Jiang's holy venerables screamed crazily. If you want to cultivate, you will be chased to the 9th heaven and 10th earth. Shut up. Lin Xian kicked him in the face. The face of the Myriad Swords Pavilion's saint was covered with shoe prints. The saint screamed crazily. You will regret it if you touch this thing. This was the peerless secret technique of their sword pavilion. So how could it possibly be leaked out? Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for bringing that thing with you. Otherwise, how could I have possibly obtained it? After Lin Xian took it, a cold smile appeared on his face. Great. He had already seen many 10,000 swords return to origin. Previously, he had seen the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Sword Dawn, and then 10,000 swords. Every single one of them displayed extremely powerful strength. This 10,000 swords return to origin made him very excited. He knew that it was very difficult to obtain such a secret technique, but he did not expect to obtain it now. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's holy venerables wanted to die. How could he have known that he would be trapped? One had to know that he was a holy venerable, so he was very powerful. Who would dare to set up a trap to trap him? Even if he was trapped, would he dare to learn the 10,000 swords return to origin? Once he learned it, he would be hunted down by the entire 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Lin Xian did not care at all. If he did not learn it, would these people not kill him? What a joke. Only by constantly increasing one's strength could one survive in such a chaotic world. Therefore, he took the 10,000 swords returned to origin without hesitation. Then he looked at Great Master Spirit Turtle. It's your turn. What are you going to give me in exchange? If it's not good, don't blame me for being rude. Indeed, those 9 people were holy venerables, but Great Master Spirit Turtle was only one. He was a middle minor saint. So the treasures in his hands were definitely not as good as those holy venerables. Great Master Spirit Turtle's scalp went numb. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, I have an ancient scroll. There is a formation recorded on it that will definitely satisfy you. Oh, Lin Xian took out a scroll from the other party's storage ring. It was indeed very ancient. After opening it, his eyes lit up. Heaven-breaking formation Tao. This was a type of formation. Furthermore, it was a type of offensive formation. With its tyrannical might, it could break through other formations. No wonder Great Master Spirit Turtle was so powerful that he dared to come to such a dangerous place like the Moon Mirror Lake alone. And he even succeeded. It turned out that he was using the heaven-breaking formation Tao. This was also an incredible treasure. If he went to other places after cultivating it, the speed and efficiency of breaking the array formations would be much faster. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Very good. This was a great harvest. He had obtained all kinds of treasures, and they were all top-notch ones. Among them, the ones that made him the happiest were the sect-returning swords and the heaven-breaking formation Tao. As for the other treasures, he could cultivate them or give them to Morong Qingcheng, the dark red divine dragon. And the others. Damn brat, we've given you everything. Can you let us go now? Great Master Huang Ming gritted his teeth and said. The others also asked one after another. Lin Xian said, I can let you go, but not now. Once the formation has sucked enough of your blood, I'll let you go. What? Hearing this, these people went crazy. Damn brat, you went back on your words. Damn it, I'll never forgive you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How did I go back on my words? I said, hand over the treasures and I won't torture you. But when did I say I'll let you go? Moreover, I didn't say I won't let you go. It's just that we didn't agree on the time. I didn't say I'll let you go immediately. Those holy venerables were so angry that they vomited blood and roared. In the end, they were slapped a few more times. The other holy venerables also became obedient. They could only grit their teeth. Damn it, don't let us out, or you'll be dead. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with them. During this period of time, he had been torturing these holy venerables every day. It was very satisfying, and the resentment in his heart had also been vented. Moreover, these holy venerables had coarse skin and thick flesh. Their defense was very strong. They had even beaten his arm until it was numb, so he couldn't be bothered to torture them. It was better to study the great Tao insights and various treasures that he had obtained to improve himself. As for the revenge of these holy venerables, what a joke. He wasn't afraid here. The formations here could all be used by him. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Lin Xian came to the side, sat down cross-legged, and took a deep breath. He first took out the crimson pill and swallowed it. This was a pill that could strengthen one's soul. It was very precious and rare. Chapter 4090. After swallowing it, Lin Xian felt that his soul was nourished. He completely absorbed the medicinal power. 5 days later, he opened his eyes. It was indeed a good thing. He felt that his soul was stronger than before. This way, the power of his eye technique would also increase. Lin Xian's soul was originally very strong. In the past, his eye technique was equivalent to a late small saint. Now, it was close to that of a holy venerable. This had become one of his trump cards. Next, he relied on his strong soul to multitask. He even created several clones and began to cultivate and organize different things. Some clones comprehended the great Tao law, while others read the Return to Origin scrolls. Some disappeared directly. In fact, they entered the Great Sage Pagoda to deal with some things, such as the Heavenly Dipper Sword. Previously, Lin Xian had obtained a set of battle swords from the Golden Crow clan's 6th prince. He didn't have time to refine it. Now he had to deal with it properly. If this battle sword was combined with his sword technique, it would be extremely powerful. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw Lin Xian creating many clones to do different things. At first, they were disdainful. What a joke. This would definitely cause chi deviation. People like Wan Jinny could create clones, but very few people did so. That was because at this level, cultivation was truly too difficult. Who didn't give it their all? However, Lin Xian could create clones. If he scattered his energy like this, he was destined to achieve nothing. They didn't know that Lin Xian's soul was far stronger than theirs. That was why they dared to do so. Time passed slowly. Wan Jinny and the others didn't dare to approach. However, the 9 great sage lords and the spirit turtle grandmaster screamed every day. They became more and more terrified towards the end. Almost half of their blood had been taken away. At this moment, their bodies were withered, and their faces were pale. They looked like mummies. If this continued, they would really die. After another half a month, only 1/5 of their blood was left in their bodies. These people were completely terrified. They started to beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He focused on his own things. Finally, one day, with a boom, the entire formation shattered like a mirror, emitting cracking sounds. What's going on? What happened? Wan Jinny, Mo Xiu, and the others were extremely anxious. Every day, they would be observing the elders' condition. The changes that happened in the past day made them even more nervous. Gu Feng said, "The formation seemed to have been activated." "What? Really?" Wan Jinny, Mo Xiuquan, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Had their elders been saved? Lin Xian also opened his eyes and recalled his clones. His eyes flickered. Had it finally opened? To be honest, he was also a little excited, because Dawnfall Peak really did have a guarantee. The Great Sage and the Great Master Spirit Turtle were originally in despair, but the activation of the formation gave them hope once more. Great, they were finally reborn. What about that little Taoist? They wanted to tear him to shreds. Following the destruction of the spirit formation, the bodies of those people began to loosen. Then they finally rushed out. Furious roars resounded throughout the world as they emitted terrifying killing intent. "Die, brat." At the same time, a cold voice sounded. "Disciples of the holy city, listen up. Kill this little Taoist, and you will be heavily rewarded. Kill." Those people in the distance, upon receiving the order, all of their eyes turned red as they quickly charged over. The terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. One by one, figures dashed toward Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian stood there, but he didn't care at all. "Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wishes." He raised his hand and slapped forward. He had the 9-yang divine body, but in order to hide his identity, he didn't let the golden light shine. However, this didn't mean that his strength had weakened. The saints at the front were instantly sent flying. Some of them directly exploded, while others had half of their bodies shattered. All kinds of screams sounded. Lin Xian was like slapping flies, instantly sending dozens of figures flying. The people behind him also stopped and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Step back. Wan Jinny and the others rushed forward. "Die, brat." Without the formation, let's see how you can still be arrogant. They gritted their teeth. As soon as Wan Jinny attacked, the terrifying sword energy lit up the sky. Mo Xiu and the others also attacked. The Yellow Springs diagram and various divine abilities were used. Who said that I don't have the formation? Countless formations lit up under her feet, blocking all the attacks. "Damn it, let me do it." The 9 great sage in the sky roared crazily. "We have to deal with this brat personally." Wan Jinny and the others retreated, and the 9 great sage rushed forward. They were really angry. How much torture had they suffered these days? They wanted to return it 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times. "Old things, do you want to be trapped?" Lin Xian stomped his foot again, and the broken formation shone brightly once more. There seemed to be endless chains rushing over. When the 9 holy venerables saw this scene, they were so frightened that they screamed crazily and fled like dogs. Ha ha! Lin Xian laughed out loud. How dare you call yourselves holy venerates with such cowardice? How laughable! His body passed through the formation and entered the Dawnfall Peak. Damn it! Damn it! The 9 great sage's face turned green. The formation was broken. Just now, the other party was just using a trick to scare them. Let's go. We can't let that brat succeed. The 9 great sage rushed in. Great Master Spirit Turtle's face was cold. He also moved quickly. The heaven-breaking formation, Tao must not be leaked. Previously, he handed it over to save his life. Now that he was free, he wanted to take back the treasure. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion Saint, the Thunder God City Saint, and the others all wanted to capture the other party and take back the treasure. Let's go to the back. Wan Jinny and the others also rushed in. After spending so much effort to break the Dawnfall Peak, there must be something inside. These people also rushed in. After entering, they found that there was an independent space inside. This green mountain world was too magical. There was actually a world within a world. This place was even more extraordinary. They could feel the aura of treasures. Look, what's that? Heavens, that's an immortal palace. Someone screamed. He saw that not far away, there were immortal palaces that fell heavily, as if they were the 9 heavens. Is that the Divine Medicine Institute? Someone else exclaimed. They found that on the other side, there was a spiritual herb garden. Each spiritual herb was tens of thousands of years old. The multicolored light and great Tao above were too terrifying, making one's heart flutter. What's that? Elixir Pavilion? There were countless medicinal pills floating in the air. Yu Quan looked to the other side, and his heart trembled. Wan Jinny stared. At a pagoda, there were countless swords circling inside. Chapter 4091. A peerless divine sword. His hands were trembling. As a swordsman, how could he not be moved when he saw such a treasured sword? For a moment, everyone seemed to have discovered an incredible treasure. Even the 9 Saint Venerables and the Spirit Turtle Grandmaster stopped chasing. Instead, they stood in the void, their eyes filled with a fiery red color. Heavens! Is that the Thunder God's battle robe? The sacred venerate of Thunder God City found a battle robe in front of him. The aura of thunder on it made him so happy that he almost fainted. The people of Demon City were the first to scream. The true dragon divine medicine. I see the true dragon divine medicine. These sacred venerates also went crazy. Lin Xian also stopped. He was the first to enter, so he was also the first to discover it. However, what he saw was a throne. It floated above the 9 heavens and emitted endless light. It was as if sitting on it could surpass all the worlds in the universe. He was too tempted. It was as if the great emperor realm that he dreamed of could be realized as long as he sat on this throne. He even couldn't help but want to walk forward. However, before he could take a few steps, the people behind him rushed in. Those screams and roars made him stop in his tracks. Lin Xian turned his head and looked behind him. He saw countless people. Their eyes were red, and they were all infatuated. He frowned. He felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong with it? He couldn't tell. He observed carefully. Suddenly, his pupils shrank to the size of needles because he found that some people were obviously looking in one direction. However, the roars were all different. For example, in the east, some people saw a spiritual herb garden, while others saw a pagoda. Some people even saw a pill furnace. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around. In the next moment, he found that the scene he saw became hazy. It was like a light smoke that would dissipate at any time. What was going on? It wasn't enough. Lin Xian crazily operated his soul and activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying golden light burst out from his eyes. It was as if a pair of divine eyes could pierce through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, he discovered that the emperor's throne hanging above the 9 heavens had disappeared. It drifted away like green smoke, leaving nothing behind. The surrounding spirit herb gardens and pagodas had all disappeared. Fantasy. Was this all just a fantasy? Lin Xian took 2 steps back, cold sweat trickling down his back. It was too dangerous. He had been deceived just now. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, and he was agitated, he would have fallen into the trap of the illusion. He would never be able to escape in this lifetime. Who was this? Set it up? Was it the Qingshan Saint King? As expected of the Sage King, his means were too terrifying. Even the Lord of the 9th Great Sage could not find any flaws. It was only because he possessed the heavenly secret god eyes that he was able to see through everything. At this moment, those people roared, "Charge! Hurry up and grab it!" They rushed in all directions. "This is the spirit herb garden that I have my eyes on," someone roared, unleashing a terrifying thunder that covered the entire area. "What spirit herb garden? This is an elixir pavilion. Are you trying to snatch my elixir pills?" On the other side, terrifying demonic beasts rushed over, not retreating at all. These people's eyes were all red. Even one Jinny rushed towards the pagoda that hid the countless divine swords. Gu Feng was also heading towards the same target. "Scram! You are not a swordsman. What are you doing here?" Wan Jinny instantly unleashed countless sword chi, cutting off the other party's path. However, Gu Feng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. What swordsman? This is clearly an astral pagoda that contains the secrets of the universe. It is very helpful to spatial experts like me. Are you trying to stop me? The 2 of them did not agree and started fighting. It was not just the ordinary sages. The geniuses on the sage ranking also entered the illusion. They did not know at all. They just fought crazily. It was not just them. The Holy Venerate's eyes also burst out with a terrifying light. Scram! All of you! A pair of thunder wings appeared on the back of the thunder god, Holy Venerate. They covered the sky and the sun. As they flapped gently, endless lightning illuminated the 9 heavens. Wherever they passed, those who were close to them were all sent flying. Although these holy venerates only had 1/5 of their sacred blood left, and their strength was greatly reduced, they were still holy venerates. No matter how weak they were not people that others could fight against. The surrounding sages all retreated. They could not stop them. However, the other holy venerates also made their move. Endless purple light appeared on Holy Venerate White's body. He transformed into a purple palace. It was like an immortal palace, and he charged over. Scram, do you think that I have my eyes on the lightning treasure? What lightning treasure? It is obviously more useful to me. These holy venerates also went crazy and started killing. In an instant, a huge battle broke out. No one was spared. Even the great master spirit turtle charged in a certain direction like a madman. Qin Xiener, who usually charmed everyone, was also doing the same now. However, her eyes were also red. She was searching for the treasure. The only one who was still normal was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the crazy battle around him. His body was trembling. Isn't it too terrifying? This was the illusion set up by the Green Mountain Sage King. It made the people who entered fight crazily. In the end, these people didn't get anything. Moreover, they would kill each other and die together. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret divine eye and saw through all of this. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he was sober, but the others were all crazy. Finally, someone came to his side. Little Daoist Scram. Are you trying to snatch my things? Mo Xiu had an endless army of skeletons above, and below him. It was very terrifying. Kill. The Yellow Springs diagram rotated and turned into a Yellow Springs python that charged over. At the same time, the million-strong army of skeletons roared crazily. The sky trembled, and the earth shattered. This terrifying Abijna drowned Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram. The power in his body erupted and swept out. With one sword, iron chains crossed the river. With him as the center, it spread in all directions. The army of skeletons was directly cut in half when they encountered such a terrifying sword wave. They scattered on the ground. At this moment, the Yellow Springs diagram that had turned into a golden python had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. It wrapped around him in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian felt as if his blood and qi were roiling under the immense killing force. Go to hell. Without the formation, you're nothing. Mo Xiu laughed sinisterly. At this moment, he was like the god of death from the netherworld. Boom. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to kill me with this little attack? What a joke. So, what if he didn't have the formation? He was now on the pilgrim list. Yuquan was defeated by him. He was also not afraid of Mo Xiu. Open! His body swept out. The Yellow Springs python's body kept twisting and then exploded. Endless Yellow Springs water scattered in all directions. Those who touched it screamed crazily. Their bodies quickly decomposed and melted. Lin Xian stepped on the ground. You can actually block my Yellow Springs diagram. However, don't think of snatching my treasure. What treasure? Lin Xian's face was cold. He realized that although he was sober, these people were crazy. Chapter 4092. Do you really think you can block my Yellow Spring? Let me show you what the real Yellow Spring is. At this moment, Mo Xiu attacked with all his strength. He was wearing the Yellow Spring scroll and holding the Devil Trident in his hand. He looked like a death god from hell, extremely powerful. The Yellow Spring sea was filled with a nauseating smell. The shattered skeletal army came back to life and quickly regrouped. The million skeletal army formed a terrifying skeletal creature. A total of 5 bone creatures were formed. They rushed over together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The energy in his body burst out like an ocean, shaking the entire world. Boom! With a single slap, it was like 100,000 mountains, sending the surrounding sages flying. Heavens, this little Taoist is too strong. Their red eyes were filled with fear. Previously, they only knew that the other party's array was powerful, but now, it seemed that it wasn't just an array. The other party's strength was also top-notch. Lin Xian and Mo Xiu fought fiercely. The two were evenly matched. They fought from the east to the west, south to the north. At this moment, a roar was heard. Little Taoist, you want to snatch my divine sword? Go to hell. It turned out that they were fighting near the myriad sword intent. Wan Jinny thought that the other party was here to snatch the treasure, so he attacked instantly. Terrifying sword qi illuminated the sky. He kept attacking Lin Xian and Mo Xiu. The two could only defend quickly. Mo Xiu's Yellow Spring scroll swallowed the sword qi. Lin Xian's body swayed, dodging the sword qi. Those that couldn't dodge were sent flying by his fists. One had to admit that Wan Jinny was too strong. He was much stronger than Yuquan. He was a late minor saint. Lin Xian's entire arm went numb after he was sent flying. It seemed that even though they were all on the pilgrim roll, there was still a huge gap between each member. Buzz. At this moment, Gufeng suddenly appeared behind Lin Xian and pointed at him. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. Not good. This Gufeng is here too. He also attacked me. He instantly activated the void escape and disappeared into the void. However, Ancient Wind also disappeared. When he reappeared, he was still stuck to Lin Xian. You won't be able to escape. I know my Gu clan's abilities better than you do. Gu Feng was similarly powerful, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Fortunately, Wan Jianyi was holding back Gu Feng, preventing him from using his full power. Otherwise, Lin Xian would really be in danger. However, even with that being the case, he was still pulled into the vortex. A chaotic battle broke out between the four of them. Every strike was extremely terrifying. If one was slightly weaker, they would have died under this mystique. Humph! Lin Xian was also enraged. He was still a little Taoist, so there were some methods that he couldn't use. However, he would not sit still and wait for death. His soul had gone through a baptism and become stronger, so it was suitable for him to use eye techniques at this moment. In his eyes, a terrifying light blade flew out. It was a soul attack. In an instant, Wan Jianyi, Gu Feng, and the rest felt the impact. They clutched their heads and screamed. Lin Xian took the opportunity to pull away. His face was cold. To be honest, he didn't want to use his soul mystique because he was afraid that it would wake these people up. However, it seemed that he was worrying too much. Those people's faces were distorted. You dare to use a soul attack on me? Damn it! I didn't expect you to have such a method. They were not prepared previously and suffered a huge loss. Even Gu Feng's expression was ugly. He knew spatial mystique, but the soul attack still injured him. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Kid, I held back previously, so don't blame me for not being polite now. These three people were filled with monstrous killing intent. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that his soul attack couldn't wake these people up in the dream. Wasn't this dream too terrifying? The three of them attacked crazily. Lin Xian activated the void escape and kept dodging. At the same time, his soul attack also swept out crazily. A great battle broke out, and it was soul-stirring. Many of the people in the surroundings turned their heads and were stunned when they saw this scene. Heavens, was that little Taoist so strong? Get lost! At this moment, an even more terrifying sword light rushed over. It turned out to be the sword Venerable from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. His sword chi was even more terrifying than Wan Jianyi's. Gu Feng's pupils shrank, and he instantly activated his spatial mystique to escape. Wan Jianyi used the 10,000 Swords convergence to dodge. The demonic cultivator also used the underworld map to quickly retreat. Lin Xian saw this scene and also dodged crazily. However, the saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had his eyes on him and chased after him crazily. Lin Xian's face was cold. Damn old thing. He quickly searched for information on the map in his mind. Humph. He rushed in a certain direction. Kid, you can't escape. I will tear you into pieces. Lin Xian didn't say a word. He used his speed to the extreme and arrived at that place. He stomped the ground, and the array around him was reactivated, blocking the saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The saint roared crazily and counterattacked. However, he couldn't open the array at all. At the same time, the other saint charged over. It was a crazy battle. Gradually, someone was injured. Someone died, and blood dyed the 9th level red. Heaven and earth sank. Those people had completely gone crazy. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. He searched for information on the map and used the array to escape underground and quickly left. He walked in another direction, which was the direction of the 9th heaven. There were endless palaces there, like immortal palaces. He rushed to that place and climbed up. When the people outside saw this scene, they shouted crazily, "Kill him!" The saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in the Demon City rushed over. "Damn kid! How dare you? Get down! This is not a place where you can touch." These Saint Venerables had all gone crazy. Many of them rushed over. They fought and attacked Lin Xian at the same time. Lin Xian's face was cold. He climbed up to the ninth heaven and directly pushed open the door of the ninth heaven. With a boom, a desolate aura flowed out and blew on Lin Xian's body, making a thunderous sound. Damn it! The eyes of those saint venerables turned red, and they attacked without caring about anything. They wanted to ascend to the ninth heaven. At this moment, a sigh was heard from the ninth heaven. What's the point of fighting in my dream? Boom, boom, boom. As the wind and clouds changed, the surrounding saint venerables were all sent flying. As for the other saints, they all retreated and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with horror. Who was it? Who was it? Could it be the Green Mountain Saint King? They were bewildered. Lin Xian was also surprised. He could come here because of the information on the map. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect it to cause such a change. In the next moment, he saw a hazy figure floating out of the palace of the ninth heaven. This person was abnormally hazy, as if he was illuminated by green smoke. However, when he saw that face, Lin Xian's body trembled. That face was so familiar. Where had he seen it before? Chapter 40-93. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. This face was too similar to the young master of the Green Mountain clan. However, this was the face of a mature man, while the young master was only an 8 or 9-year-old child. However, the two of them looked exactly the same. Then he thought of the map that the young master had given him, which allowed him to be like a fish in water here. Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly in pain. Could there be a connection between the two? He thought of a possibility. What shocked him even more was the other party's other words. What did he mean by fighting in his dream? Was this the other party's dream? He was not sure, and neither were the people around him. They exclaimed. The ninth great sage was also facing a great enemy. Was this the Green Mountain Sacred King? He was just a remnant soul. There was nothing to fear. Sigh. The Green Mountain Sacred King sighed. He did not make a move. Instead, he said faintly, an eternal dream had finally come to naught. As his voice fell, the surrounding spiritual herb gardens, pill pavilions, divine swords, and all kinds of treasures shattered and disappeared. The people around him screamed, crazily, "My treasure! My treasured sword!" These people had all gone crazy. They rushed into the distance. In the end, they only caught a wisp of green smoke. One by one, they screamed at the sky and vomited blood. The ninth great sage also vomited blood nonstop. His face was filled with fear. Dream. They had been in an illusion all this time. Could this really be the other party's dream? Was this the power of a sacred king? The difference was too great. They fought desperately, but in the end, they were only in the other party's dream. No, I can't accept this. Sacred King Huangming screamed. The Sacred King of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was the same. His eyes were filled with killing intent. So what if it was a dream? That little Taoist priest had to be killed. A sword soared into the air. It was extremely domineering. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. This sword was too powerful. It was simply a fatal blow. At this moment, the Green Mountain Sacred King made his move. With a light slap, he shattered the sword. Then, he grabbed the Saint of the Myriad Swords Pavilion with a forceful grab. The Sacred King's body tensed up. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was too powerful. He could not even block a single move. It's impossible. It must be because I lost too much blood. Yes, he was just a remnant soul. The sacred venerate of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared. The other sacred venerates were also drooling. The Qingshan Sacred King's phantom said, "You're not welcome in my dream." After saying those words, he waved his hand and tossed the other party away. The void cracked open and swallowed the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's Saint Venerable. The screams of the holy venerable disappeared. The other sacred venerables also felt their scalps go numb. You're not welcome in my dream either. Right after Shao Chen spoke, he tossed out the 8 holy venerates. The incomparably terrifying holy venerables, supreme existences, were as insignificant as ants before this illusion. They instantly disappeared without a trace. Then the phantom of the sage king slowly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there was no threat from the sacred master, he still felt very strange. Was this a dream, or was it real? The surrounding people were also stunned. They realized that many of the treasures in their eyes had disappeared, but the 9 heavens in front of them had not disappeared. At this moment, Lin Xian was standing in the 9 heavens. Damn it! Kill that kid! Many people roared. Kill! Those people quickly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He turned around and entered the palace in front of him. Then the palace's gates slowly closed. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone's attacks hit the 9 heavens, causing a deafening explosion. However, it did not have any effect at all. Not even a trace of a wave was raised. Damn it! Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others gritted their teeth. Wan Jinni also looked unwilling. Gu Feng's eyes flickered. I don't believe there's only one treasure in this place. Let's go find other places. One after another, they began to search in all directions. At the same time, outside the Dawnfall Peak, some figures were standing. The one standing at the front was Chao Tianxing. The followers beside him asked, Young master, are we not going in? Chao Tianxing shook his head. We're not going in. It's like a dream. Let's go to other places. After saying that, he actually left with his followers. If the people inside heard this, they would definitely be stunned. Chao Tianxing seemed to have seen through everything. Most people came to the Dawnfall Peak. Of course, not all of them. For example, Chao Tianxing came and left. At the same time, Murong Qingchen, Li Hongxiu, and the others were crazily plundering resources and treasures. In the Dawnfall Peak, Wan Jinni and the others were crazily searching. Whenever there was a little harvest, they would fight. This time, the Holy King's phantom did not appear again. The gate of the 9 heavens palace was tightly shut. After Lin Xian entered, he looked around curiously. He wanted to find the phantom of the Qingshan Holy King, but he could not find it at all. The surroundings were a little dark. Not long after he entered, he felt a little sleepy. He even yawned. What's going on? Why do I feel like sleeping so much? Lin Xian wanted to hold it in, but the drowsiness overcame him, and he fell asleep on the ground. He had a very, very long dream. In the dream, he became a peerless expert and swept across the world. Not only that, he was also chased by countless people and became the enemy of the world. This dream was bizarre. There were some things that he had never seen before, and some enemies that he had never thought of. He did not know how long this dream lasted. Outside, those people in the Dawnfall Peak fought, but they did not find anything, so Wan Jinni and the others came out. They decided to search outside. However, the east and north had already been searched by Murong Qingchen and Shen Jingqiu. Lin Xian and the others had already searched the south. Only the west was left. These people rushed over and fought until the sky darkened. Finally, it seemed that the time was up. These people were all teleported out. Many people in the Qingshan city were waiting. To be honest, they were very curious, especially when the 9th great sage was thrown out. These people's expressions were extremely strange. Even the people of the Qingshan clan were stunned. Only the Qingshan clan leader's eyes flickered, as if he was not surprised by this. Damn it! After those holy venerables came out, they all roared at the sky. Open it quickly. We want to enter the Qingshan world. These people roared crazily. The Qingshan clan leader shook his head. It could only be open once. Everyone should wait for the next time. Those people were so angry that they vomited blood. How hateful! There were still people they wanted to kill inside. They did not believe that he would not come out. These people began to wait patiently. The people in the surroundings whispered among themselves. Some of the strong cultivators could sense that the 9 sacred sages were not in good condition. At least, his chi and blood were somewhat withered. They did not know what had happened to make the 9th great sage suffer. Time slowly passed, and many people were teleported out. When Amo Xiu Yuquan and the others were teleported out, more and more screams sounded. Finally, Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu were teleported out. Everyone seemed to have come out. Chapter 4094. Damn it, there was no such person. How was that possible? Could it be that the little Taoist was still inside? These people were all stunned. Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu were also looking around. Where was Brother Xian? Morong Qingcheng was anxious, and Li Hongxiu was frowning. She had not come out yet. The surrounding people were also whispering. Did Lin Wudi die inside? That was impossible. What do you know? Let me tell you, something big has happened. Soon, the news spread. Are you saying that Lin Wudi defeated Secluded Spring? Heavens! Was he already on the pilgrim list? The news was like a clap of thunder, shocking the surrounding experts. This was really an earth-shattering news. To be honest, they knew that some of the young geniuses were going to make it to the pilgrim list, but they did not expect it to be so fast. And the first to succeed was Lin Wudi. But where was he now? Could it be that he had been killed by the Lord? Many people were whispering. The leader of the Green Hill tribe also looked at the 9th great sage. Do you know where young Master Lin is? The sage asked. How would we know about that kid? Could it be that you're suspecting that we've made a move? Humph, why would we attack a young junior? Many people's mouths twitched when they heard this. They would not believe it even if they were beaten to death, because the sage of the great desolate mansion had indeed attacked. It was just that he did not succeed. They waited anxiously, but found that Lin Xian had not come out. What was going on? Morong Qingcheng wanted to go back again, but she was told that she could not go back. They could only wait here. Humph, he might have died inside. Yuquan revealed a sinister smile. He desperately wanted Lin Xian to die. A person with his personality was too arrogant. It was impossible for him to go far. Wan Jianni also snorted. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength had frightened them. It was good that he had died. Impossible. How could young Master Lin die? Qing Wei and the others shook their heads in disbelief. Previously, Lin Xian had helped them a lot. They didn't want such a person to fall. Clan leader, let's wait a little longer. Don't close the Green Mountain world yet. The leader of the Green Mountain clan nodded. He didn't want anything to happen to him inside. Just like that, everyone waited for another half a month. As a result, many people left. They felt that Lin Xian would never come out again. At the same time, in the 9th Heaven Palace of the Sunset Peak, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. His surroundings were still dark. He rubbed his head and felt that he could not differentiate between dream and reality because he had a very, very long dream. Dreaming for 1,000 years. What day is it today? Lin Xian pushed open the door of the palace and walked out. He found that there was no one around. Did they all leave? Lin Xian also walked out. He was about to leave. However, at this moment, he was stunned. My cultivation, he carefully sensed, and in the next moment his eyes widened. Was he at the middle stage of the 6th heaven? Now he had broken through again, from the initial stage of the small saint to the middle stage. This was too unbelievable. He just had a dream and his cultivation broke through? Could it be that a few hundred years had passed? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know because no one could tell him. Thinking about this, he couldn't wait to go back. He wanted to find someone to ask how long had passed. When he came out of the Sunset Peak, he found that the Green Mountain world was empty. There were some natives of the Green Mountain clan and some ordinary people. There were no more powerful saints like him. At this moment, he felt a huge force pushing him out. When he appeared again, he found that he had already left the green mountain world. Brother Xian, you finally came out. Murong Qingqing pounced and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. She was about to cry. Li Hongxiu also came up. What did he experience? Why did he come out so late? On the other side, Qing Shangyue and the others also came. Lin Xian asked, "How long has it been?" "Kid, are you stupid? You came out 2 months later than us. It's only been 2 months. Lin Xian was shocked. The news spread out in an instant, and countless figures rushed over. "You're not dead yet." After Yuquan sensed it, his face became extremely ugly. "You're not dead? Fine. I'll kill you myself." Wan Jianyi snorted. Mo Xiu, Qin Xianer, and the others were also surprised. "Yes. Is Fong still alive?" Spirit Turtle Master's face was cold. He lost to this kid in the political formation. He didn't expect him to still be alive. The 9 great saints had also come. Was Lin Wuti the only one who had come out? Where was that little Taoist? They found that the Green Mountain world was completely closed. The other party didn't appear. What's going on? Let me ask you, have you seen a little Taoist? The saint of Wanjini walked out and asked coldly. The other saint of Wanjini also looked cold. Lin Xian said with a smile, "What little Taoist?" "I don't know." "Then why did you come out so late? Do I have to listen to you when I come out?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. How dare you? How dare you talk to us with such a tone?" The saint of Wanjini was unhappy. "What? Are you trying to flaunt your seniority in front of me? I won't fall for it." Lin Xian ignored them. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh heavens, Lin Wuti is too arrogant. He doesn't even give face to the saint of Wanjini. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. The saint of Thunder God walked out. The other saint of Wanjini also looked cold. "What do you want?" The elders of the Green Mountain race walked over. The Green Mountain race's leader said, "Young Master Lin is our Green Mountain race's guest. I don't want him to be threatened here." Damn it! The saint of Wanjini's face turned ugly. The others were also in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. The Green Mountain race was willing to protect him. At this time, Mo Xiu walked up and said, "Elder, I found a problem. When we were at the Clear Moon Lake, we met this Lin Wuti. At that time, his formation skills were superb, and that little Taoist was a formation expert. Do you think there's a connection between the two?" What? The eyes of the saint of Yellow Spring Hall lit up. The other saint of Wanjini also said, "Is it true?" Mo Xiu said, "Of course it's true. Yu Quan was there back then, and more importantly, Master Spirit Turtle was there too. Even with Master Ling Gui's attainments, he couldn't compare to that kid. He couldn't even compare to 1/10 of that kid. We thought it was strange at that time." What? Master Spirit Turtle couldn't even compare to 1/10 of that kid? The saint of Wanjini was completely stunned. They knew how powerful Master Spirit Turtle's formation skills were. When they thought about that little Taoist's heaven-defying formation skills, they almost went crazy. In an instant, countless eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. "Kid, tell us, why are you so powerful? What's your relationship with that little Taoist? Are the two of you the same person?" Cold shouts came. The surrounding people were confused. Who was that little Taoist? Why did he attract so much attention from the saint of Wanjini? However, those who knew the situation felt their scalps go numb. They knew that the little Taoist had easily trapped the 9 great sacred venerables. He had even slapped the 9 great sacred venerables' faces. Sure enough, the news quietly spread, and it became more and more widespread. The surrounding people were stunned. "You're saying that a Taoist priest kicked the Saint Venerables and robbed the 9 Saint Venerables? Cheng Tianya, who is that? You're saying that he's Lin Wuti?" These people were crazy. Didn't they say that Lin Wuti had just entered the pilgrim rankings? How could he compete with the ninth great sage? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect these people to be so smart. They guessed it was him so quickly. However, he would never admit it. He said, "What little Taoist? I don't know. Are you trying to frame me? You said that I'm the little Taoist, but do you have proof? So, what if my formation skills are powerful? That spirit turtle is only a mid-stage small saint. What's wrong with my formation skills being stronger than his? However, you said that I trapped the ninth great sage. Have you ever seen a small saint trap 9 saint of Wanjini? Was your brain struck by lightning?" Indeed, the surrounding people didn't believe it either. Why did it sound like a legend? The sharp-tongued kid made those saint of Wanjini go crazy. They had to figure it out. Yu Quan said that it's very simple. Just capture him and collect his soul. Chapter 4095. As soon as he said that, Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Soul search? Who do you think you are? You think you can take my soul? What a joke. Everyone's soul contained endless secrets. How could he let others search and take his soul? Why? Do you feel guilty? Huang Ming snorted coldly. I find you more and more suspicious. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion saint stepped forward, and so did the 1,000 Demon Cities saint. They also wanted to take his soul. Humph! Don't go too far. Do you really think my Green Mountain tribe doesn't exist? The Green Mountain tribe's patriarch walked over. I said that young Master Lin is our honored guest. Whoever dares to touch him will be my Green Mountain tribe's enemy. The Green Mountain tribe's elders and the others all stepped forward, emitting a cold aura. The atmosphere between the two sides became more and more tense. The 9 great sages' face turned ugly. They didn't act rashly, but they wouldn't give up either. At this moment, Mo Xiu said, "Elder, you don't want me to fight, right?" His words attracted the attention of countless people. Mo Xiu said, "He's already on the pilgrim list. It's not too much for me to fight him. Lin Wuti, do you dare to fight with me? If you lose, be a good boy, and let us take your soul." Are they going to fight again? Moreover, it's a battle on the pilgrim list. Everyone became excited. They didn't see the battle between Lin Xian and Yu Quan, which disappointed them greatly. However, now that they could see the battle between Mo Xiu and Lin Xian, they felt that this trip was worth it. What do you think? Kid, do you dare to fight? Mo Xiu looked as if victory was in his hands. Lin Xian said, "What if you lose? What do you plan to do?" Humph, I can't lose. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, Mo Xiu gritted his teeth and said, "If I lose, I'll let you go. How about that? You won and lost, but you didn't want to suffer any losses. How could there be such a thing in the world? I won't participate in such a battle. You don't dare? Fine, if I lose, I'll let you take my soul." Mo Xiu said that, seeing that the other party didn't agree. What's the point of taking your soul? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If you want to fight me, sure. If I lose, I'll let you collect my soul. If you lose, you die. What do you think? Do you dare? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Losing meant death. Mo Xiu's expression also changed. Brat, don't go overboard. Exactly. The saints of the Acheron Hall roared in anger. This was unfair. Lin Xian smiled. Fairness? What fairness? You guys are the ones who are begging Pretty Face to fight me. If you guys aren't willing, then forget it. I don't want to fight with you. The people of the Acheron Hall were so angry that they vomited blood. Even the holy venerate of the Acheron Hall had an ugly expression. Indeed, they were the ones who started this battle. The other party didn't want to fight in the first place. If the conditions were fair, why would the other party make a move? Bet with him. I don't believe he can beat you. What? Mo Shio was somewhat hesitant. The Lord said, "Why? You don't trust me?" "I know." Mo Shio nodded. Indeed, what was he worried about? His strength was higher than Yuquan's. How could he lose to the other party? And even if he lost, so what? If he lost, he still had the Holy Venerate on his side, who could save his life. Could the other party kill him in the hands of the Holy Venerate? In other words, he wouldn't be in any danger if he lost. Thinking of this, he smiled. "Good boy. I'll do as you wish." The surrounding people were in an uproar. Were they really going to make a big bet? Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Words are no proof. Let's sign the life and death contract." He waved his hand, and the endless ground formed a stone tablet. Lin Xian wrote down the conditions, and then signed his name. He looked at Mo Shio and said, "Use your blood to write your name. Humph, you still can't escape after playing so many tricks." Mo Shio snorted coldly. Since he had already made up his mind, he did not hesitate. He bit his finger and wrote his name with his blood. Lin Xian handed the stone tablet to the leader of the Green Hill race and said, "Senior, please keep it for me in case they go back on their word later." "All right, Lin Wudi, the life and death contract has been signed. Hurry up and start." "As you wish." Lin Xian walked out. When the people of the Green Hill race saw this scene, they knew that they couldn't stop him. So he said, "Follow me. Everyone, please follow me. We have a specialized ancient arena." The group of people walked toward the ancient arena in a grandiose manner. Countless discussions sounded. They were all talking about who would win and who would lose. Yuquan gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he knew that Mo Shio's strength was above his. Wan Jianyi and the others also thought the same. On the other side, Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu said, "Brother Xian, is there no problem?" Lin Xian nodded. There was no problem. There was no suspense in this battle. Before breaking through, he could defeat Yuquan. Now that he had broken through, even if Mo Shio was stronger than Yuquan, he didn't care. Not long after, they arrived at the ancient arena. The surrounding people were watching. Lin Xian and Mo Shio stood up. The ancient arena shone brightly, enough to support their battle. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you're my opponent after defeating Yuquan? You don't understand the Pilgrim Roll at all. Every ranking on the Pilgrim Roll has a huge difference in strength. My ranking is above Yuquan. You're no match for me. More importantly, I've also found some incredible treasures in the Green Hill world. Do you think I didn't get anything?" He snorted coldly as he said this. The yellow spring law on his body surged, and a violent and terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding people trembled when the aura swept past them. What a terrifying aura! Yuquan's pupils shrunk. This aura is very close to the late stage of the minor saint realm. Has his cultivation base improved? Looks like it won't be long before he breaks through. He was really envious. The others were also screaming. Yuquan's strength was much stronger than when he had entered. The Saint Venerable of the Yellow Spring Palace smiled. Let's see how he's going to die this time. Not good. Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu became nervous. Qing Shanyu and the rest were also worried. Even the people of Qingshan Wu were frowning. They decided that no matter what the result of this battle was, they had to save Lin Xian's life. "Brat, how are you? Are you feeling desperate? I'm only a step away from the late stage of the minor saint realm. What do you have to fight me?" Mo Shio laughed complacently. "Is this the reason why you're so arrogant? You're really pitiful. Do you think you're the only one who has a breakthrough?" Lin Xian took a step forward. The energy that belonged to him erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. The surrounding people were stunned at first, then they screamed wildly. "Mid-minor saint, Lin Wudi has already reached the mid-stage of the minor saint realm? Impossible! Wasn't he an early-stage minor saint when he entered? He actually broke through in there." Countless screams sounded. What kind of fortune did he get? How is this possible? Mo Xiu's pupils shrunk. He thought that he had gotten enough fortune. Who would have thought that his opponent had gotten even more than him? He actually broke through? Wan Jianni and the rest frowned. If they remembered correctly, he was just a puny fifth heavenly layer saint when they first met him. But now, he had already reached the mid-stage of the minor saint realm after such a short period of time. This was just too unbelievable. Chapter 4096. That's great. Brother Xian's cultivation base has broken through. Murong Qingcheng. They heaved a sigh of relief. The people of Green Hill Clan smiled. Lin Xian sneered. Do you still think you're my opponent? Kid, don't be too arrogant. So what if you've broken through? My strength is not something you can imagine. At this point, Mo Xiu roared angrily. With a slap, the boundless laws of the Yellow Springs surged, turning into a giant Yellow Springs python that charged forward. The void shattered, and countless people screamed. The Yellow Spring giant dragon instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian waved his hand. The 5 elemental law intertwined, forming a 5 elemental mountain in front of him. The two collided with each other. The terrifying power intertwined, and the terrifying sound was like 10,000 claps of thunder. The pupils of the people who were watching the battle instantly shrank. So strong. These two people were really too strong, far surpassing them. What shocked them even more was that Mo Xiu's attack was easily blocked by Lin Xian. It's really unbelievable. I didn't believe it when I heard that Lin Xian defeated Yu Quan. Now, it seems that I really believe it. It seems that Lin Wuti has grown to such a terrifying extent, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. However, the faces of the people of Yellow Spring Palace sank. They began to worry for Mo Xiu. This was something that had never happened before. Humph! Looking at the surging Yellow Spring law in front of him, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Mo Xiu, let me have a taste of your Yellow Springs Hall's ultimate techniques. With that, he waved his hand, and terrifying light and the magical laws of the 5 elements exploded out. It directly suppressed the Yellow Spring giant python. Boom, boom, boom. The vast 5 elemental law surged between heaven and earth as if it could suppress everything. Even the little saints of the older generation sucked in a cold breath when they sensed the aura. On the opposite side, Mo Xiu also frowned. It seemed that the opponent's strength had really increased. Compared to the last time they met, it was much stronger. Humph! But very quickly, he snorted coldly, and a wisp of piercingly cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He would not let the other party walk out alive today. With a stomp of his foot, endless Yellow Springs water surged beneath his feet, forming the Yellow Springs monstrous beast. Roaring around, the scene was incomparably spectacular. The rift cracked open as a terrifying forest of bones crawled out from it. I am in charge of the Yellow Springs. What can you use to fight me? Mo Xiu snorted coldly. The light in his eyes became even brighter. Their palms formed hand seals, and the skeletal creatures let out heaven-shaking roars. The surrounding water of the Yellow Springs also gathered madly, forming a Yellow Springs spear. Blood dripped from the spear, making people want to vomit. The aura above was too terrifying, causing the surrounding people to scream. This was the Yellow Springs' ultimate technique. It seemed that the ink cultivator was really planning to end the battle quickly. He was not holding back at all. Wung! As Mo Xiu's palm fell, the terrifying Yellow Springs spear also pierced down. The surrounding void continued to shatter. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The Yellow Spring water above could corrode everything. The law of Sunday, Lin Xian roared angrily. Endless law of suns surged, forming one golden crow after another at his fingertips. With terrifying divine fire, they flew into the sky and collided with the Yellow Spring spear. Boom, Boom, boom. A terrifying sound rang out, and the law fragments spread out in all directions. The void in the arena was shattered. Fortunately, the ancient defensive array in the arena allowed people to watch the battle safely. Otherwise, many people would be smashed to pieces by the aftermath of the energy. Mo Shio's face turned cold when he saw the Yellow Spring spear blocked by his opponent. However, his hand movements did not slow down at all. After the first Yellow Spring spear, the second and third Yellow Spring spear quickly formed. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Yellow Spring spears enveloped the arena. They were densely packed, as if opening a passage to hell. Each Yellow Spring spear could easily kill a small saint. With so many of them descending together, it was really powerful to the extreme. The surrounding saints felt their scalps go numb. They were afraid that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to withstand such an attack. Was this the strength of the geniuses on the pilgrim list? Under the Saint Venerables, there were not many people who could contend against them. This Mo Shio was not a true late small saint, but he was already so terrifying. They wondered how terrifying the power of a true late small saint like Wan Jinyi and Chao Tiansheng would be once they unleashed their full strength. Would they be able to contend against Saint Venerables? Destroy. On the arena, Mo Shio roared. Countless Yellow Spring spears fell from the sky. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the heaven and earth lost their color. Nothing could stop it. Even the arena was trembling violently. Not good. Qing Shan and the others were already pale with fright when they saw this scene. Even Morong Qingsheng and Li Hongxiu were nervous to the extreme. Such an attack was enough to threaten anyone. Lin Xian's face was also pale. Facing such a violent attack, he snorted coldly and moved quickly. Kill. With a roar, Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he waved his fists and attacked rapidly. 9 Suns' divine fist. He threw out millions of fists. Each of his fists seemed to have turned into a sun. From the ground to the sky, they collided with the Yellow Spring spears that filled the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying sounds rang out continuously, causing the crowd to tremble. Not good. Quickly seal off your hearing. Some of the weaker saints quickly sealed off their hearing. Otherwise, the continuous rumbling would cause them to bleed and explode to death. The experts of the older generation were also shocked. The collision lasted for a long time. The front was shrouded by various kinds of energy, making it impossible to see clearly. Only the rumbling sounds could be heard. Wan Jinyi, Yu Quan, Qin Xianer, and the others frowned. They were strong enough to see the battle clearly through the light of the law. This was also the reason why they frowned. They could see that Mo Shio did not have the upper hand. Lin Xian had completely blocked the underworld spear, which was worth over 10 million. The rumbling lasted for a long time before it slowly dissipated. When the crowd saw the phenomenon disappear, they were stunned. They knew that Lin Xian had completely blocked it. Lin Xian sneered. Is that all you have? You can't get any better? If that's all you have, you can die in peace. Kid, you're too arrogant. I was just testing you. Mo Shio's expression was cold. In the next moment, the Yellow Springs law on his body intertwined again, forming the Yellow Springs diagram. The aura on his body became even more terrifying. Boom. The Yellow Springs diagram continued to expand, enveloping the entire arena. A ghastly energy began to spread through the air. The surrounding people could not see it. They could only see the Yellow Springs water. Many people gasped. Could it be the Yellow Springs sacred region? Chapter 4097. Then wouldn't Lin Wuyi be in danger? Cries of surprise could be heard once again. Lin Xian also frowned. He felt that his 9 Yang divine fire, sun law, and divine body were all suppressed. The surrounding aura made him extremely uncomfortable. Whoosh. Mo Shio walked over on the Yellow Springs water. How is it? Do you feel the suppression? This is my Yellow Springs sacred domain. I am the ruler here. Your laws have already been suppressed by me. You are not my match at all. Humph. Is that so? Then I'll just break your Yellow Springs diagram. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He blasted upwards. He directly destroyed a part of the world. The nearby Yellow Springs water exploded. However, only the Yellow Springs water was swallowed, but no light was revealed. Useless brat, do you think this is a simple Yellow Springs diagram? You are too laughable. This is a sacred artifact. Do you think I am not prepared to deal with you? The people outside also exclaimed. What's going on? Can't you see it? Most people couldn't see the situation inside. That shouldn't be. The older generation figures were also puzzled. At this moment, Qin Siener exclaimed. It wasn't an ordinary Yellow Springs diagram. He used a sacred artifact. Could it be the legendary Yellow Springs gourd? When these words were said, many people exclaimed. The Yellow Springs gourd was a terrifying treasure of heaven and earth. Legend has it that the gourd grew in the Yellow Springs. It was very strange. The gourd itself was a powerful weapon. It was said that the gourd naturally contained the Yellow Springs diagram. This kind of Yellow Springs gourd was very rare. Only the Yellow Springs Hall could obtain it. Even in the Yellow Springs Hall, there weren't many of them. They didn't expect Mo Shio to have one. Moreover, he was using it now. Damn it. Li Hongxiu gritted her teeth. Damn it. Murong Qingcheng also said that if Brother Xian is in any danger, I will definitely not let your Yellow Springs haul off. Humph. The Yellow Springs Hall's saint sneered. The two of them had already signed the life and death agreement. Their lives and deaths were up to fate. What are you worried about? Lin Wudi naturally dared to fight. He had to be prepared to be killed. But don't worry, Mo Shio knew what he was doing. He wouldn't directly kill Lin Wudi. He would cripple that brat, and then take his soul to see if he was really that little Taoist. If he is, I will personally torture him for 10,000 years, so that he will never be reincarnated. This killing intent shook the heavens and the earth, causing everyone to want to kneel down. What should he do? Was the patriarch going to make a move? The leader of the Green Mountain race also frowned. The eyes of the chief of Green Mountain flickered. He is a holy venerate and can see through everything. He said that there is no rush and that there is no need for us to take action for now. He could see the situation inside. Inside, Mo Shio had a smug smile on his face. In his opinion, Lin Xian should have been terrified or even begging for mercy, but he didn't. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth also curled up into a smile. A saint artifact? Sure enough, he had some tricks up his sleeve, but it was too despicable. Do you think that by trapping me here, you can succeed and defeat me? You are too naive. That's good too. Outsiders won't be able to easily interfere with the Yellow Springs Life Saint artifact. If I kill you, your elders won't be able to stop me. Hearing those arrogant words, Mo Shio's face darkened completely. You are still so stubborn even when you are about to die. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of being sealed by a saint artifact at all because he had full confidence in his own strength. Moreover, he also wanted to see how strong he was after his cultivation breakthrough. Buzz, thinking of this, a piercing cold light appeared in his eyes. The sun law on his body disappeared and was replaced by a pitch-black law, the law of death. Did Mo Shio think that he could suppress him just because he was cold? What a joke. He had Tai Chi, the combination of yin and yang. He wasn't afraid of fighting in any situation. Ha! Mo Shio on the other side was also on the move. Endless yellow runes spread out from his body and covered it. An extremely cold aura was emitted from his body. Yellow Springs' body. This was a terrifying physique. Obviously, Mo Shio also cultivated a special physique. This was not innate, but something that was cultivated later in life. For example, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique. However, the 9-yang divine physique was strong and firm, while the Yellow Springs body should be cold. Kid, it's time to show you the power of my Yellow Springs body. After using the Yellow Springs body, Mo Xiu felt an endless power. Like a demon, he smiled coldly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Yellow Springs body? It seems that you also have a special physique. However, you are no match for the divine physique. Therefore, I can kill you with the law of death alone. The law of death in Lin Xian's hand condensed into the death demon blade. A terrifying aura of death spread out and collided with the law of death. It formed a thunderous sound. Feeling the law of death, Mo Xiu frowned slightly. To be honest, although they were both cold energy, the law of death was indeed unique. He felt that the vitality in his body was being drained. Mo Xiu shouted coldly. The Yellow Springs body completely erupted and blocked the law of death. It's useless. The law of death can't beat my law of death. As he spoke, his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Lin Xian. He raised his right leg and swept it out, wanting to kick Lin Xian into two. The void was instantly shattered by the kick. Lin Xian's clothes were also trembling nonstop. Lin Xian was surprised. Mo Xiu's speed was so fast that it was close to teleportation. However, he knew that Mo Xiu didn't know any spatial divine ability. The reason why Mo Xiu was so fast was because this was the Yellow Springs body. Mo Xiu could fuse with the Yellow Springs water to appear in any place quickly. While thinking, Mo Xiu swung his saber. The terrifying death demon blade draped over Mo Xiu's leg. It forced Mo Xiu back. Sparks flew and cracks spread all over. Mo Xiu felt that his whole leg was numb. However, he was after all a top genius who had fought with late minor saints countless times. It could be said that he was very experienced. After his attack failed, he clawed at the air. Along with his claw, the Yellow Springs water above him cracked, and a huge white bone claw descended. It merged with Mo Xiu's claw. Its power skyrocketed. Even a late minor saint wouldn't dare to resist. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk Lin Xian relied on his super strong physique and threw out a punch. Then, the two quickly exchanged blows. Every blow was earth-shattering, making one's scalp tingle. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 100 blows. The surrounding void was completely shattered and couldn't heal at all. Damn it, Mo Xiu's face turned a little ugly. He took out the Yellow Springs gourd and used the Yellow Springs body. This showed that he wanted to end the battle quickly. However, after more than 100 blows, not only did he not do anything to Mo Xiu, but his whole body was also numb. His movements weren't as fast as before. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if the battle continued. How could it be? This was his territory. Damn brat, you've completely angered me. Go to hell. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palms. The Yellow Springs gourd rolled violently. It intertwined and formed a small Yellow Springs diagram. Rumor had it that the Yellow Springs gourd grew in the Yellow Springs hell and could form the Yellow Springs Tao diagram. Obviously, this was the Yellow Springs Tao diagram. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. This was already enough to threaten his physique. This Yellow Springs gourd was indeed too extraordinary. He didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, he used the space divine ability and dodged instantly. Buzz. In the next moment, he appeared outside the Yellow Springs gourd. Did he come out? Countless people screamed. What was going on? Was it the Yellow Springs gourd super powerful? Couldn't he come out? Could it be that Lin Wuti broke the Yellow Springs gourd? Many people screamed. The Saint Venerable of the Yellow Springs Hall also frowned. At this time, Gu Feng snorted coldly. Space divine ability. Void escape. Damn it, this is a space divine ability. Chapter 4098. What? Spatial magic? Hearing this, the surrounding people screamed. Lin Wuti actually knows spatial magic? Wait. Gu Feng's pupils shrank. He remembered that the one who knew spatial magic was that little Taoist. Why did Lin Wuti know it too? Could it be that Lin Wuti is that little Taoist? The others also reacted, especially the Saint Venerables. They did not hide the killing intent in their eyes. Damn brat, I'll kill you with my own hands. Saint Venerable Huangming and the Saint Venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were furious. Oh no, are the Saint Venerables going to intervene? The people of the Green Mountain Tribe were also very nervous. The Green Mountain Tribe's patriarch was ready to make a move. Lin Xian sneered. Old thing, don't you know the rules? Brat, you're that little Taoist? Don't hide it anymore. Who told you that? Who said that I used spatial magic to come out? That was clearly a spatial magic. Otherwise, how could you come out? Gu Feng also said coldly. He also hoped that Lin Xian would be killed. He did not want the Gu family's magic to be in the hands of outsiders. Look at what that is. Lin Xian pointed at the underworld gourd and said. Everyone looked carefully. At first they did not feel anything, but in the next moment, their pupils shrank. They found that a crack had appeared on the underworld gourd. Then a huge crack appeared. Endless underworld water rushed into the sky. How could it be? The gourd was broken. Could it be that it really was not a spatial magic? For a moment, many people looked at Gu Feng. Gu Feng snorted and did not say anything. He knew that Lin Xian was trying his best to hide it. It was useless for him to say anything. The people of the underworld hall were even more shocked. Was the underworld gourd broken? How could it be? That was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Moreover, it was a natural saint artifact. Lin Xian snorted. He had already expected that he would be recognized when he used the void escape. Therefore, he directly used the great dragon sword soul to create a crack. This way, even if the other party suspected him, they would have no evidence. As expected, the Saint Venerables of the underworld hall looked gloomy. The Saint Venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also did not make a move. Murong Qingcheng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Within the yellow spring gourd, Mo Xiu's expression had indeed turned incomparably ugly. The other party had actually cut open his gourd. Damn it! With a roar, he rushed out of the crack. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The two of them fought again. This time, the people around them saw it. Of course, they only saw a blurry image. Heavens! Mo Xiu was actually in close combat with Lin Wuti. Didn't Lin Wuti have a type of divine physique? This Mo Xiu actually also cultivated his physique. Yellow Spring's body. Mo Xiu's physique was the Yellow Spring's physique, which was extremely cold. I wonder which of these two physiques is stronger? Everyone was talking about it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's time to end this. You're just as low. He felt that Mo Xiu's strength was strong, but it was also not that strong. Compared to Wan Jianyi, there was still a gap. After all, there was a gap of one level between them. So, he was completely capable of dealing with it now. In the next moment, he directly activated the 9 Young Divine Physique. The Taiji diagram was displayed by him, and he attacked with all his might. Boom, boom. The battle between the two physiques was incomparably earth-shattering. The surrounding people were also trembling as they watched. After 100 moves, Lin Xian broke Mo Xiu's arm with a punch. The Yellow Spring's body was broken. Mo Xiu retreated and screamed crazily. Blood flowed, mixed with the Yellow Spring's water. It was abnormally ferocious. I've said it before, you're not my match. There's only one outcome for challenging me, and that's death. How was that possible? The people of the Yellow Springs Hall were stunned. Was the Yellow Springs body broken? Their expressions were ugly. What kind of physique did the other party have? Mo Xiao stood up from the Yellow Springs water. The endless Yellow Springs water repaired his body, but his expression was incomparably cold. He had lost to the other party. He would not lose this battle. In the next moment, he waved his hand and pulled out a weapon from the Yellow Springs gourd. It was his weapon, the Yellow Springs trident. The Yellow Springs trident was incomparably black. When the strike landed, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down. The front of the Yellow Springs trident was like a huge mountain. The three demons were constantly growing larger at this moment. Then they turned into a black dragon and pressed forward. It could be hard or soft. It was really a super powerful sacred artifact. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black light was like a whip, instantly entangling Lin Xian. Die. With a roar, he crazily used his strength and immediately enveloped Lin Xian's body. It was a success. The people of the Yellow Springs Hall cheered, while the others gasped. However, some top experts frowned. Mo Xiao also frowned because he realized that it was only Yin and Yang Qi. Was it a clone? That's right, Lin Xian walked out from the other side. At this moment, in addition to Laws, there was sword Qi on his body, and in his hand, 36 golden sword shadows were circling. 36 golden battle swords were distributed in all directions, completely enveloping Mo Xiao. What was that? Tianya. Did he actually refine that thing? He dared to use it. Wasn't he afraid that the Golden Crow race would hunt him down? Was there not a lot of people chasing after Lin Wudi? This kid probably didn't care at all. Exclamations sounded one after another, but everyone knew that this was a very terrifying sword formation. Kill. Mo Xiao felt the biting cold aura brought by the sword Qi and didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He rushed over, and the Yellow Springs Dao diagram also followed, constantly attacking. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Tai Chi diagram circled around him, constantly colliding with the Yellow Springs Dao diagram. The 36 battle swords attacked Mo Xiao. These 36 battle swords were like fish in water in Lin Xian's hands. The laws of the sword erupted, and like 36 divine swords, pierced through everything. Mo Xiao fought with it, but he was instantly suppressed. Not long after, one of his arms was cut off. Ah, Mo Xiao roared, and the surrounding Yellow Springs water instantly repaired it. But after 3 moves, he was split in half by a sword. Then, his split body was pierced by the other battle swords. A miserable cry sounded, and Mo Xiao escaped into the Yellow Springs water. But it was still useless. The gap was too big. If Lin Xian hadn't broken through before, it might be very troublesome. But after his breakthrough, his strength had increased greatly. It was no problem for him to defeat Mo Xiao again. Sure enough, Mo Xiao was beaten miserably. The scalps of the others went numb. They knew that Mo Xiao was done for. Another expert on the Pilgrim rankings had been defeated by Lin Xian. How was it possible? How did he become so powerful? Yu Quan's body trembled when he saw this scene. Previously, he had wanted to take revenge, but after seeing Mo Xiao's condition, he didn't even dare to think about it. Qin Xianer was also shocked. She was stronger than Mo Xiao. Although she was stronger than Mo Xiao, she hadn't really reached the late stage of the small saint realm. If she fought with him, would she have a chance of winning? Thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible, because he had used a charm technique before, and Mo Xiao didn't seem to fall for it. Could it be that only Wang Jianyi and Chao Tianxin could suppress him? How long had it been? Mo Xiao had already grown to this extent. One had to know that when they were on planet Tianming, they didn't take him seriously at all. In their opinion, if Mo Xiao wanted to break through to the Pilgrim rankings, it would take at least 300 years, or even 500 years. Chapter 4099. Damn it. The Netherworld Hall's Saint Venerable's expression became extremely ugly. To be honest, he never thought that Mo Xiu would lose. Moreover, he would lose to Lin Xian, ruining his previous plan. Mo Xiu, come back! He shouted coldly, unwilling to let Mo Xiu embarrass himself any longer, because Mo Xiu was indeed very miserable now. Hearing this, Mo Xiu wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian's sword missed and blocked his way. Want to escape? Damn brat! How dare you stop me? Mo Xiu screamed crazily. The people of Netherworld Hall also roared, let go of our young master. Or you're dead. Are you guys crazy? Previously, he had signed a life and death agreement. If he lost, he would die. The life and death steel was still there. Lin Xian pointed into the distance and said. Then he controlled the 36 heavenly dipper swords with all his strength and attacked crazily. Mo Xiu's body was instantly cut into pieces, and he screamed in fear, Elder, save me. I'm really scared. The surrounding people were also stunned. Was Lin Woody going to kill him? Brat, the Netherworld Hall's Saint Venerable, was completely angry. He would not allow Mo Xiu to be killed. Therefore, a large hand swept across the sky, directly enveloping the entire ancient arena. Fellow Taoist, you've crossed the line. The Qingshan martial clan's patriarch also snorted and punched out, blocking the terrifying palm. Qingshan martial clan, how dare you stop me? Do you want to go against Netherworld Hall? Mo Xiu's situation was getting worse and worse. He could not help but roar. The Qingshan martial clan's patriarch laughed. How would I dare to go against Netherworld Hall? However, we had a life and death agreement, so I hope you won't interfere. Humph! What life and death agreement? I only know that Mo Xiu is not on time today. He did not care at all and directly attacked. This time, he attacked with all his strength. He even took out his sacred artifact and broke through the defensive array below. Mo Xiu, run! When Mo Xiu saw this scene, he fled crazily. Lin Xian laughed. Shameless. A Saint Venerable is actually so shameless. Your Netherworld Hall's face is completely lost because of you. Brat, do you really think I don't dare to attack? I'll teach you a lesson today. His other hand reached out to grab Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly used Void Escape and appeared in another location. At the same time, another 12 swords split open Mo Xiu's body, which had just healed. Void Escape. This time, it was a spatial divine ability. At this time, Gufeng roared. After the other saint sovereigns heard this, their eyes turned red. You really are that little Taoist. Damn it, I'll make you wish you were dead. Holy Sovereign Huang Ming stepped forward. The myriad swords grid sage, the Thunder God City sage, and all the other sages surrounded Lin Xian. The 9 great sages surrounded Lin Xian. The people around him almost fainted. Had Lin Woody provoked so many Saint Venerables? Heavens, I'm afraid I'm definitely going to die this time. Not good. The Green Mountain Race's expression changed drastically. They could fight against 1 or 2 Saint Venerables. However, the combined forces of the 9 great sage lords was still a huge pressure for them. It would be very difficult for them to protect Lin Xian. That's right. It's yours truly. How was it? Did it feel good to be slapped in the face by me previously? Holy Sovereign Huang Ming, your head is really suitable to be used as a chair. And you, myriad swords grid, thank you for your treasures. Lin Xian looked around and burst out laughing. This scene had the 9 great sage lords so angry that they spat out blood. Damn it, they had been guessed by the other party for an entire month. Their lungs were about to explode. No matter who comes today, I'm going to kill you. Holy Sovereign Huang Ming was the first to strike. He was the one who had been tortured the most. Therefore, he was going to kill the other party at all costs. The myriad swords grid sage lord followed closely behind. He wanted to take back the myriad swords. Two great sage lords struck out instantly with an extremely strong aura. At this moment, the Green Mountain Race's clan leader roared out as he slapped out with both hands. The horrifying aura of the palm spread out, causing everyone around to retreat frantically. Even myriad swords and the others retreated quickly, not daring to fight back. With so many Saint Venerables striking together, they could definitely destroy everything. Boom, boom. The Green Mountain Race's clan leader was very powerful. He managed to block the two attacks by himself. The Saint Venerables of the Great Desolate Mansion and Myriad Swords Grid were forced to retreat. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Humph! How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Do you really think that the Green Mountain Race is easy to bully? The Green Mountain Race's clan leader said coldly. The surrounding Saint Venerables of the sacred city were stunned when they saw this scene. Wasn't the Green Mountain Race's clan leader too powerful? Was the Green Mountain Race's clan leader a mid-stage or late-stage Saint Venerable? They were really shocked. Holy Sovereign Huang Ming and the Myriad Swords Grid's Sage Lord looked cold as they emitted a shocking killing intent. Everyone, let's join hands. The other 7 great Sage Lords nodded. Even Master Spirit Turtle stood out. The 10 of them stood in the air like 10 gods of war. This brat will definitely die today. Humph! Don't dig your own grave. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The people of the Green Mountain Race trembled as fear appeared in their eyes. Their clan leader was indeed powerful. However, when faced with 9 sacred venerables and a formation master, would he be able to contend against them? Even if they had other Saint Venerables, was it necessary to fall out with so many sacred cities for Lin Xian? Let's do it. The 3 of us will stop the Green Mountain Race's clan leader. The rest of you capture that brat and tear him to pieces. A formation instantly formed between heaven and earth, enveloping the Green Mountain Race's clan leader. Holy Sovereign Bai and the Myriad Demon City's clan leader attacked, casting terrifying spells that enveloped the Green Mountain Race's clan leader. The other Saint Venerables rushed toward Lin Xian. Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to rush over, but the combined power of the great sage lords made it impossible for them to get close. Lin Xian's face turned cold. He didn't expect these Saint Venerables to be so despicable. They were actually so despicable as to team up. Now, he could only use the Great Sage Tower to defend himself. Moreover, if he was forced into a corner, he would use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to kill those Saint Venerables. However, the price he would have to pay would be very high. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was a bottomless pit. It would absorb too much power and be difficult to control. It would probably suck him dry. However, he couldn't care less about the current situation. His eyes shone with an extremely shocking light. He formed a seal with his palm and wanted to summon the Great Sage Tower. However, at that moment, a voice sounded who said that the Green Mountain Race was digging our own grave. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread out and instantly enveloped the entire world. What a terrifying aura! The surrounding saints' expressions changed. Wan Jianyi, Qin Xianer, and the others were terrified. They looked into the distance, in the direction of the Green Mountain Race. Did the Green Mountain Race have other hidden experts? They felt that the aura had surpassed that of a Saint Venerable. The expressions of the 9 great holy exalts also changed. Shock filled their faces. That's impossible. This aura? How could it be? Chapter 4100. This aura that suddenly appeared was really too terrifying, so much so that it alarmed everyone. Even the 9th great sage was stunned. In the next moment, they felt the scene around them change drastically. There was an extremely terrifying sword light that split their divine abilities apart. They retreated frantically. In the next moment, they felt as if they had died thousands of times. But when they came back to their senses, nothing had happened. Their backs were already wet with sweat. What happened just now? Was it an illusion? What a terrifying illusion. Just as everyone was shocked, an 8 or 9-year-old youth walked out from the depths of the Green Mountain Foot, who said that the Green Mountain clan was digging their own grave. The youth said, indifferently, his voice was a little immature. Everyone was stunned. Even the patriarch of the Green Mountain clan couldn't compete with the 9th great sage. Could a young boy do it? The youth looked at Saint Huang Ming. Is that you? A strange light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, Saint Huang Ming's body suddenly trembled. He actually knelt down with a plop and kept trembling. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. A Saint Master actually knelt down to a youth, and he could make him kneel with a single glance. What was going on? Even the people of the Qingshan clan were stunned. Wasn't this the young master of their clan? Previously, in order to treat this young master, they had used all kinds of methods. In the end, he was cured by Lin Xian. Since when did the young master of their clan possess such strength? Lin Xian also turned his head. When he saw the young master, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the guess in his heart appeared again. Is that you? The young master looked at the Saint Master of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The Saint of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's expression changed. Countless sword lights slashed out from his body. But in the next moment, he crazily crashed into the ground. He looked like he had gone mad. Elders, those saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, seeing this scene, they rushed forward crazily. Soon, they were sent flying by the sword chi of the other party. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The other party only took 2 glances, and one Saint Master knelt down, while the other went crazy. What kind of method was this? The other 7 Saint Venerables kept retreating. At this time, the Thunder God City's Saint Venerables seemed to have discovered something and screamed crazily. He pointed to the front, unable to speak clearly. The pupils of the 10,000 Fiend City's Holy Venerate also constricted. You look so much alike. Who are you exactly? Was he the descendant of the Green Mountain Saint King? Or are you the Green Mountain Sage King? Now, they realized that the young man before them looked very similar to the Qingshan Sacred King. Although his age was different, his demeanor could not be hidden at all. They recognized him at a glance. What? The Qingshan Saint King? This young man was the Qingshan Holy King. Impossible. The Qingshan Sacred King was someone from tens of thousands of years ago. Even the great emperors couldn't have lived for that long. How could he still be alive? Many people felt their minds go blank at this moment. They had all gone crazy. Sure enough, Lin Xian was also spitting out saliva. He had long suspected this. However, he did not dare to be sure. He did not expect that these holy venerables would discover it as well. Now that you know who I am, do you still dare to behave atrociously in the territory of the Green Mountain clan? The little young master said, indifferently. Did he actually admit it? The other party was really the Qingshan Sacred King. Everyone was shocked. The people of the Green Mountain clan were also stunned. Was this their ancestor? The Green Mountain clan's patriarch seemed to have known it long ago. He looked at the 9th great sage. Do you still want to attack young Master Lin? If so, don't blame us for being impolite. A cold voice resounded through the world. The 9th great sage's expression became incomparably ugly. A sage king from tens of thousands of years ago had actually walked out alive at this moment. It was truly shocking. It seemed that it was impossible to kill Lin Wudi today. If they continued to kill him, it was likely that they would not be able to walk out alive. Immediately, the Holy Venerate of the Thunder God City said, "We don't dare to. Thank you for disturbing us." The holy venerate of the 10,000 fiend city instantly soared into the sky. The other holy venerables also left one after another, because this matter was too strange. Wang Jiani, Gu Feng, Qin Xianer, and the others also felt their hair stand on end. The ninth great sage left just like that. Naturally, they did not dare to stay any longer. Mo Xiu also fled. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. He unleashed the great dragon sword soul. It turned into a long rainbow and instantly pierced through Mo Xiu's body, shattering his soul. With a miserable cry, Mo Xiu's astral soul was destroyed. Yu Quan was stunned. He was even trembling in fear. The pupils of Wang Jiani, Gu Feng, and the others shrank. He attacked. The other party actually killed Mo Xiu. His astral soul was destroyed. This method was too ruthless. What was that dragon shadow just now? The holy venerables were also stunned. Among them, the holy venerate of the great desolation mansion roared crazily, "Kid, you're courting death." He wanted to attack, but in the next moment, he felt an extremely terrifying aura surging towards him. He fled crazily. The surrounding people were all stunned. A holy venerate fled just like that, not daring to fight back at all. Furthermore, Mo Xiu was killed in front of 9 holy venerates just like that. This was truly shocking. The young master sighed. In the next moment, a dreamy light streaked across the sky and enveloped everyone. Don't leave behind any memories in my dream. He wanted to erase all memories of him. At this point, the eyes of those people turned blank. Even the 9th great sage seemed to let out a scream. In the next moment, the light disappeared. The 9th great sage looked puzzled. What just happened? Damn it, why couldn't they remember? The surrounding people were the same. Even Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu looked confused. The only person who wasn't affected was the Green Mountain Tribe's patriarch. The other person was Lin Xian. The others didn't understand. Although the 9th great sage didn't understand what was going on, they had a feeling that they couldn't stay in this place. This place was really too strange. They quickly retreated. The people of the holy city had also forgotten what had just happened. They didn't know about the Green Mountain Sage King. However, when they saw that the Sage King had left, they also ran away. For a moment, only a few people were left in the field. The others were from the Green Mountain Tribe. Patriarch, what happened? These people had blank looks on their faces. It's nothing. Those people didn't want to go against the Green Mountain Tribe, so they left. All right, let's disperse. The surrounding people dispersed. Young Master Lin, please come this way. The Green Mountain Tribe's patriarch invited Lin Xian over. Lin Xian said to Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu, the two of you go to the main hall and wait for me. I have something to do. After saying that, he left with the patriarch. When he returned to the secret room, the young master had also returned. The Green Mountain Tribe's patriarch was also in the secret room. There were only the 3 of them. The Green Mountain Tribe's patriarch said, "Young Master Lin, don't worry. There are layers of formations here, and a layer of dreams. No one can investigate this place." The young master turned around, and a smile appeared on his young face. "You seem to have a lot of questions." Lin Xian nodded. He said, "Senior, are you really the Green Mountain Sage King?" "That's right, I am." The young master nodded. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too inconceivable. It was one thing for him to guess, but it was another thing for the young master to answer it personally. How was that possible? Lin Xian felt that it was unbelievable. One had to know that the Green Mountain Sage King was someone from tens of thousands of years ago. A Sage King couldn't have lived for so long. "Are you going to ask me why I'm still alive?" Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. This might be the other party's secret, so he didn't dare to ask. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to ask. The Green Mountain Sage King smiled. No one in this world could live for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 40, 101. What did that mean? Lin Xian was stunned. The Qingshan Sacred King said that I am no longer myself. You can treat me as a reincarnation. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. Reincarnation? No wonder the Qingshan Sacred King looked like a child now. Everything made sense now. Could it be that the senior had retained all his memories and divine powers? This was what shocked him the most. He had seen the concept of reincarnation before, but shouldn't he have forgotten everything? He didn't expect the Qingshan Sacred King to retain his memories. The Qingshan Sacred King said that this is related to the nomological laws that I cultivate. I did forget, but I found them again. It's just that I'm still very weak now. I'm not at my peak. Therefore, I have to hide in the dark and not expose my identity. This is also why I erased the memories of those people. I also erased the memories of your two companions. Therefore, I hope that you can help me protect this secret. Lin Xian nodded, but he was puzzled. Why didn't the senior erase his memories? Was it just because I cured the senior? But that shouldn't be the case. Yes, it's because you cured me. You let me know that we're similar people. So I'll tell you, one day, we'll fight side by side. Similar people fighting side by side. Lin Xian was shocked. Indeed, the other party had been cursed before, not to mention cultivating. Even surviving was a problem, and he had been sealed by the black beam. Could it be that all of this was related? Was there a mastermind behind all of this? Lin Xian suddenly remembered that when he was on planet Tianming, the bronze emissary said that he was abandoned by the heavens. Moreover, the black beam had reappeared. Then were the people who were sealed and even cursed related to the heavens behind the other party? Lin Xian increasingly felt that there was a mysterious and transcendent power in this universe. However, he still didn't know what it was. I can't tell you this for now because you're still very weak. When you're strong, you'll naturally know. However, although I haven't recovered yet, there are still some things that I can do. If you need anything, you can inform me. Qingshan Sage King gave Lin Xian 2 tokens. He said that a command medallion contained a dreamscape. If you are in danger, you can crush the token and the dreamscape will appear, allowing you to escape from danger. The second jade pendant is for you to contact the leader of the Green Mountain clan. If you have anything to tell him, I will know immediately. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you, senior. Qingshan Saint King took out another leaf and said, I'll give you something called the Dream Leaf. It was an illusory world constructed using the law of dreams. You can cultivate inside. Although it can't increase your cultivation, it can allow you to fight any enemy you can imagine, increasing your combat experience. Lin Xian took the Dream Leaf. Then he left. It was the chief of the Green Mountain tribe who had brought him here. Azure Mountain's clan head said that the old ancestor said that those holy venerates would not let this matter rest. Hence he told me to send young master away. Lin Xian found Morong Qingchen and Li Hongxiu. The 3 of them took the teleportation formation and left the Green Mountain tribe. The formation flickered. Lin Xian and the other 2 disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in outer space. They were surrounded by the cold universe. The 3 of them immediately moved and flew into the distance. However, 3 days later, they were stopped by someone. Humph, kid, you still want to escape? Can you escape? Do you think you can do whatever you want with the protection of the Green Mountain tribe? Do you think the Green Mountain tribe can protect you in the universe now? The great sage appeared with his people and surrounded Lin Xian and the other 2. The great master spirit turtle also walked out with a sinister smile. We have long guessed that you might have been teleported. Hence, we have set up many perception formations and finally found you. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu's faces were very ugly. Damn it, these people really didn't give up. Lin Xian sighed. To be honest, although he knew about the existence of the Green Mountain Sage King, he couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, if he used the Sage King to threaten the Great Sage, the other party would probably be scared shitless. It seemed like he had to think of another way. Kid, kneel down obediently, and I will give you a quick death. Return the treasures you plundered from us, or I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Cold voices rang out one after another. The people from the sacred city behind were also crazy. They knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. With the combined forces of the great sage, no one could save him, unless the peerless Sage King came personally. However, the Sage King usually wouldn't interfere in such matters. Moreover, this place was very far from Peerless City. Even if the Sage King wanted to come, he wouldn't be able to stop him immediately. Meanwhile, the great Sage King could kill Lin Xian with a single glance. Humph, you bunch of old things think you can kill me for sure? Looks like the lesson I taught you before wasn't enough. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took out a token from his storage ring and crushed it. Do you really think you can pull off such petty tricks in front of us? The Sage King of Thunder snorted and raised his hand. Endless thunder and lightning intertwined, directly sealing Lin Xian and the other two. Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu's bodies tensed up. They felt an indescribable pressure. This was the power of a Sage King. It was completely above them. Lin Xian's body was also stiff. The thunder and Li Hongxiu's body had numbed him. He couldn't exert any strength at all. However, a cold light burst out from his eyes. His soul had improved. It had surpassed the level of a small saint. Although it hadn't reached the level of a Sage King, it was still able to move. Therefore, his soul crushed the token. Damn kid, are you tired of living? The Sage King of Huangming roared, and the desolation chi pressed down. He wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Not good. Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu's faces changed drastically. Lin Xian's face was also cold. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared crazily. Streams of sword chi rushed out, extinguishing the terrifying pressure in the surroundings. In the next moment, Lin Xian retreated with Murong Qingcheng and the other two. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to block the desolation chi. The three of them were forced back, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. You can actually block my attack. The Sage King of Huangming was surprised. It seems that you still have a top-grade sage weapon in your hands. Just nice. It's mine. He was too surprised. This sage weapon could save the lives of 3 people. It must be of a very high grade. So what? The other party was too weak. Even if he had a supreme treasure, he was still no match for them. The great Sage King of Huangming pressed down. No matter what, they wouldn't let the other party escape today. However, at this moment, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky. Streams of terrifying demonic chi rushed out from inside. Who is it? How dare you attack young Master Lin? Are you tired of living? Between heaven and earth, a crazy roar sounded, and the surrounding void of the universe kept shattering. The great Sage King of Huangming frowned. Buzz, the Sage King of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. He slashed out with his sword. He wanted to shatter the vortex. However, a pitch-black palm came out from the vortex and directly grabbed the sword. In the next moment, terrifying demonic figures walked out from the vortex one after another. There were a total of 18 figures, and each of them was extremely terrifying. 18 Sage Kings. Their auras were too powerful, enough to sweep away everything. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded the great Sage King of Huangming. Not good. The great Sage King of Huangming's expression changed instantly. They were horrified. The other party had twice their number. Damn it. It was the people of the heavenly fiend race. Did they all come out? Although the heavenly fiend race wasn't a sacred city, it used to be a sacred city. Their foundation was terrifying. The number of sage kings they had was not small. However, to use 18 of them at once was simply unimaginable. What was the relationship between this Lin Wudi and the heavenly fiend race? What could make the heavenly fiend race so crazy and reckless? Chapter 40, 102. Lin Xian also emitted a terrifying demonic aura. He said, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Yes, the 18 demonic Tao Holy Venerables nodded in unison. Then their demonic aura surged. Kill. The 18 of them attacked together. Damn it, do you want to become our enemy? We represent different holy cities. The Holy Venerables roared crazily. However, it was useless. The Sky Fiend tribe was originally a demonic Tao. Ruthless methods were vicious. In addition, in their eyes, Lin Xian was their grand elder. Whoever dared to touch their grand elder would be the enemy of the entire Sky Fiend tribe. They would kill their enemies at all costs. Therefore, the 18 demonic Tao Holy Venerables attacked crazily. The entire void was completely destroyed. The 9 great sage Holy Venerables screamed instantly. Although they were strong, it was 2 against 1. These people could not resist at all. Soon, someone was killed. The people from the holy cities were even more miserable. They did not have time to escape at all. The energy shock waves turned them into ashes. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a cold expression. He watched coldly from the space-time. 3 days later, this place was completely destroyed. It would probably take more than 1,000 years to recover. There was holy blood everywhere. This was the blood of the Holy Venerables. The 9 great sage Holy Venerables were completely killed. None of them escaped. Great Master Spirit Turtle was also killed. Even the experts from the holy cities were all killed. The surrounding sea of blood was filled with wails and howls. Of the 18 demonic Tao Holy Venerables, 3 died, 5 were seriously injured, and the others were bleeding. To kill someone of the same level, even if it was 2 against 1, it was still a painful price to pay. Moreover, they had doubled their numbers. Otherwise, they might not have been able to kill these Holy Venerables. Every Holy Venerate had a powerful trump card. However, even if they had to give up their lives, they had to kill these 9 people. Old Master, we have killed all of them. These people came up very respectfully. All right, go back and recuperate. I will call you if there is anything. The demonic Tao vortex opened. These Holy Venerables quickly left. Seeing the scene, Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu were stunned. Lin Xian was actually able to control so many demonic Tao Holy Venerates. This was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian looked at the 2 beauties and shrugged. Li Hongxiu sighed. Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. I won't ask. However, it was a pity that Wan Jianyi and the others were not here. Otherwise, they could have killed them all. Indeed, apart from the great Master Spirit Turtle, the 9 great sage, and a few other powerhouses of the sacred city had all fallen. However, Wan Jianyi, Gu Feng, and the others did not come. Thus they managed to escape this calamity. Yu Quan was no match for him at all, so he didn't even spare him a glance. As for Wan Jianyi, he had the confidence to defeat him the next time they met. Therefore, he ignored them and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the universe. At the same time, the news spread out. After all, many people came out of the Green Mountain world. These people did not participate in the pursuit. Instead, they returned to the various worlds of the universe. Although their memories had been erased, only the memory of their young master being the Qingshan sacred ruler had been erased. His other memories were not lost at all. Therefore, they remembered all the major events that had happened clearly. Soon, The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. Heavens! Did you know that Lin Wuti had defeated Yuquan and was already on the pilgrim list? What? How could it be impossible? You must be joking. That's right. How powerful was Yuquan? Even a late minor saint was no match for him, let alone that Lin Wuti. That Lin Wuti was only an early minor saint. Where did his strength come from? Those people sneered and shook their heads, but soon they found that the situation had changed again. Not only Yuquan, but Mo Xiu also died in his hands. Now, only Wan Jiani Gufeng and the others could suppress him. It was impossible for the others. Those who did not go sneered. What kind of joke was this? Why was it getting more and more ridiculous? Previously it was Yuquan, and now it was Mo Xiu. However, the powerhouses of the sacred city spread the news one after another. Everyone frowned. Could it be true? After hearing the news, they were really shocked. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. Oh my God! How long has it been? Lin Wuti has already created another miracle? Previously, when he had broken through to the minor saint realm and defeated Leijin, it was already very terrifying. That made everyone know that Lin Wuti was a super expert below the pilgrim list. But now he had already entered the pilgrim list and defeated 2 people consecutively. One of them even died in his hands. Was this guy trying to defy the heavens? It was said that he had obtained a lot of treasures in the Azure Mountain world, and his strength had greatly increased. He was now an intermediate minor saint. No way. How long had it been? How could he break through consecutively? It was comparable to thousands of years of cultivation in the outside world. After hearing the news, they were incomparably envious. They estimated that even if they cultivated for 2,000 years, they would not be able to reach his level. What kind of news was this? Let me tell you something even more terrifying. The great sage was trapped by Lin Wuti and was crazily trampling on his face. Even all the treasures on his body were taken away. How was that possible? This time, everyone was really crazy. If one said that he had entered the pilgrim list, they would have believed it. Lin Wuti had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, and his strength had greatly increased. But to trap the great sage 9? What a joke! Even if he was given 1,000 years, he would not be able to do it. I swear I saw it with my own eyes. So did I. However, some people nodded suddenly. At that time, he had turned into a little Taoist and used a formation to trap those holy venerables. Everyone came to a realization. It turned out that it was a special formation. Thinking about it, the other party must have obtained it in the Azure Mountain realm. Otherwise, it would not be a threat to the holy venerables. Even so, it was already very terrifying. How much courage did it take to slap the face of a holy venerables? Would the great sage 9 let it go? No one knew. However, the Azure Mountain realm protected Lin Xian, so he was in the Azure Mountain realm. Those holy venerables did not move. However, it was not certain if they would come out. Why don't we go and take a look? Let's go. These people moved out crazily. They wanted to inquire about the latest news. After searching for a while, they did not get any news. However, a few months later, a terrifying thing happened. A certain place in the void of the universe had become a forbidden land. The baleful aura of the blood sea there was shocking. Ordinary small saints would definitely die if they went in. Heavens, what happened there? Blood, and a lot of holy venerables' blood, was not changed all year round. Coupled with the endless resentment, those below holy venerables could not enter at all. Some people did not believe it and went there. They could feel the killing intent from afar. Heavens, why do I feel such terrifying demonic chi? Not only that, but I also feel the biting cold sword chi, the aura of desolation, and the aura of the yellow springs. Could it be that many holy venerables from the holy cities died here? Could it be the 9 Great Sage 9? For a moment, these people were terrified. Was the 9 Great Sage 9 who chased after Lin Wuti dead? Who did it? Was it the Sage King? They trembled. Chapter 4103. The news quickly spread. So much so that the holy cities also received the news. They immediately sent out powerhouses and discovered that this aura was indeed from the people they had sent to the Green Mountain Group. Damn it, what exactly happened? These people rushed over frantically. They wanted to go to the Green Mountain clan to ask. However, they soon returned empty-handed. They even returned with goosebumps. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that they couldn't go to the Green Mountain clan so easily. Damn it. It must have something to do with Lin Wuti. Quickly find that kid and kill him. The people of the holy cities frantically moved out, but they didn't find anything at all. Lin Xian had already found an inconspicuous world and entered it. Then he entered the Great Sage Tower to cultivate in seclusion. He had obtained so many treasures in the Green Mountain world and had even improved his realm. In addition, he had to recuperate after the previous battle. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Li Hongxiu had returned, and Murong Qingcheng was by his side. In this year, he had already consolidated his realm. He was prepared to cultivate some new things, such as the 10,000 swords returned to origin. This was something he had wanted to cultivate for a long time. Now that he had the Dream Leaf, he could cultivate while condensing imaginary enemies in the Dream Leaf to fight. This way, his cultivation of the 10,000 swords returned to origin would be much faster. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate tirelessly. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to cultivate the 10,000 swords returned to origin without at least 100 years. Even a top genius like Wan Jinni would need a few decades to do so. However, 3 years later, Lin Xian had mastered it. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary rudimentary level. He had already cultivated to a very profound level. Firstly, he was a top swordsman. His sword Dao had long been unfathomable, not weaker than Wan Jinni. Therefore, he was able to cultivate the 10,000 swords returned to origin with ease. Moreover, that was the effect of the Dream Leaf. This Dream Leaf was really too good. As expected of the Saint King's method, in this world he could create opponents that he imagined. This opponent could specifically target his weakness, so he could quickly improve in a short period of time. In 3 years, although Lin Xian's cultivation did not improve, his attainments in the Sword Dao had improved by leaps and bounds. It was completely different from 3 years ago. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat Wan Jinni if he met him again. Moreover, he had defeated his opponent in the way of the sword. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Murong Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng also had a map before, so she had collected a lot of resources before and was now digesting them. Qingcheng, Lin Xian gently called out, and Murong Qingcheng opened her eyes. Brother Xian, you're awake. Lin Xian said, It's been more than 3 years. Where do you plan to go next? How long has it been? Murong Qingcheng was surprised. Then I have to go back to the Kunlun Pavilion. Okay, I'll send you back. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng, let's go. When they reached the starry sky where the Kunlun Pavilion was, Lin Xian bid farewell to Murong Qingcheng. He prepared to return to Wushuang City and continue cultivating. Although he had slapped the sage's face before, he knew that it was still too difficult for him to defeat the sage with his true strength. However, he was not afraid of anyone below the sage level. However, on the way back, he heard a piece of news. This news caused Lin Xian's face to darken completely. This was what Lin Xian heard in the restaurant after he landed in a world when he was tired from flying. Those few people were obviously sages. Although they hid their auras, Lin Xian could see through them at a glance. Moreover, Although these people were using an array formation to isolate their conversation, Lin Xian was still able to hear them. One of the sages said, "Did you know that something big happened recently? You mean the Twin Rain Star?" Yes, it's the star world of the Rain Clan. After the Rain Clan was destroyed, that place was divided by the big forces. However, those big forces have been coexisting peacefully and no one inherited that world. But now it was said that there was a big fight and many people wanted to snatch this Twin Rain Star. Really? What's on the Twin Rain Star? Another person was surprised. An extremely terrifying aura came from the Shuang Yuan. According to the investigation of those big forces, they found that it should be a sealed sacred weapon that was about to be born. That sacred weapon was very powerful. It was at least sun level, and it might even be a Sage King level weapon. What? A Sage King level weapon appeared on the bilingual Rain Star. What's going on? Hearing this, the sages were shocked. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. How is that possible? The Twin Rain Star was his world. Has such a change happened now? Damn it, I've been in seclusion and didn't know. Moreover, a top-grade sacred weapon appeared. How could it be? He had checked before, but there was nothing. Wait. He suddenly froze because he remembered that he had left the small 8 trigrams and the Spear of Destruction there. Could it be that there was a problem with the Great Spear of Destruction, and someone discovered it? Thinking of this, his face became cold. It seemed that he couldn't return to Wushuang City. He had to hurry to the bilingual Rain Star. He had to figure out what was going on. However, he didn't set off immediately. Instead, he continued to investigate the conversation of the sages. However, there was no result. Those sages didn't know what was going on either. They also heard some rumors. Lin Xian decided to set off. In the next moment, his figure flashed and left. Because he was anxious, he released a trace of his aura. The faces of the sages in the top-class VIP rooms instantly turned extremely ugly. They suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. They only saw a back view. How is that possible? That aura just now. Did you sense it? Another sage nodded. It's too scary. That's a small saint. Heavens! A small saint actually appeared in this world. Keep your voice down. That person probably heard our conversation and went to the Twin Rain Star. These people's scalps went numb. One of them said that a small saint went to the Twin Rain Star to snatch the Saint King's weapon. He was simply courting death if he went. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He had to hurry to the Twin Rain Star. However, that place was quite far from here. If he were to rely on flying alone, the item would have been snatched long ago. No, he had to use the Void teleportation array, and it had to be a very top-grade teleportation array, because this time, the universe he had to cross was really too far. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was thinking about how to get there, the universe behind him suddenly fluctuated violently. Several behemoths were flying at high speed, and the information they brought with them was abnormally terrifying. They were pulling some chariots and turned into streams of light. Buzz. Seeing that the other party was heading in this direction, Lin Xian frowned slightly. However, his figure flashed, and he dodged. Looking at the majestic group of beasts and troops, Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know which faction they were from. They were actually so arrogant. It seemed that they were related to the Demon City. He didn't care. It was better to find a world to ask first. Therefore, he also flew quickly. His flying speed was very fast. Not long after, he caught up with a group of beasts. The auras of the people riding the beasts in front were also very terrifying. These were all sages. One of the sages frowned. Someone is following us? Are they courting death? Men, go and kill him. Chapter 40, 104. Let me go. Since he dares to meddle in the affairs of the Green Dragon clan, I will make sure he dies without a burial ground. A man walked out. He was a late minor saint. His body was covered with green scales, and he had a tail. With a shift of his body, he transformed into a phantom and flew backward, quickly intercepting Lin Xian. Kid, are you from the 100 Crane clan? Or were you invited by the 100 Crane clan? How dare you follow us? You really don't know what death is. Kneel down and accept your death. What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. What 100 Crane clan? I don't know. Get out of my way. Lin Xian didn't have the mood to deal with these people. How dare you ask me to get lost? No one has ever dared to talk to me like this. Seems like I have to torture you. No matter who you are, you will die for following us secretly. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's palm instantly changed and struck out. The huge palm was covered with terrifying scales, as if it was a part of the world. It shrouded Lin Xian within. Go to hell. The man was also a genius. This strike could kill anyone below the minor saint realm. Get lost. Lin Xian roared. He waved his sleeve and a sword chi flew out. How dare you fight back? You don't know what death is. The man sneered. But soon his smile froze, because his palm was penetrated. Not only that, there was a bloody wound in between his eyebrows. His body was split into two, and his soul was destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian retracted his palm and continued to fly forward. After flying for a long distance, the man's body was split into two. The group in front frowned. How dare you follow us? You really don't know what death is. Do you think the 100 Crane clan can run away from the wedding? Impossible. It's your great fortune that my young master likes you. A minor saint said to the bronze chariot beside him with a smile. The bronze chariot was extraordinarily majestic. There were dragons carved on it. A figure was sitting in the chariot. She was wearing a red robe with a phoenix on it. It seemed to be a wedding dress. Moreover, the woman's head was covered with a veil. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, drop after drop of tears flowed out from the green veil. It was obvious that the other party was crying. However, she couldn't escape at all. She was completely sealed and couldn't even move, let alone escape. The surrounding members of the Green Flood Dragon tribe laughed coldly. But suddenly, one of them stopped laughing. What was going on? Why was that person chasing them again? Could it be that they didn't kill him? Damn it. That little saint's face was grim as he said, "Kill him." This time, two late-stage fifth heavenly layer experts rushed out. "Kid, who sent you here?" It was the same question again. Lin Xian frowned, but he ignored it. "Get lost." His entire body emitted a piercingly cold sword chi. He did not stop at all, but pierced through with his sword. Just as the two of them finished speaking, their bodies were cut in half at the waist. So powerful, the demonic beasts in front of them were infuriated. And the minor saints also stood up. Damn it! Judging from his skills, he should be a minor saint. Humph! A mere little saint dares to be so arrogant in front of us? Immediately, 8 figures rose to their feet. They were all little saints. Among them, there were 2 late-stage little saints and 4 mid-stage little saints. How could the other party fight against such a lineup? Tell me who you are, and I'll give you a quick and painless death. An early little saint stepped forward and blocked their path. Get lost! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword again. You're courting death. That person roared, and a green storm was spat out from his mouth. The terrifying storm swept across heaven and earth, and the chi of great Tao was incomparable. Asterisk puff, asterisk Lin Xian continued flying. The little saint's head flew up. His eyes were wide open. Even until his death, he could not believe that he was killed by a single sword strike. An expert of sword Tao. The other few people's pupils shrank. Their opponent had killed a little saint with a single sword strike. This kind of strength terrified them. They attacked together. The 4 early-stage little saints attacked together. They did not hold back just in case. 4 saint items soared into the sky. The terrifying and incomparable Dharma shrouded Lin Xian. A deafening sound rang out, and the terrifying great Tao permeated between heaven and earth. In the bronze chariot, the mysterious girl stopped crying. Although she could not move, she could still hear the scene outside. She had also heard the exclamations of these people. Even a little saint had fallen. Was it the people of her family who had come to save her? She was overjoyed. Was she finally going to be free from the devil's clutches? However, when the 4 mid-stage little saints attacked and destroyed everything, the girl was in complete despair. She was afraid that there would be another corpse. Outside the chariot, the demonic beasts revealed a hideous smile. You want to fight us? You're courting death. Let's go. The 4 little saints kept their saint items and turned around, wanting to leave. However, a cold voice came from the broken void. I don't know you guys, and we have no grudges, but you guys have tried to kill me time and time again. Do you think I'm a pushover? Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. They were stunned when they heard the voice. Their faces became extremely ugly. They turned around abruptly, and their eyes were filled with fear. Is he still alive? This is impossible. The 4 of them could fight a late-stage little saint if they attacked together. How could he still be alive? Is he a late-stage little saint? Thinking of this, the 4 of them quickly retreated. One of the 2 late minor saints walked out and smashed the void in front of him with a palm strike. This time, he should be dead, right? Asterisk, pung, pung, pung. Asterisk, the endless void was broken, and a figure walked out. He was not injured at all. How could this be? The late-stage little saint kept retreating. He was so scared that his body was trembling. Who is this guy? Don't you think it's too late to ask who I am now? Lin Xian was furious. These people attacked him as soon as they arrived. If he was a little weaker, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, these people could not be forgiven. Asterisk buzz, asterisk Lin Xian shouted coldly. He activated the law of sword and the myriad ancestral swords. Countless sword shadows appeared on his body. Kill. With a shout, thousands of sword chi spread out in all directions. Damn it! Attack! The 2 little saints roared. They felt provoked. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only one person. They had so many little saints on their side. How could they not kill him? For a moment, these people did not run away. Instead, they attacked crazily. Asterisk, rumble, asterisk, earth-shaking sounds were heard. Various great daos intertwined in the heavens and earth. Countless screams were heard. Blood splattered and pierced through the 9 heavens. 8 little saints were slashed apart. Their eyes were popping out. So powerful, the opponent killed 8 of them with a single move. What kind of technique was this? It was too heaven-defying. One of the late-stage little saint uttered his last words. Myriad ancestral swords. Obviously, he recognized this divine ability at the end of his life. Chapter 40, 105. Roar, roar, roar. The 8 great sage people were dead, and the beasts roared uneasily. The others were also dumbfounded. The 8 strongest experts on their side had been killed in an instant. Hurry up and run. These people ran frantically, but as soon as they moved, their foreheads were pierced by the sword chi. Including the beasts pulling the chariot, they all fell in the void. They were all killed in an instant. None of them were alive. The corpses floated in the air, and blood filled the air. What happened? What the hell is going on? In the bronze chariot, the girl was completely stunned. She could already smell the stench of blood outside. Who could exterminate so many experts of the Green Flood Dragon clan? It must be an extremely terrifying expert. It didn't seem to be someone from their tribe. It must be someone passing by. These people from the Green Dragon tribe had angered this person. Thinking of this, she didn't even dare to breathe. After Lin Xian killed these people, he wanted to leave, but he frowned. He turned around and looked behind him. He could clearly feel the presence of someone in the bronze chariot. With a wave of his hand, he split the bronze chariot in half. Boom, boom, boom. The chariot was split in half, and the girl's veil was also split open. She suddenly opened her eyes. She was completely stunned. The scene around her, the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood, terrified her. At this moment, there were still tears on her face. Sealed? It didn't seem to be a group. Lin Xian waved his hand and released the seal on the girl. Then he said, "All right, they are all dead. You can leave now." Then he turned around and wanted to leave. The girl behind was stunned. He didn't kill her, and he even released her seal in an instant. It was really unbelievable. Seeing that he was about to leave, she exclaimed. Lin Xian stopped in front and asked, "Is there anything else? May I know my benefactor's name? I will repay my benefactor in the future." Bai Qianqian was very grateful. She thought that she would fall into the abyss and live a life worse than death. She didn't expect that someone would save her on the way, although this person did it unintentionally. But after all, he helped her escape from the demon's clutches. Forget about the name. Lin Xian shook his head. If he said his name, it would probably scare the girl. However, as for repaying a debt of gratitude, don't tell me that I really have something to ask you. Benefactor, please say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it, Bai Qianqian said excitedly. If he asked her to give herself to him now, she would agree without hesitation. The reason for that was because the person in front of him looked very young and very handsome. More importantly, he was powerful. Even a late minor saint expert was killed by him in an instant. This person might very well be a holy venerate. Hence, Bai Qianqian felt very nervous. Do you know where there are large-scale teleportation arrays in the nearby star realms? It was the kind of teleportation array that could cross many starry skies. Lin Xian had originally just asked casually because he felt that this kind of teleportation array was usually only found in places like large factions. It would be very difficult to find one elsewhere. However, Bai Qianqian nodded her head vigorously. Benefactor, I know. You know? Lin Xian was stunned. In the next moment, she revealed a smile. Take me there. With a wave of his hand, a huge sword light enveloped Bai Qianqian before disappearing into the void. During the flight, Lin Xian understood that there really was a world nearby. It had such a large-scale teleportation array. This world didn't belong to a certain holy city, but to the ancient race. The ancient 10,000 races were all terrifyingly powerful races with extremely powerful bloodlines. Hence, it wasn't a problem for these people to own a world and have a super teleportation array. This world was called Flying Star, which was Lin Xian's target this time. As for the woman he saved, Lin Xian had a certain understanding of her. Her name was Bai Qianqian, and she was from the ancient white crane race. This time, she was forced to marry someone from the green flood dragon race, which was stronger than the white crane race. Hence, Bai Qianqian became a sacrifice and went to marry the young master of the green flood dragon race. Originally, Bai Qianqian resisted with her life, but who would have thought that she would be sealed in an instant? She couldn't die even if she wanted to. Fortunately, Lin Xian had stepped in and saved her by accident. Otherwise, one could only imagine her fate in the future. Green flood dragon race. White crane race. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. They were all from the ancient race. Bai Qianqian asked for Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Teach me how to comprehend the sword." He was currently comprehending the sword Dao, so he casually came up with a name. Moreover, Lin Xian used the dragon-shaped sword energy to form a mask. He wore it on his face. He didn't want to attract attention this time, so he hid his identity and changed his name. Big Brother Wu Jian, the flying star is in front of us. Bai Qianqian pointed at a huge star in front of them. Lin Xian nodded. As expected of the ancient race, this star was much bigger than the others. Soon, they entered the clouds and entered the flying star. Lin Xian asked, "How can I activate that super teleportation array?" Bai Qianqian said that the city lord of this world had to agree. As for the city lord in Primordial City, there would be a few battles there. As long as one could win 81 battles there in a row, they could make a request to the city lord. Big Brother Wu Jian, you're so strong, so it shouldn't be a problem. He knew it wouldn't be so easy to use the teleportation array. However, it wouldn't be a problem if it was just a challenge. Next, the two of them set off for Immemorial City. Immemorial City was very famous in the star realm. It could even be said to be the holy land of this world. It wasn't just the people of this world. The geniuses of the nearby star realms would run to Immemorial City when they had nothing to do. After all, this place had a huge attraction. If one could win 81 battles in a row, any request could be fulfilled. Of course, if one wanted to live forever, they would probably be beaten out. If one wanted to ask for something, they had to ask for something that Immemorial City could accept. For example, some precious cultivation techniques, mystical abilities, natural treasures, or beauties. Even some experts and geniuses of the Holy City would come. After all, some people wanted to improve through battle, and this kind of challenge was the most suitable. Of course, most of them were ancient race experts. These ancient race people had powerful bloodlines and talents. They couldn't be underestimated. As they flew, they finally saw a huge object on the horizon. It was Immemorial City. How is this a city? It was even bigger than a country. On the majestic city walls, there were modeled swords and sabers. It had a primordial aura, and it had been standing for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps the other party had already witnessed the arrival and fall of countless geniuses. Friends in front, quickly land. Don't you know that you can't fly into Immemorial City? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped and looked at Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian said, "This is my first time here too. Is this your first time here?" The person behind asked. It was a war chariot with 3 people standing on it, 2 men and a woman. The 3 of them sized up Lin Xian and Bai Qianqian curiously. When they saw Lin Xian, they frowned slightly. They couldn't see his face clearly because he was wearing a mask. Moreover, they couldn't see his cultivation level clearly. Soon, they gave up. The 2 men looked at Bai Qianqian with a glint in their eyes. What a beautiful woman! And from the looks of it, her bloodline was extraordinary. Which race is this fairy from? The red-robed man took the lead and walked over. Chapter 40, 106. I am from the 100 Crane clan. This is Brother Wu Jian. Qianqian said. So it was Fairy Bai. The red-robed man smiled and greeted her. My name is Hui Yuan. I am from the Firevine clan. My 2 friends are brother and sister. They are from the Mountain Pangolin clan. The black-robed man said. My name is Chuan Shui. The black-robed woman smiled and said, My name is Dongling. The 2 men looked at Bai Qianqian from the beginning to the end. They didn't even look at Lin Xian. At this moment, Dongling smiled and said, she didn't know which clan he was from. Bai Qianqian said that this was Brother Wu Jian. He was a very powerful swordsman, a human martial artist. The 3 of them were surprised. A hint of disdain appeared in the eyes of Hui Yuan and Dongling, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they said that since it was their first time here, why not come with them? They didn't wait for Lin Xian to answer and directly led the way. Brother Wu Dao, Bai Qianqian asked for Lin Xian's opinion. Lin Xian shrugged. It would be great if there was someone to lead the way. Next, they were unimpeded and soon arrived at the city. As soon as they entered the ancient city, they felt a tsunami-like roar. There was a terrifying law in front of them. Bai Qianqian's face was slightly pale. This power really shocked her. Lin Xian was expressionless. He had long heard that there would be a challenge here, so he wasn't too surprised. How is it? Is it your first time here? Are you shocked by this scene? When you arrive, you will be even more shocked. Hui Yuan laughed in front. In his opinion, these two people were scared silly. Of course, he only saw Bai Qianqian's expression and didn't see Lin Xian's. Because Lin Xian was wearing a mask, he didn't think that this human in front of him wouldn't be afraid. Not long after, they saw one arena after another in front of them. They were fighting at the same time. Countless cultivators were watching and cheering in the surroundings. These arenas were extraordinary. They were passed down from the ancient race and had extremely strong defensive arrays on them. They could prevent energy and protect the surrounding spectators. However, the aura they emitted still shocked countless people. Kuemo! Kuemo! Many people in the surroundings were shouting crazily. Soon, their voices became uniform and shook the 9 heavens. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked over. In the largest arena, in the middle, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. A man in black armor easily defeated the enemy. At this moment, he was waving his hand and accepting the cheers of these people. Seeing this, Hui Yuan smiled. Did you guys know that his name is Kuemo, and he is very powerful? He had already won 50 consecutive victories and was very close to 81 consecutive victories. Was he that powerful? Bai Qianqian opened her mouth wide. That's natural. Hui Yuan smiled as if he knew everything. It was not easy to win 81 matches in a row. Even winning 70 matches in a row was very difficult. It was said that no one had been able to win 81 matches in a row for several hundred years. Really? Bai Qianqian exclaimed. Although she knew the legend of the primeval city, she didn't know the specifics. Of course, it was very difficult to win 81 matches in a row. It was probably impossible. For Kuemo to be able to win 50 matches in a row was already very heaven-defying. Bai Qianqian nodded, but then she smiled. Others might not be able to do it, but Brother Wu Jian could definitely do it. What? Hui Yuan was stunned. Was it the masked man next to him? He could win 81 matches in a row? What a joke. The pangolin siblings also laughed. They were laughing at Bai Qianqian's ignorance. However, Bai Qianqian didn't know. She looked at Lin Xian and said excitedly, Brother Wu Jian, when are you going to go on stage? Lin Xian said, Wait first. Let's look at the rules here first. Since the other party said that no one has been able to succeed for several hundred years, there must be something wrong. This meant that there must be some secret here. Otherwise, it was impossible that no one had succeeded. He had to figure it out first before making a move. He didn't want to waste any more time. As for the flies beside him, he completely ignored them. They were just clowns and couldn't enter his eyes. If they really dared to provoke him, he would just kill them with a sword. At this moment, countless gazes were looking at Kuemo. The armor on Kuemo's body released a terrifying aura as he laughed. Come, continue. I must break the curse of not being able to win consecutively. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the ground trembled. A mountain-like figure jumped up and then landed fiercely. His skin was very white, but there was a single horn on his huge head. This was a rhinoceros saint. His aura was very strong. He had already reached the middle stage. It was useless. It was over. The rhinoceros's voice was very terrifying. He directly attacked. This was a demon saint with boundless strength. He could destroy heaven and earth at any time. Everyone was worried for Kuemo. However, after 3 moves, everyone screamed. because after 3 weeks, the rhinoceros saint was defeated. Countless screams and shouts sounded. Everyone went crazy for the power. Bai Qianqian was also stunned. This Kuei Mo was so powerful. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was even more powerful than the ordinary powerhouses of the holy city. But that was it. He was still not his match. It seemed that he could easily win 50 matches in a row. After that, he probably wouldn't even ask before 70 matches. However, after 70 matches, there would probably be a problem. But he still didn't know what it was. The rhinoceros saint's shattered body healed, and he left the arena dejectedly. Not long after, another powerhouse challenged Kuei Mo, wanting to snipe his chances of winning. However, many people were defeated. This scene surprised Bai Qianqian even more. Even Hui Yuan and the other two exclaimed in surprise. As expected of a terrifying expert, "Sorry to disturb you." At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone turned to look at the forest. Xian discovered that it was an old man who was about a meter tall. He had blue skin and pointed ears. His eyes were also blue. It seemed that he wasn't human. He was also one of the 10,000 ancient races. Hui Yuan and the others were originally unhappy. What kind of status did they have to be disturbed? However, when he saw the jade token on the old man's waist, he was stunned. What was the matter with this old senior? Hui Yuan revealed an even more genial smile. The old man waved his hand, and a blue light screen appeared, forming a seal. It enveloped the entire space and then disappeared. Although it couldn't be seen from the outside, Lin Xian knew that this was an isolation array formation. Now, their conversation could not be overheard by anyone other than them. He didn't expect this old man to be an array formation expert. He didn't know what this old fellow wanted to say. He actually made it so mysterious. After the old man set up the array formation, he smiled and said, "Are you interested in helping me?" "What help?" Bai Qianqian was surprised. Hui Yuan and the other two didn't say anything. The blue-skinned old man said, "Help us fight and snipe Kuei Mo's chances of winning." "Ah, isn't that cheating?" Bai Qianqian exclaimed. Hui Yuan and the other two's expressions changed. "Fairy Bai, don't talk nonsense." The old man didn't get angry. He chuckled. "How could it be considered cheating? We just want to make the challenge more interesting. If it wasn't difficult, then our immemorial ancient city wouldn't be so popular." Sure enough, Hui Yuan and the other two nodded. It seemed that they knew about this rule. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder. The further they went, the more experts they would find to snipe. In addition, it was a tag team battle. There would probably be one round that they would lose. Especially the last few rounds, they would probably be very terrifying experts. Chapter 4107. Lin Xian frowned. No matter what, this old man was a late minor saint. Couldn't he see that Hui Yuan and the other two weren't Kuei Mo's match? Hui Yuan and the other two knew their limits. They said, "I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to defeat that guy." The blue-skinned old man smiled. "Don't worry. We won't let you win. We want you to exhaust him with all your strength. Leave the rest to us. Of course, we won't let you fight for free. As long as you fight, we'll give each of you 5 purple thunder 9 revolutions pills." Really? Hui Yuan and the other two's eyes lit up, revealing a fiery gaze. Obviously, this pill was very effective for minor saints. How about it, Brother Chuanshan? Hui Yuan turned his head and looked at the black-robed siblings. The black-robed man, Chuan Shui, said, "All right." The black-robed woman, Dong Ling, shook her head. "I won't participate. You two go ahead." In the end, Chuan Shui and Hui Yuan decided to participate. Both of them were mid-minor saints, and their strength was very strong. Of course, both of them weren't from the younger generation. They were estimated to be between 1,500 to 2,000 years old. Such a cultivation at such a young age might be very amazing in the eyes of outsiders. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, they were nothing. Of course, he didn't say anything. He was just like a spectator. Very soon, Kuei Yuan stopped because he only needed to fight 10 rounds before he could stop. This was a form of protection for the challengers. Otherwise, the challengers would be exhausted to death by taking turns. Hui Yuan and the other two were also preparing to fight tomorrow. Soon, the second day arrived and the sun rose. When Kuei Mo returned to the arena, countless people screamed crazily. Bai Qianqian's face was also filled with excitement. She rarely saw such a scene. On the other side, Dong Ling's eyes were also filled with infatuation. After all, experts were worshipped by others. Human boy, take a good look. I'll let you know what an immemorial expert is. She looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Lin Xian ignored her. Kuei Mo's strength was about the same as Yu Quan. Of course, he was older than Yu Quan. Lin Xian didn't put such strength in his eyes. Therefore, there was no need to pay attention to him. He looked around and was suddenly taken aback. He noticed that a figure had appeared on the spectator stands in the distance. The aura of this figure was very obscure, but it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had sensed this aura, especially after his eye technique and soul had improved. He could clearly sense that this was the aura of a sacred sovereign. The other party was wearing a large black robe that covered everything. However, Lin Xian could clearly see that under the black robes were ancient clothes. It looked like an ancient Taoist robe. There was a vivid and lifelike 5-clawed divine dragon drawn on it. This shocked Lin Xian. This person's identity was definitely not ordinary. At the same time, he saw that there was another person beside the black-robed man. However, he recognized him at a glance. It was the blue-skinned old man from yesterday. The other party was very respectful towards the black-robed man. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this person was the city lord of Primordial City? Suddenly, he withdrew his gaze, and the golden light in his eyes disappeared. The aura of his body also weakened in an instant. It was as if he had fallen asleep. It turned out that the black-robed man suddenly frowned and looked over. What's wrong? City Lord? The blue-skinned old man was surprised. The city lord of Primordial City retracted his gaze. Just now, I felt that someone was spying on me, but I couldn't find out who it was. Someone actually dared to steal from the city lord. Should I send my subordinates to investigate and get rid of him? There's no need. There are always some bold guys. There's no need to pay attention to them. I wonder how it will be today. Will it be able to end his competition? The city lord of Primordial City asked coldly. The blue-skinned old man smiled. Don't worry, city lord. It will definitely end his competition. We will end it at the 69th round. The next few rounds had already been agreed upon. It seemed that these people were very confident. Next, the competition began. One after another, experts moved out. However, none of them were a match for Kuei Mo. Their purpose was to exhaust his strength. When the 6th person appeared, Hui Yuan went up. Humans, watch carefully. Dong Ling sneered again. It had to be said that Hui Yuan was very strong. He displayed an extremely strong flame from the beginning, causing countless people to scream. So strong. That's right. Where did Primordial City find such an expert? Countless people exclaimed. Hui Yuan's 2 fire pain vines kept whipping. They were comparable to sacred artifacts. All kinds of fire laws filled the air. After an intense collision, Hui Yuan was defeated. Next, the 7th person to go up was Chuan Shui. As a pangolin, he could specialize in assassinations underground. He could be considered to be elusive. However, after 15 moves, he was still kicked out by Kuei Mo. The 7 people were defeated, causing countless people to scream. Kuei Mo was too strong. However, Kuei Yuan's face was a little pale. The opponent this time was much stronger than yesterday. He had fought 7 rounds in a row, and he didn't have much strength left. Moreover, the rules of the competition stated that he couldn't consume pills or natural treasures. Therefore, the following battles would be even more difficult. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled. Damn human brat, what are you laughing at? When Dong Ling saw this scene, she was instantly furious. Was the other party laughing at her brother? I'm laughing. This is what you want me to look good. What's there to look good about being defeated? Damn it. Dong Ling gritted her teeth. A human brat dared to be so arrogant? Hui Yuan and Chuan Shui also returned. When they heard this, their faces darkened. Human brat, we let you follow us because of White Fairy. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for killing you. This was the territory of the 10,000 ancient races. Although humans could come here, they were very low-key here. Who dared to laugh at them like this? Just a few ants like you dare to say such words to me? I spared your lives because of Qian. If there's a next time, I'll definitely destroy your souls. After saying that, Lin Xian directly walked forward. Brat! How arrogant! Hui Yuan and the others shouted angrily. By Qian persuaded, oh, don't quarrel. Hui Yuan said, White Fairy, although I'm giving you face, this brat is too arrogant. I can spare his life, but I have to teach him a lesson. Bai Qian said, I'm not worried about Brother Wu Jin. I'm worried about you guys. Don't fight with him, or you will die miserably. What? Hui Yuan and the others were stunned. They would die miserably? What a joke. That brat wasn't even a small saint. White Fairy, have you been fooled by this human being? Dong Ling also frowned. Bai Qian shook her head. Brother Wu Jian was very powerful. She remembered the previous scene. When she opened her eyes, the 8 small saints were already dead. What kind of power was this? Of course, she wouldn't say it, but if these people dared to provoke Lin Xian, they were really courting death. Damn, look at what that human brat is doing. Suddenly, Dong Ling screamed at this time. Hui Yuan and Chuan Shui also looked forward. The next moment, they laughed. Did the other party want to challenge them? Chapter 40, 108. Kuei Mo's defeat made countless people exclaim because he was the most likely person to break the record, but he still lost. He didn't even complete the 70th round and lost at the 69th round. It made people sigh. At this moment, a gaze attracted the attention of those people. They realized that someone was walking towards the central arena again. Could it be that someone wanted to challenge again? Who was Chang Tianya? The blue-skinned old man also saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. He went forward and asked. Then the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Cultivation was another thing to be happy about, because someone wanted to challenge the 81 win streak. Let us welcome this challenger, Wu Jian. Who was Wu Jian? The surrounding onlookers were stunned. They had never heard of this name. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a figure finally arrived on the arena. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked carefully. They wanted to see who it was that dared to challenge at this time. Soon, they were stunned. They saw a man wearing a mask walk up. The other party stood with his hands behind his back. The aura on his body was very vague. It was impossible to determine what realm he was in. Who was this person? I heard that he was called Wu Jian. I don't know. Is he more famous than Kuei Mo? Why do I feel like he's a newcomer? It can't be, right? A newcomer dares to challenge? Doesn't he know how Kuei Mo was defeated? Screams and exclamations rang out. In the distance, Hui Yuan and the other 2 sneered when they saw this scene. Did the other party really go up? He didn't know what was good for him. Did he think that he was stronger than Kuei Mo? Just wait. He will definitely lose within 3 rounds. Hui Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain. On the other side, Dongling snorted. I don't think there's a need for 3 rounds. He won't be able to win 1 round. She mocked and ridiculed. However, on the other side, Bai Qianqian was incomparably excited. She clenched her small fists. Brother Wu Jian, you can do it. You can definitely break the record. Kuei Mo also saw it. He saw a human youth walk up and wanted to replace him to complete the task that he couldn't complete. This made him feel very unhappy. If he couldn't complete it, how could the other party complete it? You don't know what's good for you. I want to see where you got the capital from. When the time comes, even your family's fortune will be lost. One had to know that not everyone could casually go up and become a challenger. He wanted to challenge her. They had to pay the entrance fee first, which was also a shocking amount of wealth. He guessed that the other party must have taken all of their assets to be able to afford the tickets. Lin Xian said indifferently as he stood on the stage and looked around. I've heard that no one has broken the record for hundreds of years, so I'll be the one to break it this time. Who would be the first to come? His gaze shifted to his surroundings. He was like a high and mighty god. As soon as these words came out, it caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. This brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll go and meet him. Someone rushed down from the stands. In the 81 battles, anyone could go up and snipe. However, just to be on the safe side, once someone displayed an extremely powerful strength, Immemorial City would secretly spend a high price to bribe experts to go up and snipe them. For example, the blue-skinned old man from before had used pills to buy a fire source. As for Kuei Mo, he had indeed been defeated by them. Therefore, this kind of move was very common. Generally speaking, only those who had reached Kuei Mo's level would be able to attract the attention of those people. Otherwise, Immemorial City probably wouldn't have bothered to send people over. Therefore, the first saint to come up was someone who couldn't stand it. He felt that Lin Xian's tone was too arrogant. Go to hell. He waved his axe with a powerful aura that could split mountains and rivers. On it, endless runes filled the air. So powerful, even a 5th heaven sage would be split in half by this attack. That masked brat is dead for sure. Many people sneered. Lin Xian looked at this scene. He didn't make a move at all, nor did he dodge. A golden light appeared in his eyes. With a plop, the giant axe stood on the ground in front of him. A terrifying thunderclap sounded. The burly man's body swayed, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. What happened? Did he miss? The surrounding spectators were all stunned. This attack actually missed, and what shocked them was what happened to that burly man. It seemed that he had fainted. Did that brat make a move? No, we didn't see him. Could it be that his speed was so fast that it surpassed our soul capture? The surrounding people screamed, crazily. However, the experts shook their heads. No, we didn't catch him either. These were all small saints. If they couldn't catch his speed, how fast was he? It was absolutely impossible. In other words, the other party didn't make a move at all. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Hui Yuan and the others had ugly expressions. Did that burly man have a heart attack? Dong Ling snorted coldly. If you're not in good health, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Get lost. The surrounding people also felt the same way. The burly man must be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted as soon as he made a move. The burly man was carried away. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Lin Xian was still standing there. In everyone's opinion, this time, the other party was just lucky. It was impossible for the second person to be so lucky. Soon, the second person rushed up. He swept his long spear like a dragon with an extremely powerful aura. The terrifying law of fire filled the air. He charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian still didn't move. He still glanced at the other party. Puff. The spear missed, and the expert who attacked also fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Oh my God! What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned again. Could it be that this person's health was also not good? Hui Yuan and the others were shocked again. Then the third, fourth, and fifth person's attacks all missed. Then they fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. At this moment, even a fool knew that it was absolutely impossible, that all five of them were not in good health. They must have been hit. What kind of attack was it? It was so fast that they couldn't detect it. Finally, someone screamed. It wasn't him. He should have used a soul attack. Was it a soul attack? No wonder. Soul attacks were strange and abnormal, killing people without leaving a trace. No wonder they couldn't see it clearly. They didn't expect this guy to be a soul expert. Brother Wu Jian was too awesome. Bai Qian cheered. Hui Yuan and the others' faces were ugly. A soul expert? It was indeed beyond their expectations. They felt extremely unhappy. Humph, there are only 5 people. It's still too far away. I estimate that there will be at most 10 people. They definitely won't be able to reach the 20th round. But soon, they were stunned because the next 5 people went on the stage in a row. But in just a second, they fell to the ground, fainted from the illusion. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had won 10 consecutive rounds. This record was nothing in the past. After all, Kuei Mo was the one who attracted attention. Many people could achieve 10 consecutive wins. But to do it so easily and quickly, Lin Xian was probably the first. Therefore, countless screams sounded. Chapter 4109. Next, the experts became more cautious. They paid special attention to their surroundings and didn't even dare to look at their opponent's eyes. However, it was still useless. Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful. How could these people be his opponent? Therefore, 10 people fell in a blink of an eye. He had already won 20 consecutive victories. The entire process didn't even take half an incense stick's time. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. It was as if they were dreaming. Hui Yuan, Chuan Shui, and Dong Ling's lips twitched. Such a soul made them feel terrified. This was definitely a difficult opponent. Damn it, they actually had such an expert around them. They actually looked down on such a person. This was enough to threaten them. Kuei Mo's expression was incomparably solemn. No wonder his opponent dared to challenge him. It turned out that he had a soul as his trump card. On the other side, the blue-skinned old man frowned. Even the city lord of Immemorial City was surprised. Soul experts were extremely rare. They didn't expect one to appear naturally. Next, some people took out their soul defense equipment. However, it was still useless. Soon, he won 25 consecutive victories. Kuei Mo frowned. When he challenged Yi Shiwen, he won 25 consecutive victories on the first day. Then he stopped. Was Yi Shiwen going to continue? He realized that Yi Shiwen didn't even move from the beginning to the end. He could win the battle just by looking at his opponent. What kind of method was this? He felt a little terrified, and his hair stood on end. Sure enough, Lin Xian won again. Kid, you've gone too far. I can't stand it anymore. During the 30th battle, a figure finally walked out. It was an old man. His skin was as black as charcoal, and there was a star between his eyebrows that was abnormally bright. It was like a third eye. He was from the Blackheart clan. It was obvious that he was an expert of the older generation. His strength had reached the early minor saint realm. However, compared to an ordinary minor saint, he was probably much stronger. Hui Yuan and the others took a deep breath. Such an old expert should be able to contend with Yi Shiwen, right? At least he wouldn't let Yi Shiwen win so easily. The others thought so too. However, Bai Qianqian didn't care. She knew that Lin Xian had killed 8 great sage lords with a single sword strike, and 2 of them were late little saints. Therefore, an expert of the older generation was nothing at all. He was not even considered a side dish. Kid, your soul is strong, but I have the power of my bloodline. The old man cut his finger. He used his blood to stain the star between his eyebrows, turning it blood red. Boundless light surrounded him, firmly defending his soul. That's great. The surrounding people cheered when they saw this. The stars between the eyebrows of the members of the Blackheart clan were indeed capable of protecting their souls. Not to mention, he was a veteran expert. Without his soul attack, he would most likely die. Right? Kill. The old man laughed sinisterly and charged out. This time, he wanted to snipe the other party. Die. A black blade formed in the old man's hand and slashed forward. However, before the blade fell, he saw a pair of golden eyes. Then his heart began to beat wildly. In the next moment, he knelt on the ground and frothed at the mouth. Unconscious. What? The surrounding people had all gone crazy. Even the senior expert of the Blackheart clan couldn't withstand a single gaze. How strong was this kid's soul? I'm afraid an early little saint wouldn't be a match for him. Impossible! Hui Yuan and the other 2 screamed. Dong Ling's face was incomparably pale. This kind of method had already exceeded their imagination. Kuei Mo's face was gloomy. 30 consecutive victories. His opponent's record was already better than his on the first day. Could it be that his opponent's strength was above his? He didn't believe it. Next, the competition continued. Those who came up had sole defensive weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come. Even so, it was useless. No matter how they dodged or defended, Lin Xian's gaze was enough to make them fall to the ground. After an incense stick burned out, the 50th person fell to the ground. Lin Xian shook his neck and stretched his body. The surrounding people opened their mouths wide, and their eyes bulged. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. 50 consecutive victories. 50 consecutive victories in an incense stick's time. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Kuei Mo's face was extremely gloomy. On the first day, he only had 25 consecutive victories. Moreover, it took him more than half a day. But now, his opponent had won 50 consecutive victories in an incense stick's time. He had completely surpassed him. He had used 3 days to achieve 50 consecutive victories. How could there be such a human expert? Who was this guy? Why hadn't he heard of him before? Hui Yuan and the other 2's bodies trembled. Such a person's strength had probably surpassed them. They had dared to ridicule him before. It seemed like they were courting death. Fortunately, his opponent didn't bother with them. Who else wants to continue? Why don't we win 81 matches today? Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't have time to play with these people. Humph! Behind the crowd, the immemorial city, Lord looked at this scene and harumphed coldly. His opponent was too arrogant. The blue-skinned old man also received the order. He walked over and said loudly, "All right, you've fought 50 matches. You're already several times stronger than the others. So, you can take a break first. Let's continue tomorrow." Oh my God, the people around me have all gone crazy. Because previously, only the challengers would choose to give up and continue on the next day. They were afraid that their strength would be exhausted. There had never been an immemorial city lord who took the initiative to stop the battle. What did this mean? Immemorial city. Lord couldn't do anything to him now. Thinking of this possibility, they swallowed their saliva. Continue tomorrow? Lin Xian frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to delay time. But after thinking about it, he sighed. Forget it. After all, he still had to borrow the other party's array. He could not give the other party face. So he said, "All right, I'm tired too. Let's continue tomorrow." He walked down. At this moment, Lin Xian stopped. He felt a soul looking at him. It seemed like it wanted to see through him. He turned his head and looked into the distance. The next moment, their gazes collided in the air. A large crack was instantly torn in the void. The surrounding people were so frightened that they screamed crazily. What was going on? Did someone make a move outside? Lin Xian retracted his gaze and left in large strides. On the other side, the immemorial city, Lord's face sank. The other party was actually able to sense him. Moreover, he was able to block his gaze. It was really too inconceivable. What shocked him even more was that he couldn't see through the other party's mask, so he didn't know who the other party was. Go, investigate his background for me. Also, get some experts for me. On the second day, I won't let him get what he wants. Prepare more soul defense saint artifacts. I know. The blue-skinned old man beside him quickly moved. On the other side, Lin Xian returned to Bai Qianqian's side. Big brother Wu Jin, you're really too handsome. Bai Qianqian was very excited. Her eyes were filled with little stars. Chapter 41:10. Buzz. Lin Xian's gaze landed on the three of them. The three of them were so frightened that they retreated. What do you want to do? Dong Ling screamed. She was really scared. She had mocked him before. If he used a soul attack on her, she would probably be foaming at the mouth. She did not want to be in such a sorry state. Hu Yuan and Chuan Shui were also facing a great enemy. He said, Young Master, we did not recognize Mao Tai before. We offended Young Master. Please forgive us. Young Master, please forgive our ignorance. You mean what happened before? Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not care at all. After all, why would a giant dragon care about ants? He said, Is there a place to rest? I need to rest. Yes, Young Master, this way please. Hu Yuan and the other two quickly led the way. When they came before, they were as noble as unparalleled gods. But now they were like little brothers. They tried their best to curry favor with Lin Xian. Their attitude before and after was really a huge contrast. When night came, Lin Xian sat, cross-legged. He did not consume too much of his soul before. He was just cultivating. In the middle of the night, a figure entered the palace and approached it. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Was someone trying to assassinate him? He thought it was the people of Immemorial City. They felt that he had shown off too much before and wanted to attack him. But soon he realized that it was not. Although it was dark, he could see clearly that it was a woman who came in, and he recognized her. It was Dong Ling from the day. At this moment, Dong Ling quietly came to Lin Xian's side like a stray cat. She no longer had the arrogance of the day. Instead, she had a hint of charm, and her clothes were very wild. It seemed like she came with a purpose. Young Master, let me serve you. Dong Ling's voice was very pleasant. However, Lin Xian did not move. He said coldly, Scram. Dong Ling's body stiffened in the air. Her face became very ugly. Although it was dark, she could still feel her cheeks burning. Young Master, could it be that you're still shy? She thought that Lin Xian would be reserved, so she leaned forward again. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A gust of wind blew him away. Ah! Dong Ling screamed and fell out of the palace. Sister, how are you? Outside. Chuan Shui has been waiting in the dark. When he saw Dong Ling being beaten out of the arena, he immediately walked over and helped Dong Ling up with an anxious look on his face. Could it be that you angered him? Dong Ling gritted her teeth. Damn it, he actually looked down on me. What? He didn't take a fancy to you? Chuan Shui was also stunned. Although his sister was arrogant, she was beautiful. She was extremely beautiful, and many ancient race experts and geniuses were pursuing her. However, Today, his younger sister had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. In the end, the other party had kicked her out. This was too inconceivable. Now, I really wonder if he's a man. Dong Ling gritted her teeth. Chuan Shui's complexion changed. His little sister could not speak irresponsibly. She could not offend the young master. She knew that Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful, so she said, "Young master, don't worry. Perhaps young master is focused on the Tao and doesn't want to think about other things. Let's go." The two of them left dejectedly. Inside the palace, Lin Xian snorted and shook his head slightly. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. This Dongling might be beautiful in the eyes of others, but Lin Xian's women were all peerless beauties. Even 100 Donglings added together wouldn't be enough. How could Lin Xian be moved by them? The night gradually receded, and the sun rose on the second day. Immemorial City was once again packed with people. This time, there were even more people because yesterday's matter had been completely spread. The entire Flying Heaven Star knew that a human soul expert had come. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 50 consecutive victories. This was something that most people couldn't believe. Hence, they wanted to see for themselves how strong the other party was. On the other side, in the depths of Immemorial City, the floor master and his deputy stood. He asked, "How's the matter going?" The blue-skinned old man smiled. "Don't worry, floor master. I've already contacted many experts. It's enough to snipe him. Today, we'll also make him lose at the 69th round. And we've already gathered enough soul defense divine artifacts. This time, we'll definitely be able to defend against his soul. Even if we can't defend against it, we'll be able to offset most of it." Yes, hearing this, Immemorial City's floor master nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday's matter was too sudden. So much so that they were caught off guard. 50 people were all defeated in an instant, causing them to lose face. Hence, today they had to earn back their face. "Go. Don't hold back today. Let that kid know our strength." A group of people walked out. On the other side of the arena, Lin Xian had already come up. He stood with his hands behind his back. The mask on his face emitted a cold radiance. The surrounding people were screaming nonstop. "So handsome." Some of the girls were about to faint from happiness. Those warriors were also incomparably excited. They were discussing whether or not the other party could win 81 consecutive rounds. "I think it's very possible. His strength should surpass Kui Mo. He might really be able to break the record." However, there were also people who shook their heads. "Not necessarily. He only has a strong soul. If he can defend against the soul, he might not be as good as Kui Mo. Yesterday, the other party displayed such strength. Do you think that Immemorial City wasn't prepared? Today, a powerful soul saint artifact will definitely appear. The other party's soul attack will no longer have any effect. Indeed, they all knew how terrifying Immemorial City was. One had to know that no one had been able to win 81 consecutive rounds for hundreds of years. This was enough to prove everything. "All right, after a day of rest, I think you've rested enough. So, let the battle begin." The blue-skinned old man walked up and said in a clear voice. After saying that, he retreated and stood at the side with a confident and calm smile on his face. Today's preparations were very sufficient. "Who's the first one?" The surrounding people were incomparably excited. A figure walked up. It was a woman with a scroll in her hand. She walked up and said, "I've seen your soul attack yesterday. Today, I'll personally experience it. I'll personally snipe you." Saying that, she took out the scroll. Immediately, a crown flew out from the scroll and placed on the woman's head. Countless great daos intertwined on the crown, protecting his soul. Moon Spirit Crown. World's Edge. It was indeed a saint artifact. Countless people screamed. It seemed that their guess was right. Immemorial City was about to counterattack. The other party's soul attack was about to lose its effect. Humph! When Kue Mo saw this scene, he coldly snorted. Those people actually said that he was inferior to the other party. What a joke! Today, he would let these people know who was the strong one. Without his soul attack, that brat was nothing. Huiyuan, Dongling, and the other two frowned again. Could the other party still win consecutively today? If the other party lost, how would they interact with the other party? When they thought of how they were forced to bow and bend their knees yesterday, and how they were even chased out of Dong Ling's embrace, the three of them gritted their teeth in hatred. The woman on the stage laughed. With this crown, I won't be afraid of your soul attack. Little brother, today's competition is over. A red whip appeared in her hand, and she swung it forward. Pa! Under the whip, it was like a red lightning bolt. It directly struck the void, creating a bottomless ravine. Not good. That person is in danger. Countless people screamed. Chapter 4111. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Did he find a saint weapon for soul defense? Sure enough, the other party went to find a way to defeat him yesterday. But so what? Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He didn't use any soul attack. Instead, he raised his finger and pointed forward. Boom! A sword chi flew out from his fingertip. It instantly cut the whip in half. Not only that, the red-robed woman was also sent flying while vomiting blood. She was seriously injured with just one slash. The surrounding people were stunned. It wasn't a soul attack. Even the blue-skinned old man was stunned. What happened? Isn't the other party a soul expert? Then his other divine abilities should be very weak. How did he win with just one slash? How is this possible? The red-robed woman fell to the ground with blood on the corner of her mouth. Her face was extremely pale. She couldn't even stand up because of that slash. She was very scared now. Fortunately, the other party didn't kill her. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. Damn it, I was careless. The blue-skinned old man frowned. It must be because of my carelessness that the other party won. He said, "You guys should be careful. Looks like this kid doesn't only know soul attacks. Don't worry, Elder, we know." Another person walked out. Can his sword chi be stronger than my meteor hammer? It was a gorilla. He held a pair of black hammers and walked forward. Every step he took shook the heaven and earth. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of minor saint. He waved his hammers as soon as he came forward. The hammers were like two stars as they smashed down. At the same time, he had a crown on his head. Obviously, these people were invited by Immemorial City. Hence, they could continue to use soul defense weapons. But it was useless. Lin Xian didn't plan to use soul attacks anymore. He was going to use his sword skill next. He waved his arm, and a sword chi pressed down like a mountain. The two meteor hammers were sent flying. A sword mark appeared on the gorilla's body, almost cutting him in half. I admit defeat. The gorilla was very decisive and admitted defeat instantly. The surrounding people were stunned. Another one lost. The blue-skinned old man's face turned ugly. How could the other party's sword be so strong? However, this was just the beginning. The third, the fourth, and the fifth one. In the following battles, Lin Xian split the other party with a single slash. Soon, those people lost. Hui Yuan and the others were terrified. Once again. Their displeasure disappeared once again. What kind of joke was this? Not only was this person's soul powerful, his sword was also incomparably terrifying. Could it be that he was also a terrifying sword saint? It was the 69th person. The last time Kue Mo had failed at the 69th attempt, he wondered if the other party would be able to pass this time. I think we should be able to pass. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Brat, you definitely won't be able to pass. A figure let out a long howl and arrived at the arena. What? It's him. The surrounding people screamed because they discovered that the 69 snipers were actually Kue Mo. He was actually invited by the people of Immemorial City. Indeed, Kue Mo had also accepted the invitation. Firstly, the price offered by the other party was too generous, which made him tempted. He didn't want to be outdone by his opponent. Yesterday, he was defeated in the 69th match, so his opponent had to stop at the 69th match today. You finally can't take it anymore? Lin Xian looked at the other party. I thought you would make a move earlier. You think too highly of yourself. You think you can end me? What a joke. Lin Xian shook his head. You're not my opponent at all. Brat, don't be too arrogant. I'll let you know my true strength. Kue Mo had already received it. He wore the crown on his head to defend his soul. As for his opponent's sword, he was confident that he could block it. Asterisk, buzz, asterisk, his body was like a whirlwind, instantly arriving in front of his opponent. The law of wind on his body was extremely terrifying. As he chopped down with his palm, it was the two wind blades could tear everything apart. Even a late-stage small saint wouldn't be able to block this attack. Everyone screamed. As expected of Kue Mo, his strength was indeed strong. Indeed, Kue Mo's performance had far surpassed the previous dozens of people. This battle might really be able to turn the situation around. However, just as his voice fell, they were stunned. Lin Xian's hand shook and a sword chi appeared, blocking the wind blades. Then, an extremely terrifying flame erupted from the sword. The sword slashed across the sky, and endless flames surged. It was as if a fire phoenix was pressing down. With a bang, the law of wind was ignited. Kue Mo's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to fight back. He dodged quickly. In the end, he dodged this attack. However, his hair was already charred black, and his body was also burned. Damn it. He was so angry that his body trembled. With just one move, he was in such a sorry state. He couldn't bear it. Damn it. Storm of the 9 heavens. He waved his hands, and the law of wind spread out, forming 2 huge dragons that roared between heaven and earth. This was a fatal blow. Asterisk, buzz, asterisk. However, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. After he cultivated the 10,000 swords returned to origin, his strength was extremely powerful. Therefore, his sword was very empty and directly sent his opponent flying. Asterisk puff, asterisk, Kue Mo vomited blood and flew backwards. Half of his body was badly mutilated. Impossible. Damn it. I don't believe it. He screamed crazily. How could he be defeated so easily? He only lasted for 2 moves and he couldn't block it anymore. Damn it. The surrounding people were also stunned. The person in front of them was absolutely terrifying. Soon, Lin Xian won 70 consecutive rounds like a hot knife through butter. In the last 79 rounds, there were only 2 rounds left before he broke the record. Countless people were excited. They wanted to know how Immemorial City would deal with it. The Immemorial City Lord's expression was extremely ugly. The aura from his body spread out, causing the surrounding atmosphere to be extremely tense. That blue-skinned old man was also facing a great enemy. To be honest, he had messed up this time. He didn't know how the City Lord would punish him. He had to make good use of the last 2 slots. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, please make your move," he said to a palace in the distance. Why, is it my turn now? Those people in front are really useless. They couldn't even block a human. He had already won 79 consecutive rounds. However, his good luck ended here. An arrogant voice resounded between heaven and earth. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. Good luck? What a joke. Now, they had acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. This wasn't something that could be explained by good luck. The opponent was really strong. Who would dare to say such words? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He could feel that the aura was that of a late-stage small saint. It seemed like it should be an expert. A green figure walked out. He had a tail and green scales on his body. The moment he appeared, the surrounding people's blood froze. Damn it! What is this feeling? The faces of the people in Immemorial City changed. This was the suppression of bloodline. It was obvious that this person's bloodline was very high. What? It's him? The surrounding people raised their heads. When they saw the figure, they were all stunned. Chapter 41:12. By Qianqian's face turned pale when she saw this person. She even took a few steps back, because this person was her nightmare. The young master of the Green Dragon tribe was extremely powerful. He was the son of a sacred sovereign. The Green Dragon small saint was here as well. Countless screams were heard. Everyone was stunned. It had been 300 years since someone managed to obtain an 81-win streak. However, the Green Dragon small saint did it 300 years ago. No one had managed to do it after him. Who would have thought that the person who succeeded that year would be here today? The Green Dragon small saint was very powerful. He managed to obtain an 81-win streak 300 years ago. How terrifying would he be after 300 years? Perhaps not many people below the sacred sovereign realm could be his opponent now. The Green Dragon tribe? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had killed many people from the Green Dragon tribe before. He did not expect to meet one again. He turned his head and looked at Bai Qianqian. He saw that she was really frightened. She even lowered her head. Forget it. I'll be a good person until the end. I'll kill this Green Dragon small saint. Kid, your luck has come to an end. The Green Dragon small saint strode towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get down here. Who allowed you to stand on my head? All geniuses had their pride. How could Lin Xian not be angry when the other party was so arrogant? You dare to scold me? Very well. You've angered me. I'll torture you to death later. The Green Dragon small saint's eyes were filled with ferocity. He waved his tail and slashed down like a black, heavenly blade. The void below was shattered rapidly. It was too fast. He arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. It can't be. He did not use any illusion or sword chi. Is he going to use his physique? Is this guy's physique very strong? How is that possible? The physique of a group of soul experts would not be strong. They might even be weak, unless he wore some powerful armor. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, in a blink of an eye, Lin Xian grabbed the green tail. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Xian waved his tail forcefully. Get down here. He wanted to drag the green flood dragon little saint down. The green flood dragon little saint trembled and almost fell from the sky. However, he was, after all, a late minor saint expert. In addition, he had already made a name for himself 300 years ago. Therefore, he was able to recover in an instant. With a furious roar, the phantom of a huge green flood dragon appeared on its body. He charged towards the sky. However, he underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Lin Xian had a divine body. When he attacked with his full strength, he was truly powerful. Puff! One of them went up, while the other went down. The opposing forces caused the tail to break in an instant. Blood splattered, and scales fell to the ground. That tail, just pull it out. Ah! Green flood dragon little saint screamed, crazily. His eyes turned red instantly. This pain made him feel great humiliation. This was a slap to the face. Its tail was actually broken by the other party. This was unforgivable. The surrounding people went crazy. What did they see? That was the green Jiao little sage, the winner of 300 years ago. But now he suffered a huge loss as soon as they met. Brat, I will never forgive you. The green flood dragon Little Saint dove down from the sky. With a roar, his body suddenly enlarged as he transformed into his true form. It seemed like he was really angry. He wanted to use his fastest speed to kill the other party. The broken tail grew out once again. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. The surrounding void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's body was filled with laws and endless sword qi. At the same time, a dragon roar resounded from his body, resounding through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the surrounding supreme ancient race were stunned. They almost knelt on the ground. The green flood dragon Little Saint, who was in the heavenly palace, was the same. His scalp went numb, and his body began to tremble. It can't be. Isn't the green flood dragon Little Saint a flood dragon? Is he going to transform into a dragon? Then how strong was he? The surrounding people were terrified. They thought that the dragon roar was released by the green flood dragon Little Saint. However, the green flood dragon Little Saint's face was extremely ugly. He could clearly sense that the dragon roar was released by the other party. Damn it! What's the relationship between the other party and the dragons? Just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian slashed his sword over. Instantly, a sword wound appeared on his body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. His huge body tumbled in the air. It shattered the endless void. Boom, boom, boom. His body shrunk once again. Because he was too big of a target, he couldn't dodge the sword qi. Initially, he wanted to use his original body to block the sword qi. But now, it seemed like he couldn't block it. He might as well shrink and be more agile. Both of them engaged in close combat. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. After another earth-shattering collision, the two of them separated. Lin Xian's sword qi was torrential. On the other side, the green flood dragon Little Saint was covered in blood. There were more than 60 wounds on his body. In some places, his bones could even be seen. One could say that he was in a miserable state. The surrounding people were going crazy. Was the green flood dragon Little Saint going to lose? Bai Qian raised her head and widened her eyes. She knew that Lin Xian was strong, but she didn't think that he could defeat the green flood dragon Little Saint. But now, it seemed like Lin Xian was stronger than the green flood dragon Little Saint. This gave her a glimpse of hope. On the other side, the blue-skinned old man's face turned ugly. Damn it! Even the green flood dragon Little Saint couldn't defeat him? Then there was no hope for their side. One should know that they wanted the green flood dragon Little Saint to fight last, but the opponent was too strong. Therefore, they wanted to finish him off in the 80th round. If the green flood dragon Little Saint was defeated, the last person wouldn't be able to stop him. After 300 years, someone was going to break the record of consecutive victories again. The immemorial city, Lord's face turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with endless stars. No one knew what he was thinking. Kid, you're the first one to injure me to this extent in the past 300 years. But now that you've angered me, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The green flood dragon Little Saint soared into the sky. Once again, his aura continued to spread. All sorts of laws and bloodline intertwined. An even more terrifying energy was emitted. Could it be that he still has a trump card? Countless people became nervous once again. As his voice faded away, the green flood dragon Little Saint's palms started to form seals. At the next moment, he slapped down with both of his palms. The green flood dragon transformation was a world-destroying strike. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flood dragon phantom rushed down and turned into a giant dragon in the sky. It was a real dragon phantom. It was extremely terrifying. This was a fatal blow. There was still a difference between a flood dragon and a real dragon. Now, the green flood dragon Little Saint was going to break through this obstacle? If so, his future would be limitless. Great. The blue-skinned old man heaved a sigh of relief. No one below the Saint Realm could withstand this attack. The immemorial city. Lord's lips curled up into a smile. Lin Xian also took a deep breath when he sensed the terrifying aura. It was indeed a threat to him. He had to admit that the opponent was able to obtain consecutive victories 300 years ago. He did have some tricks up his sleeves. It was worth it for him to go all out. His nerves turned cold. At the next moment, he activated the myriad returning sword. Streaks of sword chi encircled him, one after another. He was like a peerless sword god. He raised both of his hands up high. Kill. Thousands of sword chi soared into the sky. Chapter 41:13. Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering sound was heard as the dazzling light engulfed everything. Everyone was excited as they did not know what the final result would be. It must be the Green Jiao Small Saint. Not necessarily. I feel that the sword technique of that person is extremely terrifying. The immemorial city. Lord frowned. Could this sword chi be from the Myriad Sword Pavilion? His heart sank. Suddenly, the sword chi became even stronger. The sword split the 9 heavens. The Jiao small phantom disappeared, and a figure was sent flying. That person's body was split into 2. Along with it, there were also miserable cries. The Green Jiao Small Saint was defeated. He fell to the ground and screamed miserably. The surrounding people were terrified. The person who lost was actually the Green Jiao Small Saint. Moreover, he was severely injured. It was unbelievable. What kind of sword technique was this? Bai Qianqian opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Hui Yuan and the others were terrified. They swore that they would never dare to have any thoughts of revenge. On the other side, Kuei Mo's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. He was not convinced before, but now he was completely convinced. The blue-skinned old man's face turned gloomy. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, the immemorial city Lord stood up and said in a deep voice, "Stop now! Stop!" The blue-skinned old man was completely stunned. He was very clear about the city lord's character. Logically speaking, the city lord should send someone even more terrifying. He might even send the blue-skinned old man to interrupt the battle. However, he did not expect the city lord to stop the battle. What exactly was it that made the primordial city lord so fearful? The city lord seemed to have seen through the blue-skinned old man's thoughts. The immemorial city lord said that the myriad sword sect that he used at the end was the ultimate technique of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Was he from the Myriad Sword Pavilion? No wonder he was so powerful. The blue-skinned old man took in a cold breath. At the same time, he knew why the immemorial city lord stopped the battle. The Myriad Sword Pavilion was a terrifying saint city. Moreover, once these sword saints were exposed, they would come in groups. No one was willing to provoke this group of sword-down madmen. They might as well do the Myriad Sword Pavilion a favor. On the stage, Lin Xian kept his sword chi. He said faintly, "You're not my opponent. Now, it's already the 80th round. There's only 1 round left. Come on, I'm going to break this record." The crowd went crazy. Who would be the last person to go up? He should be even stronger than the green flood dragon little saint. Everyone guessed. However, at this moment, a figure walked out. He was wearing a crown and a dragon robe. His aura was incomparable. Sensing this aura, everyone raised their heads and screamed. Archaic City Lord. They had never thought that the City Lord would actually come personally. There were also some people who knew that the primeval City Lord had always been there, but he had hidden his identity. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He wondered what kind of experts the primordial City Lord would send to deal with him. The primordial city lord glanced downwards, the stars in his eyes flickering. He said that he didn't expect such a sword-dao genius to appear 300 years later. There's no need for you to participate in the 81st battle. Currently, none of us are stronger than the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint. Therefore, you won the 81st round without a fight. They won without a fight. The surrounding people screamed. This was completely different from what they had imagined. The other party had really broken the record of the past 300 years. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He clasped his fists and thanked the city lord. All right, men, send the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint away for treatment. Soon, the guards in the city escorted the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint away. At this moment, the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint's shattered body had already recovered. However, his expression was extremely ugly. He didn't walk too far away. Instead, he stood at the side with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, he saw a figure. It was Bai Qianqian. Why was she here? Moreover, she seemed to know the swordsman in front of him. Could it be that she was the one who killed his men? Thinking of this scene, the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint's eyes instantly turned red. He crushed the jade pendant on his waist. All right, young man, you've completed your 81-match winning streak. Now, tell me what you wish for. My wish is very simple. I wish to borrow the super teleportation array of Primordial City and perform a teleportation. Teleportation? He didn't want any heavenly treasures or beauties. The surrounding people were in an uproar. The Primordial City Lord was also stunned. The place you teleported to should be very far away. Where do you want to go? Lin Xian didn't hide anything. He said, Double Rain Planet. I want to go there immediately. I hope Senior City Lord can fulfill my wish. The news of Double Rain Planet had already spread. Countless people wanted to go there. Therefore, when he said this now, it wouldn't attract the attention of others. Sure enough, after the surrounding people heard this, they also understood. It turned out that he wanted to go to Double Rain Planet. I heard that the Double Rain Planet has recently produced an incredible weapon. That's right. He should want to try his luck. I guess he should be meeting up with his sect. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The Primordial City Lord also said, All right, I can open the teleportation array for you now. Men, prepare the teleportation array. The blue-skinned old man led his men to prepare. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Qianqian ran up to him. Brother Wu Jian, you are really awesome. Qianqian, I am going to Double Rain Planet. Let's part here. Lin Xian smiled. Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red. She was a little reluctant. Brother Wu Jian, are you really going to leave? Why don't you take me with you? Lin Xian said, No. That place is now a battlefield. It is very dangerous. I might not be able to protect myself if I go there, let alone take you with me. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's face darkened. At this time, countless large cracks were torn open in the sky. Arrays flickered. Then many figures walked out. Their auras were extremely terrifying. What a terrifying aura. What a terrifying cultivation base. Tsang Tianya. It was the people of the Green Dragon Clan. Could it be that they were here for revenge? These people were terrified. Even the Primordial City Lord frowned. Are they here? The Green Dragon Small Saint raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. He walked out and stared at Bai Qianqian. You little bitch, you actually dared to run away and kill the guards of my Green Dragon Clan. Let's see where you can run to today. What? Bai Qianqian? Could it be that person from White Crane Team 1? Wasn't she already married to the Green Dragon Small Saint? Why is she so close to that swordsman? Haven't you heard? The wedding procession had been wiped out on the way. Those small saints were all dead. It was said that they were killed by a biting cold sword chi. Wait, could it be related to that swordsman? They found out something shocking. The green dragon small saint stared at Lin Xian. You were the one who did it before, right? Very well. Do it. You dare to kill the people of my green dragon clan. Wash your neck clean and wait for me to torture you to death. Not good, Brother Wu Jian. Leave quickly. Bai Qianqian's face was pale. She was very anxious. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed like there was going to be another big battle. Chapter 41:14. The sudden appearance of the Green Flood Dragon clan had caught everyone off guard. They knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. Following the order of the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint, the experts of the Green Flood Dragon clan rushed over. In an instant, the divine ability of these people changed the entire heaven and earth, causing the surrounding people to tremble in fear. Lin Xian stood on the stage, looking at the countless terrifying divine abilities. His face was extremely cold. His palms were constantly forming hand seals. The myriad ancestral swords had been unleashed to the extreme. Sword chi swept across all directions, sweeping away everything in its path. Suddenly, an intense collision sound could be heard. The heaven and earth were shattered. Everything could no longer be seen. The terrifying storm swept across all directions. Not good. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated frantically. If they were hit by this kind of energy, even a late minor saint wouldn't be able to survive. There was no one left in the surroundings. Humph! How dare you fight against us? You're really courting death. The experts of the Green Flood Dragon clan harumphed coldly. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only one person, with so many of them attacking together. How could they not kill him? This was what everyone was thinking. The corner of the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, in the next moment his body turned cold. He almost died because a hand was grabbing his neck. A figure appeared behind him. One hand was grabbing his neck, while the other hand was emitting sword chi, pressing against his head. As long as he was slightly moved, his astral soul would be destroyed. Arg! The Green Flood Dragon Little Saint roared furiously. The energy in his body surged, and a flood dragon phantom rushed out. However, at this moment, the five elemental law and the yin-yang picture rushed out and shrouded him, sealing him completely. The one who made the move was Lin Xian. The sword chi he used to attack was just an illusion. His true killing move was the void elemental law. Taking advantage of the chaotic heaven and earth energy, he activated the void escape art and appeared behind the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint in an instant. He knew that the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint had called many experts over this time. It would be troublesome for him to continue fighting. He didn't want to waste time. After threatening the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint, he would be able to hold the entire Green Flood Dragon clan hostage. At that time, he would take the super teleportation formation and leave this place. Would the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint bite him? The shriek of Green Jiao Small Saint attracted the attention of everyone. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Oh my God, what's going on? The Green Dragon Little Saint was being held hostage? How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Discussions broke out one after another. The pupils of the Green Dragon Little Saint in the sky shrunk. Damn it, it's that kid. He was not dead. They discovered that not only was Lin Xian not dead, but he had also kidnapped their young master. Kid, hurry up and let go of our young master. That's right, let go of our young master and kneel on the ground obediently. We'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if we catch you, even death won't be easy. These people rushed down and firmly surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly laughed. If you guys dare to make a move, I will destroy your astral soul. Damn it. How dare you? One of the old men shouted angrily. At the same time, he secretly gave a look to the other two old men. The two old men quietly formed seals. The ground shattered. Two Jiao dragon phantoms rushed out from the ground and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly shouted. The 9 Yang divine body shone brightly. The myriad sword convergence swept across everything and shattered the 2 Jiao dragon phantoms. At the same time, it suppressed a part of the world. He laughed coldly and said, "Do you think my words are just passing wind?" Saying this, he waved the sword in his hand. With a poochie sound, one of the green dragon little saint's arms was chopped off. The green dragon little saint let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood splattered everywhere. This was not the end. His second arm and legs were chopped off as well. All 4 of his limbs were broken. The crazy and miserable scream made one's scalp go numb. "Damn it, how dare you?" "No, stop it." The people of the Green Dragon clan screamed crazily. They were scared out of their wits. They did not expect that their sneak attack would not succeed. Instead, it angered the other party. They said, "Stop it, we won't touch you. Hurry up, don't hurt our young master anymore." They were really scared. As these people spoke, they quickly retreated. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Very good, don't worry. As long as you don't make a move, I won't kill him." Saying this, he looked at the primordial city lord. "Senior, our agreement still counts, right?" The primordial city lord nodded. "I don't care about the grudge between you and the Green Dragon clan. Your condition is to use the teleportation array. I agree to this." "Very good." Lin Xian looked into the distance again. The blue-skinned old man flew over. He said, "I'm ready. Lead the way." They flew in the direction of the super teleportation array. Of course, during this process, he brought Bai Qianqian with him because he was afraid that the other party would kidnap Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian's face was pale as she followed closely. Very soon, they arrived at the teleportation array. Lin Xian said, "Let's go." The 3 of them walked up. "Senior, open the array." Lin Xian said. Those Green Dragon clan saints shouted angrily. "You've already boarded the array. Why aren't you letting go of our young master?" "Brat, do you want to die?" These people roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I'll let him go when it's time to teleport." The array beneath his feet was activated. The light became brighter and brighter. A huge spatial gate quickly appeared in the sky. This kind of long-distance teleportation required a period of time before it could be completed. Seeing that the array was about to be completely activated and completed, however, at this moment, the void shattered. A terrifying palm stretched out. As soon as this aura appeared, the surrounding people all vomited blood and were sent flying. The Green Dragon clan people were overjoyed. The elder was here. This was not an ordinary saint, but a saint sovereign. Although he had not arrived in Immemorial City yet, he was still a saint. Although the saint hadn't come to Primordial City yet, he had already launched a shocking attack across the endless void. It would be too easy for a holy venerate to kill or save someone if they wanted to. Was the saint here? Everyone thought that Lin Xian could escape. However, the appearance of the Green Dragon clan's saint made things complicated again. Perhaps that brat would be killed. Bai Qianqian's heart was in her throat. Was she going to die? However, when she thought of dying by Lin Xian's side, she was satisfied. Boom! The sound of an earthquake rang out. The palm completely landed. However, soon there was a clang. The palm seemed to be blocked by something. Everyone saw a pagoda appear. However, it disappeared in an instant because the pagoda had been teleported away. At the last moment, a voice floated over. Since the Green Dragon clan went back on their words, "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Buzz. The spatial power disappeared. Everything was gone. Did he leave? That brat could actually survive under the attack of a saint? The surrounding people seemed to have gone crazy. In the next moment, an old man's figure appeared. It was a saint from the Green Dragon clan. The moment he appeared, he quickly attacked the void. However, it was useless. It was already too late. He roared in anger. Who knew that brat? The surrounding people were so frightened that they frantically retreated. Only Hui Yuan and the other two were left. The three of you know him? Hui Yuan, Chuan Shui, and Dongling knelt on the ground. We don't know him. Nonsense. We clearly saw you together. There were people around who could testify. The Green Dragon clan's saint captured the three of them and searched their souls. The three of them struggled, trying to resist. However, they were as insignificant as ants in front of the saint. They couldn't resist at all. Soon, the three of them's mouths twitched. They foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. The Green Dragon clan's saint's face was cold. He waved his hand and blew up the three of them. Trash. Originally, he wanted to search their souls to find some useful information. However, the three of them didn't know who the other party was. I updated late these 2 days. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 41:15. In the endless darkness of the universe, a ray of light flashed. Immediately after, a pagoda appeared and floated between heaven and earth. Soon, the pagoda stabilized and 3 figures walked out from it. It was Lin Xian and the other two. Bai Qianqian's face was pale. She looked around with a blank face. Was she saved? That was a sage's attack. Impossible! At this moment, the Green Dragon's small saint screamed. How could the other party block the attack of a sage? It was too inconceivable. Lin Xian snorted. Nothing is impossible. Since the Green Dragon tribe went back on their words, don't blame me for being impolite. Speaking until here, Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret prodigy and pulled the other party into the spring and autumn lock. Let the other party experience 10,000 years of torture, and then die. 10,000 years inside was only a second outside. Soon, the Green Dragon's small saint's neck tilted, and the aura on his body disappeared. His soul was completely obliterated. Is he dead? Bai Qianqian was stunned. The nightmare in her heart had finally vanished. Brother Wu Jian, thank you so much. Bai Qianqian was very grateful. Lin Xian said, forget it. What do you plan to do next? Go back or? I want to follow Brother Wu Jian. Before Lin Xian could finish, Bai Qianqian quickly said her thoughts. Lin Xian sighed. Well, it seemed like this was the only way now. After confirming the direction, he flew towards Double Rain Planet. With his current distance, he could reach Double Rain Planet in 3 days. At this moment, Double Rain Planet was in chaos. The sky was shattered, and laws were spreading from time to time. The earth was cracked, and the people here were in a killing frenzy. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people fighting. There were many forces and sects fighting. There were thousands of people fighting in each battle. When they attacked together, the heaven and earth trembled. On Double Rain Planet, there were originally countless cities. Now, they were in ruins, and blood was everywhere. Their target was naturally the Sage King's weapon. However, until now, they hadn't found where the weapon was. When Lin Xian arrived and saw the flames of war all around him, his face turned completely cold. Silently sensing, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. That was because he sensed an extremely terrifying demonic aura, as if it was going to tear the world apart. It was no wonder that these people would attack in such a frenzy. This demonic aura was much stronger than what he had seen before. Was this the Saint King's weapon? It felt very similar to the Great Spear of Destruction. It seemed that it really was the Great Spear of Destruction. Something had changed. He turned into a streak of light. He rushed forward quickly. He had to figure out what had happened. However, when he arrived at the center of the world, he found that there were actually quite a few people around. It seemed that these people had found the general direction. However, he didn't have the heart of the realm, so he couldn't accurately aim at the location. However, this area was completely sealed off by the enemy, so Lin Xian's arrival directly alarmed those people. "Who are you?" The saint at the front raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. It was as if they would attack at the slightest disagreement. Bai Qianqian had been placed in the black earth by Lin Xian, so he was alone and wearing a mask. Seeing these people from the sacred city eyeing him covetously, he snorted coldly and released the aura on his body. Waves of terrifying sword intent intertwined between heaven and earth. How terrifying! This was a sword saint. These people were surprised. "Are you from the 10,000 Sword Sect?" Probably only the 10,000 Sword Sect had such a terrifying sword aura. However, there were also people from the Hopeful Sword Pavilion among them. A few sword saints walked out and asked, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? What's going on? Could it be that this kid isn't from the 10,000 Sword Sect?" The surrounding people were puzzled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You dare to question me?" He had a hint of arrogance and unruliness. Then he activated the 10,000 Sword Sect, and the aura on his body became incomparable, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. This was the 10,000 Sword Sect, the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Someone screamed. The pupils of the 10,000 Swords Sect's people constricted. Who was this person? If the other party knew the 10,000 Sword Sect, it meant that he was definitely from the 10,000 Sword Sect. However, they had never seen or heard of a masked sword saint. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Your status is too low. How could you know who I am? Don't you know the background of the 10,000 Sword Sect? The elders of the 10,000 Sword Sect all have secret disciples. I think you should know this." After the sword saints of the 10,000 Sword Sect heard this, their expressions changed. Indeed, other than these genius powerhouses on the surface, those terrifying experts had also secretly cultivated some disciples. They usually hid their strength and only showed it at critical moments. This was an extremely terrifying force. Could it be that the person in front of them was one of the secretly cultivated experts? Thinking of this possibility, they all nodded. The other party was unfamiliar and knew the 10,000 Swords Sect. This was the only explanation. Of course, there was a middle-aged man who was not at ease. He wanted to investigate, so he took out an array and wanted to ask the holy city. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Soon he stood there calmly. If it was somewhere else, he might really be exposed. But this was the Double Rain planet. He was the master of this world. Although his current master was still very weak, it was really too easy for him to carry out some interference. Immediately, he controlled the power of the entire world to interfere. Sure enough, the middle-aged sword saint's expression became a little serious. The array could not transmit messages. What was going on? The other people's expressions also changed. They checked and found that in this world, their souls seemed to be suppressed. Moreover, the receiving and sending of messages was not as smooth as before. Humph! It must be because we fought. Don't you see how damaged this world has been? Someone snorted coldly. The others also nodded. Indeed, after continuous battles, this world was already full of wounds. What? Are you still suspecting me now? Lin Xian walked over, bringing with him a biting, cold aura. They did not dare. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Sect shook their heads. They could now feel the other party's aura. It was very sharp and had surpassed them. Moreover, the other party's voice was also very young. He might be a top expert, secretly cultivated. They did not dare to offend him. So he asked, "How should I address you, senior brother?" Wu Jian. Lin Xian said this title again. Anyway, these people did not know him. Moreover, he seemed to have fooled them. Thus, he immediately revealed this title to her. "So it's senior brother Wu Jian. This way, please." Chapter 40, 116. How is it? Lin Xian asked. "Senior brother, we've already locked onto the general direction. Next, we'll investigate them one by one. However, it's not just our Myriad Swords Pavilion. Many other major powers have come. Moreover, there are some terrifying experts. It's said that the sage will appear in the end. That's the most troublesome thing." After listening, Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the situation. Fortunately, Little 8 trigrams and Great Destruction Spear hadn't been discovered yet. It seemed like he wasn't too late. However, it seemed that the sage would come soon. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He said, "We'll rest today and recover our strength to the peak. Tomorrow, we'll take action. We'll kill these people first." These Myriad Swords Pavilion sword saints were very excited. With such a hidden expert helping them, they could definitely sweep through everything. When night fell, all the major powers set up camp and began to rest. The Myriad Swords Pavilion side was exceptionally quiet. They were all madly cultivating to recover their strength. When the night passed and the sky brightened, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Without another word, he transformed into a beam of sword light and charged forward. He was rushing toward the Devil Palace's people. The Devil Palace's strength in the dual rain planet was very powerful. After all, they were the ones who conquered this world. However, they hadn't found the world core. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up. They had a lot of people in the dual rain planet. At this moment, Lin Xian wanted to get rid of the scourge first. As he moved, the Myriad Swords Pavilion's sword saints beside him also attacked crazily. They were like streams of light, moving freely between heaven and earth. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the heads of those Devil Palace's saints were split open. Their bodies were chopped into pieces. All kinds of miserable shrieks didn't even have time to sound out before their corpses fell down. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Devil Palace's saints were killed. This scene immediately alarmed the Devil Palace's people. "Who dares to sneak attack us?" A Devil Palace's minor saint roared crazily. He opened his hands, and a devil phantom soared into the sky. Buzz. Endless devil law condensed, forming a black palm that descended from the sky. Heaven and earth shattered, ruthlessly smashing toward those sword saints. The sword saints spewed out endless laws of the sword, forming one sword chi after another. When the two collided, the sound was earth-shattering. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The people from the other major sects also opened their eyes. Someone made a move. Retreat quickly. They frantically retreated. Were the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion going to attack the Demon Palace? Should we make a move? Don't be in a hurry. Let's just watch and reap the spoils later. Those people came to the distant Sanfen with cold smiles on their faces. They didn't make a move. The Fiend Palace lost more than 30 saints in an instant. This made their hearts bleed. The 3 late minor saint experts who led the group gnashed their teeth in anger. Kill. Roaring, the 3 of them charged out. One of the middle-aged men condensed a demonic phantom that blotted out the sky. The other old man transformed into the body of an evil demon. His body became incomparably tall, like a towering mountain. His black pupils carried an extremely frightening and cold aura. When he stomped down, it was as if 100,000 mountains were descending. The last person was a woman who used the Devil's Whip. 3 advanced stage experts, in addition to the other sages, attacked together. Their momentum was truly terrifying. Their numbers were greater than theirs. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a long roar. "I'll block 2 of them. You guys deal with the rest." After saying that, he charged towards the middle-aged man and the old man. It can't be, right? He wants to fight 2 at once? The sages on the distant mountains sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. This guy is too arrogant. What is his cultivation base? Everyone looked over and was stunned. How is it possible for a minor saint expert to be an intermediate minor saint? An intermediate minor saint expert dares to challenge 2 late minor saint experts? What kind of joke is this? Even if you're a secret genius, it's impossible for you to be so terrifying. To be honest, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also shocked and worried. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk Lin Xian waved his arm. The law of sword permeated the air. Terrifying sword chi soared into the sky one after another. He blocked the divine ability of the 2. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Lin Xian roared. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion regained their senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, he really did it. This is too unbelievable. Hurry up and attack. These people were incomparably excited. Without the 2 late minor saints, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Next, these sword saints began to show their might. The faces of the 2 late minor saints turned incomparably ugly. A puny intermediate saint dared to fight against them. He must be courting death. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with coldness. The old devil was like a devil god. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, he waved his black fist, blowing it down from the sky. Endless law runes filled the air, causing the chi and blood of the people in the distance to boil. Even though they were so far away, they were still affected. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if they were hit head-on. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with incomparable coldness. He was pretending to be a member of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, so he couldn't use some divine ability. But fortunately, his 10,000 swords return to origin had reached a certain level. The law of sword was terrifyingly powerful, and he was a terrifying swordsman himself. Therefore, just using the sword Tao divine ability was enough to contend against everything. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the sword slashed out, colliding with the opponent's fist. Divine light filled the air, as if the sun had exploded. Everyone's eyes were bleeding from the light. They quickly closed their eyes. They exclaimed crazily. The surrounding people of the Devil Palace were also affected by the impact. They kept retreating while coughing out blood. The old man retracted his arm. His face became incomparably solemn. Although the opponent's cultivation base was lower than his, the aura of the sword actually made his hair stand on end. "Let me help you." Just at this moment, the middle-aged man made his move. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his chi and blood were boiling. There was a huge black phantom behind him, as if a devil had descended. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the devil opened his mouth, took out a devil spear, and thrust it down from the sky. In an instant, the void shattered. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The scene was abnormally terrifying. The faces of the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion changed. They quickly dodged. Wasn't this demonic phantom too terrifying? How dare a mere devil from the heterodox Tao be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian laughed. He held sword energy in his hand and slashed in all directions. Every sword strike of his contained the power of the law of sword, and 10,000 swords returned to origin. It also contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could destroy everything, and it was invincible. Therefore, the attacks of the devil phantom were no threat at all. Sure enough, The black spear was split apart by the 3 sword strikes. The middle-aged man's face changed. Damn it! Who is this person? Chapter 41:17. Could it be that an older generation expert of the Myriad Swords Pavilion had come? The others were also alarmed. If it was Myriad Swords, they wouldn't think much of it. But it was a person they had never seen before who was so powerful. Is that all you two have? If that's all you have, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and an ice-cold voice was transmitted. Damn it! You dare to look down on us? When the 2 experts of the Demon Palace heard this, their expressions changed. Soon after, they took a deep breath, and gloomy rays of light appeared in their eyes. I don't know where you came from, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. That middle-aged man tore off his left arm, and then respectfully handed it to the demonic phantom behind him. The demonic phantom lowered its head, opened its mouth, and swallowed the severed arm, and started eating it. Blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth. It looked extremely sinister and strange. On the other side, the old man also bit his finger and drew 49 blood-colored runes on his mountain-like body. Those 49 blood-colored runes fused with his huge body. Immediately, boundless blood-colored radiance blossomed and formed mysterious veined patterns one after another. Their auras increased at an astonishing speed. Sensing this scene, Lin Xian slightly furrowed his brows. He revolved his power, and the myriad swords returned to origin became even more terrifying. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into tens of thousands of sword energies. They could tear apart everything. Boy, no matter where you come from, you recklessly challenged the 2 of us at the same time. Today, you will surely die. The old man of the Demon Palace said in an ice-cold voice. The middle-aged man on the other side also had killing intent in his eyes. Even a dragon would have to coil around him. Kill. The 2 of them roared and quickly attacked. Terrifying demonic laws quickly spread out and rushed toward Lin Xian. They were like a tide, and nothing could stop them. Not good. The complexions of the Myriad Swords Pavilion's people changed again. Today, your Myriad Swords Pavilion will surely die. The people in the distance were also surprised, and they shook their heads. The Demon Palace had many people, and they had the advantage here. If other people wanted to contend against them, they would have to join hands, or they would have to wait for even more powerful holy venerables to come. Otherwise, with your current state, you wouldn't be able to defeat the Demon Palace. That guy was called Wu Jian, right? He was too arrogant. Did he think that he could look down on everything just because he had cultivated with the Lord for a while? This was his first battle, and perhaps the only battle in his life. In the eyes of these people, Lin Xian was dead meat. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He circulated all kinds of power to the extreme, and the sword qi became even more resplendent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With him as the center, terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions. Anything that got close to him was annihilated. So powerful. He actually blocked it. Countless people cried out. Countless sword shadows appeared on Lin Xian's body. He stepped on the divine sword and flew quickly. It looked very slow, but his speed was extremely fast. And every time he flew, he dodged the most fatal attacks. Then he charged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Kill. The demon phantom behind him sent out demon chains that rattled between heaven and earth. The chains coiled around Lin Xian. At the same time, his other hand struck out with the demon scythe. A crescent moon-shaped black law descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Everything was destroyed. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the 10,000 swords returned to origin to the extreme, forming a sword world that enveloped the middle-aged man. Everyone could only see endless light. Soon, the world disappeared. The demon phantom turned into green smoke and dissipated. The middle-aged man from the demon palace opened his eyes wide. His body was shattered, and his soul was destroyed. "You aren't," before he could finish his words, he exploded. He died. His astral soul was destroyed. But before he died, he discovered a shocking secret. Relying on the demon phantom, he tore apart those sword techniques and arrived beside the middle-aged man. But when he attacked the middle-aged man's body, he discovered that there was a golden radiance on the middle-aged man's body. At that moment, he discovered that the middle-aged man was hiding something. The middle-aged man had a terrifying constitution. It was even possible that it was not a magical ability of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That was why he wanted to warn the middle-aged man. However, his strength had already been destroyed. So, he couldn't say anything in the end. A late minor saint expert died just like that. The people of the Demon Palace went crazy. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were shocked. They rushed over even more crazily. These sword saints were all experts. When they joined forces, the people of the Demon Palace suffered miserably. On the other side, 5 mid-minor saints joined forces to attack the middle-aged woman, making her unable to spare any attention. The 5 of them also used a kind of sword formation. Together with the 10,000 swords returned to origin, its power was truly terrifying. Lin Xian was left facing the mountain-like old man. The old man's face was gloomy and cold. He was gnashing his teeth. Damn it. Did he lose his companion so easily? Impossible. It must be his companion. He was too careless. This time, he had to be 120% alert. Go to hell for me. His eyes were cold. He flicked a finger. The finger was like a light pillar that reached the sky. The black law on it rapidly spread out. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The black bone finger fell from the sky. The whole heaven and earth trembled. The power made the scalps of the people in the distance numb. Brat, it's over. The old man's face turned pale. Obviously, he had used up all his strength to launch his ultimate attack. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the black finger exploded out completely. Even though it was huge in size, its speed was unbelievably fast. Those below the Saint Realm couldn't dodge it at all. Not good. Retreat quickly. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't dare to do anything. They retreated frantically. Someone among them exclaimed, "Senior brother, retreat quickly. We can't resist it." "No, I can't retreat in time." These people's faces were pale. Ultimate attack? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a cold light. The next moment, the sword on his body became even more terrifying. "Since it's like this, let's end it." Kill. With a roar, endless sword chi gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword. He held it and slashed at the sky. It collided with the black bone finger. The sky exploded in an instant, and all the people on Double Rain Planet looked in this direction. What happened? Someone was fighting. The two forces were too terrifying. Could it be that a Saint Realm expert had come? Many people were startled. Some people shook their heads. That's not right. Although it's very terrifying, it hasn't broken through to the Saint Realm. It should be a peak expert below the Saint Realm. Seeing the sword chi, could it be the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people? The other side should be the Demon Palace's people. Let's go and take a look. Those people soared into the sky one after another. As for the people present, they were completely stunned. They saw cracks suddenly appear on the black bone finger when the two forces collided. Furthermore, the cracks quickly spread. Then, with a cochet sound, the finger exploded. As for the huge sword, it grew stronger and stronger. When it exploded, The sword light completely submerged the 30,000-meter tall body of the old man. Chapter 40, 118. When the sword light disappeared, the old man's body was full of sword holes. They were so densely packed that it made one's scalp go numb. With a loud thud, his huge body fell to the ground, shattering the mountains, rivers, plains, and waterfalls below. No, Elder! The saints of the Devil Palace screamed, crazily. Another late minor saint had died. This was too inconceivable. The middle-aged woman was terrified. Retreat, quickly. She was alone now. She was no match for these people. The people of the Devil Palace quickly retreated. Senior brother, do you want to chase after me? The sword saints of the Myriad Sword Pavilion rushed over with stars in their eyes. They were really too excited. His strength was too strong. Why did they feel that he was not weaker than Wan Jiani? He was indeed a hidden peerless genius. If he appeared, he would definitely be able to enter the pilgrim list. He might even be able to compete with Wan Jiani, a sword genius. Looking at those people who were fleeing like stray dogs, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. There was no need to chase after them. Those people were no longer a threat. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at those people in the distance. He said, "Get rid of these people." He still wants to attack. The hearts of the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion were beating wildly. They still wanted to say something, but Lin Xian had already made his move. The huge sword in his hand did not disappear. Instead, it slashed out again. Let's go and follow Senior Brother Wu Jian. The people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion also rushed out, killing in all directions. Damn it, how dare you? The people who were watching the battle from afar were very shocked by the result of the battle. They did not expect that the Devil Palace, which had a lot of people, would actually escape. It was really unexpected. However, they soon screamed. The people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion were actually going to attack them. Damn it! These people roared crazily and launched a counterattack. After a great battle, countless people were killed and injured. Many people had escaped, and some had been buried here forever. The Myriad Sword Pavilion also suffered losses. A few sword saints were killed, and some were injured. However, the effect they achieved was not bad. Those people in the surroundings were all beaten away by them. Senior Brother Wu Jian, what should we do? We don't know the exact location. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry. It's around here. Let's search." With that said, everyone spread out to investigate again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, casually walked to a place. Others didn't know, but he did. However, he couldn't show it directly, so he kept attacking. On his sixth attempt, he finally pierced through the bottom. A black ray of light appeared. It had appeared. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion immediately flew over. Looking at the cracked earth and the black light, they were all incomparably excited. There really was one. Senior brother, this is great. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He could finally collect the great spear of destruction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Look, what's that? The people in the distance naturally saw this scene as well. This aura was very similar to the one from before. It was the weapon of the Saint King. He appeared. Go quickly. These people had originally come to watch the battle, but on the way, they discovered such a change. They were all overjoyed and flew quickly. In addition, the eyes of those who had fled earlier were also red as they charged back. What to do? The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were extremely nervous. There were so many people that they couldn't fight against it all. However, if they were to leave now, they would not be willing to accept it. Go and get it. These people wanted to go down, but they were forced back. Many of them vomited blood. No, the energy was too strong. They couldn't go down at all. Lin Xian said, "I'll go down. You guys just have to deal with them here for a while. Before coming, I've already spent a lot of money to buy a batch of array formations. I can give them to you now." At this point, Lin Xian took out a storage ring. There were 36 sets of array formations inside. He had set them up when he had nothing to do, but now he was giving them to these people. He wasn't doing it to help the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but to help himself. If he delayed these people for a while, he could calmly collect the Great Spear of Destruction. Okay, these people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't know that Lin Xian was pretending. They thought that he was really their senior brother. Therefore, they happily took it and began to set up the array formations. Everyone listened and restrained them with all their strength. They didn't have to fight them head-on. These people began to move. Lin Xian took a deep breath, turned into a sword light, and drilled into the crack below. After going down, Lin Xian activated the world core. In an instant, he arrived in the depths of the world. This place was already enveloped by boundless demonic qi. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated his divine body. The dragon sword soul also surrounded him. He also felt a huge pressure. Not long after, he saw an 8 trigrams furnace in front of him. There was a black spear inside, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was the Great Spear of Destruction. At this moment, the Great Spear of Destruction looked the same, but its power had undergone an earth-shattering change. Lin Xian was also incomparably surprised by this. However, in a flash, the Great Spear of Destruction was the heirloom of the Great Demon Clan. How could it be weak? He thought that it should be a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It had not displayed such power before because this weapon had been sealed. After all, it was the great demon back then. He was also very young, and his cultivation was only at the level of a saint. If he had a sacred weapon back then, he would probably have been targeted by countless powerhouses. Therefore, this kind of sealed weapon would be broken bit by bit as the user's strength increased. This time, Lin Xian used the 8 trigrams furnace to refine it. It might have affected the seal. It caused a lot of seals to break, so the true power of the Great Spear of Destruction was displayed. When he came here, he quickly stopped the 8 trigrams furnace. The 8 trigrams furnace turned into a small 8 trigrams and flew into his glabella. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't take too long, and it was not completely broken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue the Great Spear of Destruction. This was because the soul imprint he left on it was very dim. It would probably disappear completely in a few months. At that time, it would be an unparalleled murderous weapon. Perhaps only a true Saint King would be able to subdue it. Fortunately, he still had the soul imprint on it. He just needed to strengthen the soul imprint on it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and moved quickly. As soon as his soul came out, the heavenly secret god eyes exploded with endless power. Lin Xian strengthened the soul imprint again. The Great Spear of Destruction also wanted to resist. After all, it was an item of the Demon Clan. Lin Xian used the Great Sage Pagoda to suppress it. This was the real Great Sage Pagoda. At this moment, it suppressed the demon qi, causing the Great Spear of Destruction to be unable to resist. Just as he was in the process of collecting the Great Spear of Destruction, the people outside had already arrived. There were saints in all directions. Their eyes were red. Chapter 40, 119. 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Did they find the treasure? Hurry up and hand it over. 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Do you want to monopolize it? That's impossible. These people started to kill each other. The people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion swallowed their saliva and said, "Open the formation." The 36 formations in the surroundings were activated one after another. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Someone must be seizing the treasure. These people were not stupid. They rushed in an instant. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he sensed the fluctuations from above. There were too many people here. The formations he gave were not enough. Thinking of this, he began to use the power of this world to suppress them. However, he found that the power of this world was much weaker than before. Could it be that the power was absorbed by the spear of destruction and used to break the seal? That made sense. It was said that in ancient times, there were super experts who used the power of several worlds as the price to nourish a weapon. There were even some terrifying ones that involved more than 10 worlds. When the weapon was formed, those worlds would be turned into ashes. That method was really terrifying. Lin Xian guessed that if he left it for a few more decades, the twin rain star would be completely shattered and its power would be sucked dry. Due to the influence of the power of the world, the people outside were in chaos. At this moment, there were lightning tribulations in the sky that struck down. The battle had completely erupted. Many people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. However, they also resisted with bloodshot eyes. However, at this moment, a saber light slashed down with an extremely terrifying aura. The formations in the sky were opened. Not good, quickly retreat. When the people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this scene, they frantically retreated. 5 of them did not retreat in time and were instantly turned into blood mist. The remaining people felt their scalps go numb. A sacred venerable made a move. Finally, a sacred venerable came. That's great. The people of Demon Palace were ecstatic. The one who made a move was their elder. Quickly make a move. They were seizing the treasure below. Another saber light fell from the sky and covered the ground. The ground cracked and sank, destroying everything. No, Senior Brother Wu Jian and the people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed. This attack was too powerful. No matter how strong Wu Jian was, he would not be able to block it. Boom, boom. In fact, Lin Xian had already felt it when the first saber light descended. Is the Lord here? He was a little anxious because he was so close to taking away the Great Destruction Spear. Initially, he thought that he could hold on for a while longer. However, the appearance of the Sacred Master had pushed everyone away. Those saints did not dare to go against him. The second blade light slashed down. Lin Xian's face turned gloomy just a little more. He steeled his heart and directly activated the Great Sage Pagoda to defend himself. With a clang, the Great Sage Pagoda tumbled. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he smiled. He had finally succeeded. At this moment, his soul imprint was imprinted on it. With a wave of his hand, the Great Destruction Spear turned into a jet-black light that entered his sleeve. In the next moment, he activated the Void Escape and steamed away. Boom, boom. Everything around him shattered and sank. The rumor lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. That holy venerate from the Fiend Palace made a grabbing motion with his hand and pulled away all the ruins. In the next moment, he saw blood filling the air. However, there was no trace of a person. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also frantically searching. Senior Brother Wu Jian? They did not find him. A person's voice trembled. Could it be that his astral soul had already been destroyed? No way. The other people also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Such a powerful swordsman had been killed just like that. However, the people from the Fiend Palace sneered. This is the consequence of daring to oppose us. In their opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to stop them. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had already been killed. However, Lin Xian walked out from the other side of the world. The mask on his body had also disappeared. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile. His figure flickered, and he found a safe place to enter closed-door training. The reason for that was because he wanted to strengthen his soul imprint again. After all, the current Great Destruction Spear was too powerful. If he did not nurture it carefully, he might even be injured. While he was in closed-door training, holy venerates arrived one after another. They joined hands and suppressed the entire world. At this moment, many people retreated. They only dared to watch quietly. Were those little saints also the first batch? They were high and mighty before, but compared to the holy venerates, they were insignificant. A holy venerate could sweep away everything. Nothing. The holy venerate of the Fiend Palace searched frantically. He discovered that not only had the person disappeared, but the weapon had also disappeared. This made his expression become very unsightly. Some people guessed that the weapon might have been destroyed. What kind of joke was this? If it was a weapon that could be easily destroyed by a holy venerate, would there be a need to be so frantic? Everyone shook their heads. That meant that the weapon had been snatched away by someone. Who was it? Was it Wu Jian? Impossible. He was only a mid-small saint. He did not have such heaven-defying methods. I guess there should be other experts hiding and secretly taking it away. Buzz. Right at this moment, a sword light split the world. It carried a black aura, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was the Dark Sword Master. Great! The surviving saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion rushed forward. We pay our respects to the Dark Sword Master. They were very excited. The Dark Sword Master asked, "Where is the item? Many of our people have been killed, and the weapon has also disappeared." They were all from the Fiend Palace. It was them. If it were not for them, we would have already obtained the weapon. The eyes of these people were red. The Dark Sword Master snorted coldly. "Do you all want to die?" He slashed out with his sword. The dark sword technique pervaded heaven and earth. The entire sky darkened completely. The crowd seemed to have been deprived of their vision. "Not good. Quickly, defend yourself." These people screamed frantically. Fortunately, the Dark Sword Master was attacking the Fiend Palace. The holy venerate of the Fiend Palace shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The two of them started fighting a world-shaking battle. Just the aftermath of their battle had torn many people from the Fiend Palace to pieces. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also rushed forward crazily. Prepare to die. Both sides started fighting again. The battle shook heaven and earth. This lasted for a total of 10 days. The battle was very bitter. A group of experts from the Fiend Palace had died. Several sword saints from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had died. Even the two great sage venerates were injured. The body of the Fiend Palace's holy venerate was split open. His internal organs flowed out. On the other side, several bloody holes appeared on the body of the Dark Sword Master. It was a ghastly sight. These wounds were extremely terrifying. There were remnants of the laws on them. It was difficult to erase them in a short period of time. Both sides were miserable. They could only stop fighting. The Dark Sword Master brought the remaining people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and left. After descending, he asked in detail what had happened. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.